1 minute to the deadline. Seconds. Fifteen seconds. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Deadline.
Well, it's 34 players from around the globe have battled through 6 grueling rounds of diplomacy in the virtual face-to-face format. All but 7 have bit the dust, leaving us with a top board with something for everybody. Old hands, new players, Care Bears, and Stabbers. Let's get to the virtual Summer Classic top board starting right now. I'm Zachary Moore, and joining me on the broadcast, it is Chris Brand and none other than Ed Sullivan, 2 longtime stalwarts of diplomacy. Gentlemen, how are you doing today?
Good. It's early for me, but I'm awake. I'm looking forward to seeing this game anyway. This top board is looking like it's going to be a lot of fun.
I'm very excited about the top board. I'm here in wonderful Houston where it's 100 degrees, and I'm ready.
Yeah, it's probably about the same outside here today, actually, in Vancouver. So we've had a lot of hot weather this week.
Well, speaking of hot weather, I think these 7 players have spent all week blowing a lot of hot air this way and that, some smoke screens. What are they going to do? How are they going to play it on the power selection? Ed, what have you been hearing through the rumor mill this week about the top board and how it's going to play out?
The main thing to understand is I have no journalistic integrity.
Of course.
I talked to several of the players. I was redundant. You're right. But I spoke to several of the players and did not tell them that I was going to talk about what they had to tell me on DBN, but it's just this kind of undercover reporting that I think this hobby needs. I spoke to Karthik. Karthik was very much hoping for England. He believes that's his best power. He wanted an EF. And he was very concerned, as were a lot of the players, about the dynamics between Katie and Farron, who've allied a lot, and Josh and Katie, who allied a lot in the tournament. And Karthik expected a rat. I also talked to Russ, who prepared for this. I prepared for the bar exam. An incredible amount of preparation went into this game. He game planned out every scenario in the power. So he told me he wanted Italy. He did not want to be Germany. He thought he would lose to an EF in that situation. He was deadly afraid of Farron. He has supplanted me as Farron's number 1A. And so he was concerned about a Farron and Katie joining together, particularly as an AT. I spoke to Josh many, many times. He expected to play Turkey. He was hoping to ally with Katie. He had only played Turkey one time in the history of diplomacy. This is his 5th game, his 25th, 5th virtual game, 25th overall in diplomacy. He has spent the week watching DBN videos and reading diplomacy briefing articles on how to be a better player. He would text me questions about how to play balance of power. I'm like, I don't know how to do that anyway. I'm like, watch Nicholas Sage's video on DBA Deadline News. And so there are many questions from Josh. He's very excited. He's a poker player, a bartender, an Australian, fun guy. I call him the people's choice. I think I also spoke to Katie. Katie believed her first top board, which was DB&I this year, where I finished a smooth 7th, and Katie did well, but she felt she went into that top board without a game plan and without a lot of confidence. And she feels more confident now. Didn't talk about alliance structures or anything like that, but was looking to have fun and do well. I did not talk to Farron.
Not surprised yet. Not surprising that Katie didn't bother to talk about alliances. That's not really her thing. And also just to point out, Josh Hennessy, poker player, bartender, and Australian. I think that's the holy trinity of diplomacy characteristics that you want to have. So really keeping an eye on him. Chris Brand, we're going to get to the preliminary games in just a moment here and talk about how these players got to the final board. But of course, it's an open secret which 7 players are here. So just as we get into this game, what's something that you're looking for today, or what's something that you noticed that caught your attention in this tournament last weekend?
Oh gosh, I think it's going to be interesting to look at those earlier rounds to see. Some people got into the top board with like one big score and a couple of supporting scores, and some people were very consistent all the way through. So it's going to be interesting to see the sort of, were those actually sort of conscious approaches, or were those sort of just the way things happened to work out, and people were, happened to get to the top board by that because of the way the preliminary games happened to turn out. I don't know whether people try for that sort of one solo and then nothing else matters as long as I do reasonably otherwise, or whether people would try to be consistent and like I'll just top all 4 boards and then I'll be good. I'll make the top board. So yeah, it's going to be interesting to see the different approaches and how people got there, basically.
Absolutely, and the preliminary games truly were wild and delivered the entertainment value just as we like to see. So before we get to those, let's pull up the little preview of the players who were in this tournament. We had 34 players play at least one game in this event, and you're looking on the screen now at the top 10 by DB&I rankings going into the event. A little background on the VWDC Summer Classic. Last year's champion is Saren Kwok. She had an incredible season all of last year, and this tournament was one of the many feathers in her cap, kind of one of those tournaments where I think people had to start acknowledging, and they should have known already, but if they didn't, they knew after the Summer Classic that Saren was one of those forces in the hobby to be reckoned with. And that's the type of thing that a top board victory in particular can do for you, more so than winning a tournament without a top board, just because there's that much more attention on your victory. So 34 players. This tournament uses the World Classic scoring system, which is effectively a board top system. You're going to get 48 points for topping the board and 10 points for every supply center, plus some small, a pittance of points for every year you survive and whatnot. But essentially what you look for is board tops and centers. A board top is worth just under 5 centers. Looking at this list, Karthik Conniff, Loic Borgia, Jackson Roberts, Jason Massman, Katie Gray, and on down. I'm going to start with you, Chris. What names were you looking at in these preliminary rounds as being some that you'd expect to make a splash?
Honestly, looking at this, having played having run Cascadia fairly recently, Jackson Roberts is a guy. He's a younger guy. He's very very charismatic, very approachable, very smart. Knows the game. He's going to go a long way. He's still young, but he plays extremely well already, and I'm really looking forward to seeing how he gets on, both in this tournament and in the future. Other than that, Katie has her very own style, very recognizable style. It'll be interesting to see how that works out for her. And Jason, you could say the same thing about, not the same style by any means, but definitely has his own style, and be interesting to see how he does.
All right, Ed, I think you've probably played with most of the players on this list. who do you want to spotlight here? Let me just not stifle you too much. Just pick a couple names, and what do you want to talk about with these?
Okay, I'm going to go. First of all, Liam is the tournament director, so ineligible to advance. But as someone who does study how players are playing, Liam commonly, I've glossed him with the Delta variant nickname, but he's changed up his game significantly in the past 6 or 7 months. He's much more careful than he used to be. He's picking his spots. I'd be curious to see how he does as a sub, but he would definitely be in the mix for the top board here. Karthik, of course, is on a tear. Mr. Borja, I played 7 hours with at one point and found him to be a very frustrating but friendly Frenchman. It was fantastic. I love accents. I agree with what Chris said about Jackson. It's fantastic that he took some time off because, education, but now he's understood that diplomacy is the best education you can get. I actually am in the category that Jason Massenbaum is underrated significantly. He won DBNI, yet where's the respect? He deserves it. He does great. He's on a tear. And Katie and Farron, I'll say this about them. They are the calm in the port during a storm. One reason for their success is they're really unflappable. Compare that to other people, compared to Jason even, who gets frustrated. It's fantastic to watch, to be in the room with them when the chips are down and they're calm. Saren, of course, is probably the best player playing right now. And Wardy, I don't know how he made the list, but I love him, and he's my podcast partner, so I can say
Wardy taking screenshots of this list, no doubt, and we appreciate him. You'll see Wardy on the broadcast. Christopher Ward and Robert Schupa serving as sideline reporters for the championship board. They're hard at work right now. We actually asked Ward 3 weeks ago if he'd do the top board, just because we knew he was the only one we were sure wouldn't be on it. So I appreciate the insight, gentlemen. And without further ado, let's stop messing around and let's start taking a look at these 13 preliminary games that took place last weekend. Everybody take one last look at Ed Sullivan's beautiful face, say goodbye, and blow a kiss to Chris Brand, because I'm going to start with round 1, board 1, which will be coming onto the screen at any moment. It could really be any time. Here it is. Round 1, board A, sunshine. And I'm going to go ahead and say that the theme for these board names was weather. Austria, Matthew Tottenji out of Portland. England, Wesley Esco, an unknown name to me. If somebody in the chat is familiar, go ahead and drop that information in there. France, Jason Bennett, been playing more and more virtual over the past several months. Germany, Tommy Anderson of Boston, needs no introduction. Italy, Karthik Coneth in the Bay Area. Russia, it is Farron Jane in Austin, Texas. And Turkey is Russ Dennis, editor-in-chief of the Briefing newsletter, which certainly hits your inbox every single Friday afternoon. Let's get right into the moves, because when you see a lineup like this, you get excited and you can't wait to take a look at the black arrows. So spring of 01 for round 1, board A, sunshine. This is one where your eye goes straight to Venda Trieste, and the lack of follow-up to Rome, you're going to think this is likely agreed upon by AI in some capacity, but only the fall will tell. Everything else pretty standard with a bounce in the black and the English Channel empty. So let's flip it on over to the fall of 01. Or the end of the game. Don't look. I could talk more about spring of 01. Munich to Ruhr, very standard move. Kiel to Denmark, one of the best moves in the game. I would definitely try Kiel to Denmark. And just while we're waiting to flip over to fall of 01, St. Petersburg goes to Gulf of Bothnia. That's what you want to see. Some people go to Finland. Don't do that. Con to Bull, that's pretty much automatic. You like to see that out of Russ Dennis. He's been doing his homework. Here's the fall. And it is an Austria-Italy collaboration. That fleet in Ionian is going to be in Aegean. Trieste is going to hold. But what's interesting here is what Russ Dennis decides to do in going into the Black Sea and taking a crack at Romania. So he sees the likely AI collaboration, and he's still going to go and bounce Russia out of Romania. Russia also gets bounced out of Sweden and has an English fleet in Barents. So it's a terrible start for Farron-Jane. Just looks like a lot of kind of EG collaboration. You know, you don't know what's going to be happening in the West, but when you see that fleet go up to Barents, you think England and Germany have made some sort of deal around Russian centers. Heading then into the winter, a 3-build France will make them a tough to dig out if this is indeed an EG. We can just move right on into the spring. And what I want to point out here is that the West is a ton of red arrows. In fact, almost every German arrow is red. And you see England and Germany very clearly working together. But you see a non-committal France, right? This is a France that's keeping all the options open and keeping an offer on the table for both England and Germany. So we're going to see if that flexibility pays off in the long run. In the meantime, we see that Russ took that gamble on striking against Russia. That's not working out because the AI is sticking together. Bulgaria gets popped, and both Turkey and Russia are just in a world of hurt right now. It just feels like the East is heading to kind of coalesce before the West. We can move into the fall now of 1902, where France commits. France is going to go into that Irish, into the Irish Sea, south bounce over Burgundy, so a clear olive branch to Germany. And Tommy Anderson in Germany is going to take that. He's picking up Sweden. He now has excellent position alongside France against England. And so a very nice kind of standoff where the West didn't show their cards. Now the cards are down, fall of 02, and it's FG. A and I stay strong together. And what we're going to find out over the next year is, are they going to let Russia, are they going to let Farron-Jane be a part of this? Because she's going to build, well, she's not going to build. She lost St. Petersburg. She gets into Romania. They're using her for now because it's convenient against Turkey. But it's always tenuous being the Russia in that AIR. Am I really a part of this, or am I just along for the ride? Let's go into the winter now and see that that Wesley's holding on for dear life with that army build. That's going to give him some flexibility to defend the island. Everything else, as you'd expect, although the Italian army shows a little mistrust in Austria, or at least just hedging bets there. Spring of 1903, we have a standoff in the south. Look at all these support holds. Nothing is moving. Nobody's doing anything except for Karthik. So everybody's staring at each other, and Karthik jumps, moving into Albania, moving into Trieste, taking a shot at Greece that doesn't work. That's a really awkward position to find yourself in when you make the move and nobody else does, and your move doesn't work. Meanwhile, surprise, surprise, Tommy Anderson has changed sides. He's in Burgundy. He's setting up himself on Belgium. He's pulled the fleets away from England. What else is new? Tommy Anderson has changed alliances. Fall of War 4. Tommy Anderson changes alliances. Burgundy back to Munich. He's going to cut maybe a deal with England around Norway, or he's just taking dots wherever he can get them. Both would be on par with his reputation. And now kind of Russ, who looked dead to rights a year ago, benefiting from Karthik's early jump, getting support into Romania, but there's just nothing in the east, or I'm sorry, nothing in the south that shows progress. How is this going to end? It doesn't seem like there can be any conclusion. The West is way ahead in terms of cleaning up their side of the board. We can go to the winter now, where we see England almost gone and standard builds everywhere around the board. Into the spring, we're going to see spring of 04, good play in the south of the board. They are going to come together a little bit and clean up their side here, with now Russia getting into Romania and a little renewed focus on digging Turkey out, because you don't want Turkey behind you when a West is jumping across the line, which they are in Piedmont and Tyrolia here. So the West ahead, but you see an East that is recognizing the threat, and trying to make moves to stop it. But is it too late as we head into the fall? And we see more of the same. FG running across the line. A little weird miscommunication in Venice there. But the convoy into Smyrna for Italy shows that that this AIR is still on. It's still working. And it has to be, because when you have that fleet in West and all these Western armies in your side of the board, it has to be on. Let's move into the winter now. Take a look at the builds. We wave goodbye to Wesley, our first casualty of war. And we have 2 fleet builds in the Med, one for France, one for Italy. As we hop into the year 1905, it's going to be a tactics battle. It's FG versus AIR. Everybody knows their role. Everybody's lining up, and you just can't really break on either side right now. It's a game of chicken. We can move right into the fall. More movement. Rus just about eliminated. Germany gets a Russian center, but besides that, everybody is collaborating perfectly. There's no real intrigue or lies or changes of pace, despite Tommy Anderson being on the board. So we can move into the winter now, and a couple pulls in the Turkish homelands, armies in the center of the board. Into the spring, what we're going to see in the entire year of 1906 is kind of what you see in mid games, where you have 2 strong alliances. It's a little bit of consolidation and a little bit of dot trading. So Russia is no longer allowed to be a part of this. Thank you for your service and helping the East hold out the West. But Matthew's going to move into Romania, and he's probably going to take the rest of your centers as well, as all the other pieces on the board are fighting for a stalemate line position, essentially. There's not much movement to be done there. Into the fall of 06, Matthew continues grabbing a little better position against Russia. He's going to take Trieste. Now, the question is, was that agreed between Matthew and Kartik? That will have huge implications for this game. Into the winter, what's he going to do with these 2 builds, 2 armies? Of course, you couldn't do anything else. And you see that Kartik has to pull a fleet from Tyrrhenian, which suggests, was that agreed? It's hard to imagine that it was, based on that pull and the fact that it was an important piece to the line that they were setting. Spring of 07. Definitely not agreed, right? Trieste going into Venice, Ionian not helping Tunis to hold, and Kartik seems to sniff it out as he goes into Ionian. So chaos in the East, which they really could not afford against a strong FG. This is huge for Tommy and Jason. If they can continue kind of fanning this flame of disagreeableness in the East, they can really run this board. The question is, will they do that, or will the East kiss and make up? Into the fall, we see that Matthew Tatanchi moved a bit early, maybe flew too close to the sun on that stab of Kartik, because now Kartik's going to say, fine, if I'm not going to have Venice, you sure as heck are not going to have Venice. I'm going to support Jason into Venice, and now you've got a French units all in Italian centers. Bad news for the East. We head into the winter, and it's how far are France and Germany willing to press this? Can they stay aligned? Can they come to an agreement, as it's currently 11-10 on the scoreboard? Can they come into agreement for how to end this game? Into the spring, yes, they can come into agreement. And Tommy Anderson looks at the position, says, there's really no more dots for me to take. I can't catch you. Good game, Jason Bennett. And congrats to Jason on an excellent board top as France. It's alliance play in the West defeating chaos in the East, as often happens. Good alliances will beat out chaos. That is round 1, board A. And I hope you're not sick of my voice, because we're going to move right into round 1, board B. And this is board flip-flop. The classic board flip-flop featuring Austria Josh Hennessy from Perth, Australia. In England, we have Christian Brown from Illinois. France, Jonathan Clowater. Germany, Johnny Gillam. Italy, Peter Cook. Russia, Alexander Marcondes. And Turkey is Katie Gray from playing out of Albuquerque, New Mexico, anytime you see a game with all those dashed lines under the location, you know it's going to be a unique game because it means it's players that we haven't seen a lot of. So you're going to get out of kind of the traditional kind of metas, the traditional patterns that you see. Definitely excited to see how this plays out on round 1, board B. Let's not waste any time. Let's get right to it. First thing that stands right out is the channel is occupied. There's bounces in black, bounces in gal, but Jonathan Clowater has jumped immediately into the English channel, either out of mistrust or aggression. That's a big gambit. We're going to see how it pays off for him. In the fall, we have the follow-up of supporting Johnny Gillam's Danish fleet into the North Sea. So that's a sea line opening. The worst thing you can see if you're Christian Brown, now having to retreat out of North Sea in 1901. He'll get a build, but just huge trouble, especially if Alexander in Russia is going to play this game. And we see another Turkish army moving to Romania in the fall of 01, but this time getting in from Katie Gray. Not a great position. You'd rather have an army in Bull and an army in Rum between you and Russia, but Katie taking advantage of just a non-standard opening, and we'll see if she can finesse a kind of non-standard position here. Into the winter, we have the expected builds, all fleets in the west, and just exactly what you always see in the east. In the spring of 02, now this is a game-changing decision from Christian Brown to say, I'm going to defend against France, and I'm going to let Germany come right into the island. He waves Johnny into Edinburgh, Johnny in tremendous position. Meanwhile, in the east, it is friendliness between Austria and Turkey. So how is this alliance structure going to play out? Right now, it looks like Austria and Turkey. And if you're the other two over there, you got to start thinking about how you're going to fit in. Let's go to the fall and see how they do fit in. What we see is Italy trying to kind of make that case to attack Turkey. He doesn't really have buy-in from Austria or Russia, but if you just make the moves, maybe somebody will go along with it. Meanwhile, the West is just moving at the speed of light here between with his lightning fast FG. If it goes at this pace, the East is going to have to change something up, have to do some sort of triple because it's unsustainable. We head into the winter of 1902 and see two fleets for France. Two fleets for France going to head into, are they going to go to the Med or are they going to push against Germany? Let's see in the spring, which direction do they go? Well, they stay in north. So if you're Germany, you wonder if you might be the next target. Germany, for his part, is Johnny Gillam is going to move his pieces in position to take Scandinavia. And the AT stays strong. Can they dispatch Italy and Russia quick enough to keep up with this FG? It's not going to be easy because Venice is not holdable for Austria. Fall of 1903, we see that, in fact, yes, Austria, Josh, has lost Venice and also Vienna. So a disaster for Austria. Not terrible for Katie Gray because she continues to move out of the box and sitting in that corner, has all the time in the world. But if you're any of Austria, Italy, Russia, you can't love where you're at right now with these French fleets now committing to the Med and France and Germany showing absolutely no friction cleaning up their side of the board. Into the winter, we're going to see another fleet build from France, presumably headed south. Spring of 04, it turns into a race to the line. Now the East is going to react. It's Austria, it's Turkey, it's Italy, and it's Russia all working together. The AT could not go fast enough to finish off their side of the board, so you just have to do it like this. And Germany convoying, getting everything onto the line. Livonia, Prussia, Silesia. This is a game that could lock up quickly if nothing changes. Fall of 04, will something change? And in the fall of 04, we see a little bit of dot trading in the East, which is the problem with trying to coordinate between four powers, is you have to swap dots and do all this goofy stuff instead of just playing the tactics. So you have an FG that's much more balanced in how they're moving. We can move right into the winter here and see an army build from France, maybe just setting up a convoy or maybe just sending a message to Germany that you're not going to break in here even if you think about stabbing. Spring of 05, we see a huge reversal in the West, and this is from both parties. Jonathan pulls back to MAO, maybe sniffing this out from Johnny, because Johnny's going to convoy into Belgium and line up his armies and send his fleets back west. This is an unambiguous stab, and that frees up Katie Gray as Turkey now to hold all the cards. I mean, she can do whatever she wants now in the corner with everybody in the east at the line, and now no more threat in the west. In the fall, what's she going to do with it? The answer is she's going to stay tight with Austria and Italy to an extent. So we'll go for Russia's dots, but we're not going to go throwing knives around just yet. It's tactical battle in the West. Germany with a huge advantage chooses to leave Norway, Russia. It's a long-term strategic play here for position instead. We'll see how that works. Into the winter, we're going to see that France has to pull an army. Germany puts one down, but it's hard to see Germany really beating up France quickly here. So again, we see Katie Gray and Turkey holding the cards. Into the spring of 1906, the East continuing to work well together. AIT, all friendly, all going to push on the line and take advantage of this infighting in the West. Some nice tactical victories for Johnny around getting into Gascony and Pick, but in position to lose some centers and just an awkward spot in the seas up north. We can head into the fall now and see that Italy and Austria still working together. They'll swap Tunis for Trieste. Germany, Johnny Gillam gets into Paris, which is crucial, absolutely needed it. Gets into Liverpool, absolutely needed it, but still not a strong position. Just a lot of pesky French fleets that he can't afford to have behind his line if he's going to hold on to this slim lead. So we go into the winter now, and we see fleet army for Germany. Is that enough? Is that how you can balance threats on both sides of the line? It's a two-front war. Spring of 07. Now it's the cleanup crew coming in. All right, finally we've got the position. We can start taking the rest of Russia's centers. Germany and Italy is willing to help in cleaning up France. So now the edge members of the board are going to get cleaned up. And what you see usually when you have smaller powers being eliminated, usually players are starting to talk about draw. You know, what are the numbers going to be on this draw? How many centers for everybody? Who are we going to let top? Will we agree to some sort of split? So what will they agree to here now that they're cleaning up the smaller powers? Into the fall, we see an Austrian fleet in mid-Atlantic, which is delicious and leaves a lot of room for that East to keep pushing if they stay together and if they decide maybe we're going to do some sort of three-way situation. You know, more cleaning up for Johnny. He's going to keep growing, but probably not fast enough. Winter of 07, another build for Katie. Johnny still holding, a significant lead on the board, 11 to 666, but an absolutely unsustainable position. Now, these gains end after 1910, so can Johnny hold this through 1910? Can he just scratch and claw to keep the top? Let's look at the spring moves. And in the spring, we see Austria and Italy pushing further. They are not done yet. But Katie into Ionian maybe starting to get antsy behind the line. Does she say now in spring 1908, is this the time that I have to start taking centers? We'll push now into the fall. And the answer is no. She's going to keep the alliance play going. If you're going to catch Johnny Gillam, you have to keep the alliance together. So that's the decision she makes. And to an extent, it works. Johnny's getting pushed backwards here. He can't hold his spot, but now it's only 2 years for anybody to make a move. So we'll look into the winter. Fall, we got a fleet in Smyrna, a couple armies being destroyed in the north. We'll go to the spring. Does anything change here? Nothing changes. It's a draw. Johnny Gillam with 9 centers and an absolutely unsustainable position talks his way into a draw. And I think what it comes down to is you have this three-way alliance in the East, and nobody had a good move. Nobody had a good move to put themselves on top. So I guess we give Johnny the top. Very well done, very well balanced. He took a huge risk stabbing Jonathan, and he came out on top. Credit to Johnny Gillam. So that is it for round one. of the Virtual World Diplomacy Community Summer Classic. We'll head now into round 2. We're not done yet. It's round 2, board 1, featuring Evan Bolaris from Connecticut, Johnny Gillum, who you just saw, Adina Lieblich out of Australia, another Aussie player in this tournament, Farron Jane back again, Baron of Kirkholm in Italy, Matt Lynch making a return to Virtual Diplomacy, playing out of Dublin, a name that was a frequent player about a year ago and has played less frequently over the past several months. Tessa Marine out of Arizona in Turkey. She made her live diplomacy debut at Whipping and has been playing frequently ever since. Let's get right into the moves because this is an exciting spring of 01. We have broken DMZs everywhere you look. The Channel is occupied. Galicia is occupied. Black Sea is occupied. This is not a board full of Care Bears. Let's go into fall of 01 because it gets better. Convoy to London for Adina. England gets bounced out of Norway and Holland. So what you're going to see is incredibly rare in England that is pulling a unit after 1901 down to 2 already. That is a swift demise. And yet again, this is the 3rd straight game we've seen Austria and Turkey making a play on Romania rather than ceding it to Russia. This is a trend now. So Austria vacating Serbia, taking Greece and Rum, and giving Italy Trieste. Another kind of strange Austria-Italy-Turkish dance. Which two are going to come out of this? Into the winter, to see more or less what you would expect here. The alliance structure is clear. It's AIT and it's FG. So in the spring of 02, what we're going to have is these players kind of racing. It's a fast-paced game. Which side of the board can clean up their spear quickest? Italy's already moving west. Austria and Turkey are advancing and pushing hard on Russia. France and Germany pushing hard on Italy. Who can win their side of the board quickest and get across the line? We move into the fall. And Austria and Italy bust out with these moves here. We decide, you know what? We don't need Tessa. We don't need Turkey. We can win this race, just the two of us, and be all the better for it. So Bulgaria falls, Sev falls to Austria. A really nice pace play by Austria and Italy as France and Germany continue cleaning up England. France gets into Liverpool and claim the rest of those neutrals. Russia's kind of be the balanced player here between the two sides. Let's get into the winter here. And we see, a couple fleets in the north, presumably just because Marseille is covered, you assume those French fleets are heading south. I don't see any deal being made there. A fleet in Naples as well. Into the spring of 1903, this is going to be the kind of turning point of this game. If you look at where the arrows are going, Farron Jane in Germany is moving wherever she wants, unopposed, and everybody is working with her. She's going to get the North Sea. She's going to get Vienna in 1903. Those Russian fleets reposition in a way that are friendly, more or less, to Farron Jane. And in the east, Austria and Italy working together, but what a disaster that German army is in Vienna. Into the fall, can they do anything about it? Well, Austria does something about it, and that's dot Italy for Trieste. So now this went from AIT to AI to just A in the east. He's going to take Evan is going to take Trieste and go it alone and see if he can punch his way to a commanding position. Meanwhile, Edinburgh goes to Germany. France and Germany seem to be working just fine with France. So are they thinking about crossing the stalemate line right now with an Italian that has to pull back? We'll see what the winter holds. And the winter sees that Austria will be playing one short, didn't have all the centers to build on. France and England pull off of the island into the spring of 1904. Spring of 1904, we have a kind of a fragile peace emerge in the east. Austria realizing that Farron in Vienna is not great for their prospects. So a bounce in Ionian and a withdrawal from Turkish centers sees at least an attempt at collaboration here, while Russia decides, yes, I will move against Farron. So finally some opposition for Farron. But a very tense board with no clear favorite at this point in spring of 04. We go into the fall. And again, the momentum kind of slows. Now all the arrows are going towards the middle of the map. So if you don't see a stab, this game is going to freeze up very quickly. We'll go into the winter. The winter sees Tessa put down a fleet. She's got a new lease on life. Austria is still going to play short as we go into the spring. And Farron Jane, who had everything go right just a couple of years ago, now has a disaster in the center of the board, losing Tyrolia and Bohemia to Pops. That's terrible for her position, and just devastating. Even though she's going to build off of Russian centers, that is brutal for Farron Jane. Going into the fall now of 05, you see trust issues a little bit in the east with a bounce over Trieste and a bounce over in the Balkans between Austria and Turkey. They had this moment to really crush Farron, but they didn't quite trust each other, though they are lined up now on the German home centers. We'll move into the winter of 1905 and see that Farron gets this opportunity to build two armies. That's huge because she's going to need them in the spring to push back the east. The east, at least Austria, yet again, pulling back. Now Austria deciding we need to cut Turkey out, going to go back to Galicia. This is great for Farron Jane. It's great for Adina, who's going to get into the Mediterranean. More chaos, allowing the West to establish a position. We can go into the fall now of 1906. Italy into Trieste. Is it a gift, or is Italy dotting Austria here? Hard to imagine that Italy can dot Austria from this position, but you just never know. So Italy is going to take that build and maybe use it to really shore up a line in the Mediterranean and force France to go back the other way. We'll look at the winter and see that it is a fleet roam. Not very threatening to Austria. Farron's going to play too short because all of her home centers are filled. And she's, again, on the front foot, huge lead and no enemies, back where she was about 3 years ago. Can anybody gather a coalition to stop Farron Jane? We head into 1907, and it was agreed between Austria and Italy. You see they're clearly working together here. They're trying to dig out Turkey. This is AI really locking in their alliance. We can scroll over into the fall. It's positioning. We're going to the line. Still, what's going to change? What's going to knock back Farron? You think only a stab really could knock back Farron as we go into the winter now of 1907 and see she finally gets to put down one of those units that she's been playing down. Will that fleet breast become a problem? Spring of 08? Nope, it's a friendly fleet breast. And so this becomes now, with Austria consolidating and taking Turkish centers, a race. Who can get the most centers? Farron has a huge lead, but can she hold it? Because Austria has a lot of centers available in the southeast corner. Fall of 1908. Austria is going to get some of those centers. Sev, Khan, Smyrna. Huge turn for Austria. Will it be enough as Germany's now getting into Warsaw? We look at the winter. And it's 10-9-9 between Germany, France, and Austria. So now a very tight game, and you start thinking they're probably negotiating draw votes at this point as we head into the spring of 1909. And we see red arrows going to the southeast. Austria is going to take Bulgaria back, even if it means giving Farron Moscow. And that could be what gives Farron the win here as we go into the fall of 09. Farron now into Ukraine, pouring over the line. This is an unbeatable position, and look at that. These games go through 1910. Farron says, yes, I'm willing to dot my ally in 1910 to secure a board stop, lines up on France. And we're going to see in the next year if Austria can respond to that. Here's the winter. We can go right past it into the spring. Austria is going to play that same game, maybe even with Italy's blessing, with Italy moving out of Greece here. Austria goes to Greece, to Trieste, to Venice, going to try to win this race, but will it be enough with all those centers that Germany's lined up on in the West? We look at the fall. Germany gets just everything, and let's look at the final center count here instead of counting. It is 14 for Farron, 12 for Evans. So this is that big top that really propels Farron Jane to the top board. She won the race. She had everybody eating out of her hand throughout the entire game. and just didn't have any enemies. So that's how you win a diplomacy game, is don't have any enemies. Well, that is game 1 of round 2. We've got one more game in round 2 that we will head to now. Before I bounce out and hand it over to one of my other analysts. So we'll turn to round 2, board 2. Coming onto the screen, we have back again Christopher Ward. In Austria, I have Russ Dennis playing England, and everybody's favorite Tommy Anderson in France. Maybe not everybody's favorite, but at least mine. Germany is Yelt Kuiper. We didn't do the pronunciation guide before this broadcast. Italy is Jackson Roberts. Russia, Isaac Silbert, a newer player from Perth, who is making his virtual tournament debut, I believe, at this event. And Turkey is Robert Schupa from Dresden, Germany. Let's jump again right into these moves. This is the opposite of what we saw last game. Last game, every contested space was occupied. In this case, we have DMZs or bounces in Gal, Black, English Channel. Nothing much to speak of in spring of 1901. So we'll move straight into the fall, where for the 4th time, every game so far in this tournament, either Turkey or Austria has moved to Romania. Not a single Russia has ended 1901 in Romania. So more just unorthodox Eastern play and maybe a new meta developing, as it looks to be an EF in the West. We'll move into the winter now and see more very EF builds. So how is the East going to respond to that? There's no clear alliance. AT are flirting, but there's always Italy there now with 2 builds. Very much the same structure we've seen in every game. Into the spring of 02, what we see here is a reaction, I think, to the EF on the other side of the board. AIR forms, and now it's going to be AIR versus EF, and this is a fast EF positioning on Italy and Russia already. But have they paid enough attention to German centers? You need to take those too. We head into the fall of 1902. More of the same, EF in the West, AIR in the East. You know this. You've seen these moves a million times. We can just jump straight to the winter and into the spring even, where a major kind of a turn here is that Austria and Turkey are working together here. So Romania falls to Austria. EF has a little slowdown in Germany. They didn't dedicate a lot of units to those German centers, and that makes it tough to clean up your side of the board. So AIT still friendly. Robert Schupa is scratching and clawing to stay relevant here. In the fall, we have a major turning point in that, look at what happened around Sev. That is a misorder from Robert Schupa. He messed up the convoy that would have worked into Sevastopol. This is where he needed to get that build. He needed to get out of the box, and a misorder costs him really any hope he had in this game, unless something drastic changes, as EF finally gets some progress digging out the Low Countries in Belgium and Holland. We'll move into the winter now. Turkey noticeably doesn't build. Austria will play short, and everybody's building to jump to the line. So in the spring of 1904, will we see people jump to the line? We really see both sides of the board kind of cleaning up, but not quickly. Nothing happening around Germany, nothing really moving. It looks like Russia's going to be the mark in the East, but that's going to take a while. So into the fall, can anybody make some progress? Well, Sev falls. That's a good start. England and France get a little bit of positioning, but no centers over Germany. We'll head into the winter now as France puts down another 2 fleets, presumably heading to the Med. Spring of 1905. And look at Russ Dennis here in England. Maybe didn't like those 2 fleet builds. Maybe didn't know they were coming because all those arrows go west. Says maybe actually I'll go stab Tommy Anderson. And Tommy Anderson maybe realized it was coming because he pulls back as well. And we're going to see Austria moving those armies in a way that could attack Turkey or Russia. So what's Austria thinking here? What's Ward going to do? My vote is he probably attacks everybody. Fall of 1905. We see that Tommy is absolutely devastated by the new EG coordination. He has no position. He's bleeding centers. A quick demise for Tommy Anderson, and the AT is going to hold together And Italy is going to be a part of that for now, at the very least. Into the winter of 1905, we get Austria putting down that army that had been sitting. We get a couple builds now for Rus. He's really starting to bust out. And Yeltsin, Germany, with a new lease on life, putting down an army in Munich. Into the spring of 1906, this really turns into England and Germany versus AI, a 2-on-2 battle to clean up their side of the board. We can even move to the fall now, where suddenly it's not EG versus AI, because we get a Christopher Ward stab for Greece, for Trieste, and he's going to grab Moscow to boot. He can only place 2 of them, but Christopher Ward trying to make himself the player to beat on this board. Will it work for him? We'll go into the winter of 1906. He'll put down both those armies, and you can see in the West, Rus is really starting to secure an unbeatable position. That'll have to be addressed soon if there's going to stop him. Into the spring of 1907, we see some mistrust between England and Germany here bouncing in north. There should be, frankly, some mistrust. And we see Christopher doubling down on his attack against Italy, but now working with Schupa. The 2 that are sideline reporting today were lying last week in the spring of 1907. We'll turn the page to the fall and see if they keep it up. Well, do they keep it up? Germany, Turkey's going to go into Moscow. Turkey's going to get into Ionian. Maybe that was agreed. In the meantime, Italy is joining Tommy in the grave, it looks like, based on what's going on in Iberia. We'll head into the winter as this is starting to coalesce into 2 alliances in the east of the west now. We can even page forward into the spring of 08, where the AT really starts pushing now, getting to the line quicker than EG could do that, because they have just a little more trust, whether that's well-placed or not. They're also going to convoy under the boot. So into the fall, can they keep up the pace now? Now that is a stab. That is definitely not agreed from Turkey. Into Romania, into Warsaw. We also see Tommy maybe giving up Portugal voluntarily, maybe thought there was going to be a bounce in MAO. But in any case, the witches, England and Turkey, very much trying to collect some dots here as they realize the end of the game is near. We'll see what the builds are here in the winter. 3 for Turkey, 2 for England. It's a battle between Rus and Robert into the spring. Who can win this battle? Who has the right relationships to make this happen in 1909? It's just a scramble for dots, right? Rus is taking whatever he can get. Schupa is fighting with everybody, trying to hold what he has, but it doesn't look like he has the position. And something clever that Rus does as we page into the fall, he's going to support Ward into Moscow. He doesn't need Moscow. He's got plenty of dots on his side of the board. He just needs to take them away from Robert, and that's exactly what he does by propping up Ward here. Very smart play by Russ Dennis. That's one of the reasons he's the best in the world at England. A lot of people are saying that. We'll head into the winter before the last year, and Russ puts down 2 units. Can he be caught? He's 4 up. He probably cannot be caught. So we'll go to the spring. And just how many is Russ going to get here? Positioning into Prussia, getting Marseille easily into the fall. How many cookies can Russ gobble up? Not as many as you might have hoped. Germany defends well. So as we look now at the final score, this game is timed out. It's Russ easily 12-7-6, and that's one of those big scores that serves as a foundation to getting you onto the top board. So big congratulations to Russ Dennis for an excellent board top here. He is the best in the world at England, despite his many denials. So that's the end of round 2, and now I'm going to bring back my fellow analysts, Chris Brand and Ed Sullivan. Good afternoon, gentlemen. I missed you too. I was lonely here in rounds 1 and 2. I'm glad to have you back. One of you is about to be lonely. I believe it's going to be Chris for rounds 3 and 4. Yep. But first, I'll let you get your vocal warm-ups in. What did you think about the first 2 rounds? Is there anything that you were burning to talk about from those first 4 games?
There was a neutral Serbia after 1902, which you certainly don't see very often. I don't know whether I've seen it before or not. That's pretty rare. Serbia is usually one of the first neutrals to go. To have it still neutral after 2 years is pretty impressive.
You're starting to see the seeds of why people are making the top board. I thought it was an utterly dominant performance by Farron as Germany. That was a fantastic game, mostly because she knew when she was overextended in the East, and then went after French centers against Adina. And this game by Russ here, fantastic.
It was interesting to see the difference between Russ and Robert here, where they both knew what they needed to do. They both tried the stab to take that top at the right time, but Russ basically had the position and Robert didn't, and so Russ could hold it and Robert couldn't.
Russ such a natural at just getting his pieces where they need to be and being ahead with the onboard tactics. That's why we see him on top of a lot of tournaments and hanging around a lot of top boards. So we'll page into round 3 now, and I will say goodbye to myself, and I'll say goodbye to Ed Sullivan and turn it over to Tournament Director of Cascadia, Chris Brown.
Okay, I'm going to get straight onto it then. So round 3, board 1, called Suntan. I think the theme is summer for these things, so we've got various summer names for the games. So one of the interesting things here, we've got the tournament director, Liam, playing Austria. So he's going to be playing this game, but ultimately what he gets doesn't matter. So it'll be interesting to see whether that is a factor or not. Aslan, I don't know. Katie Gray in France. Russ Dennis in Germany. We just saw Russ dominate as England. Can he do it as well as Germany? Jason Massbaum as Italy. Baron of Kirkholm as Russia. And Jackson Roberts as Turkey. So this is a board with a lot of very strong players on it. So it's going to be a fun one for sure. So with no further ado, here we go. If it'll come up. There we go. Okay, spring 1901. We see Russia opening to the north, Moscow up to St. Petersburg, neutral Galicia, neutral English Channel. France supporting into Burgundy is not very exciting. Venice to Trieste, quite possibly agreed upon. So mostly the interest, I think, is Russia opening north here. In the fall, St. Petersburg goes to Finland, doesn't contest Norway. So England actually manages to get Norway and also convoys to Belgium with France's support. We're going to see a lot of those English armies going into Belgium in some of these games that I'm looking at. The interesting one to me is if you look at the east, we've got Budapest supporting Trieste down to Serbia, and the army in Serbia going into Greece, while the Italian fleet goes into Aegean. So this is setting up for an attack on Turkey, but putting the army into Greece rather than the fleet seems to mean that that attack is not quite as strong as it could be. So it'd be interesting to know the theory there. We'll see whether it works, I guess, is the main thing. In the fall, mostly the builds you would expect. The army Smyrna is interesting. If Jackson's really worried about an AI coming after him, you would expect him to build a fleet there. Well, I guess an army is defensive. A fleet is more defensive. Sorry, a fleet is more offensive. Going to be interesting to see how that works out. So in spring of 2002, we see Russia, England, and France working together against Germany, and a second English army convoyed into Belgium. They not where an English army is going to die in this game. Interesting that the Germany held in Holland, but no, that's yes, Germany held in Holland, but could have supported Munich to Ruhr, which would have then bounced it. Generally, you want to avoid holds, but then maybe that was maybe the plan was not to leave Munich. The East, on the other hand, seems to be concentrating on killing Turkey. Bulgaria falls, not much that could be done about that. And notable that Austria supports Russia into Romania. So it looks like this is a three-way kill Turkey alliance, so far anyway. Moving into the fall, those French fleets, which weren't really doing anything so far, now decide that they're actually moving against England. Looks like Russ saw that coming, at least to some extent, because the Norwegian fleet goes up to North Atlantic. So that's going to make it a little harder for Katie to, sorry, not Russ, Aslan is in England. That's going to make it a little harder for Katie to take the English dots. she does manage to get into Belgium. So there is an English army dying in Belgium, as we would often see. Romania does not get to stay Russian, so the Baron gets kicked back out of that one. There's some obviously agreed dot trading between Italy and Austria. This is looking like a pretty solid AI at this point. And Tunis finally gets picked up. Russia's moves are interesting here. They take Denmark from Germany, but at the same time they support Germany to hold Munich. So not quite clear what the relationship there is between Russ and Baron. Very even at the end of Winter 02. 3 powers all on 6. Still anybody's game. Spring 03, that new Italian unit looks like that's a preparation for Italy going west. The moves to West, Tyrrhenian Sea and Piedmont. Looks like they're going to try and take advantage of Katie going north and see if they can pick up some of those Iberian dots. France gets the convoy into Wales. This is one of those turns when maybe you wish you hadn't succeeded in that. She can probably defend Iberia, but it would be easier with that army still back home. Looking very much like an EGR alliance in the north with Aslan, the odd one out there. Moving on to the 4. Italy gets up into the mid-Atlantic, which is always fun. You do want to get that fleet over the line if you can. Germany takes Belgium from France and also takes Denmark from Russia with the help of England. So the alliance structure in the West is not very clear at this point. It seems to be a lot of back and forth between France and England and Germany and Russia in the north. Russia coming out pretty well at this point, ending up on all of Scandinavia at the end of 03. And also notably pulling back from Silesia, so relieving some of the pressure on Germany there. Oh, sorry, Russia doesn't end up with Denmark. They're in Denmark now, but they're losing it to Germany. There's some weird stuff around the Black Sea here. Looks like some miscommunication there, where Romania is supporting the Black Sea up to Sevastopol, which would have worked, but the Black Sea just supported Romania to hold. France does get into Liverpool. Interesting that Liverpool moved out. So I suspect that was an attempt to bounce a move of mid-Atlantic, maybe. I guess Liverpool was lost anyway, so might as well try and bounce something from a move north from another fleet. So now, oops, hang on. Whereas before we had 3 powers all on 6, now we've got 4 powers all on 6. So this is an even more balanced game at this point. So moving on to spring of 04. This is mostly positioning. Interesting that Mid-Atlantic gets up into the English Channel. So that's a nice place to have your fleet if you're Italy. There's a lot of fleets up there, though, so not clear where it's going to go from there. Turkey starts to lose out. You can't really hold out for long when you're down to those 3 if the AI are continuing to push against you. Russia tries to fight back against the AI and doesn't succeed at all at this point. And yeah, around the North Sea, there's a whole lot of red arrows, not a lot of progress going on there. But you've got to not be very hopeful for England's chances of surviving for very long. In the fall, the French actually support the Italian fleet into Belgium, although it doesn't get in at this point. And the other Italian fleet goes into Spain, which presumably the French were not expecting that. Mid-Atlantic could have covered Spain, but instead just sat there. Italy sacrifices Bulgaria so that Austria can take Warsaw ultimately, because how did this work? Bulgaria could have... no, I can't remember what I was thinking when I wrote that. Okay, never mind. The retreat there is interesting, that Bulgaria retreats to Greece. You've got to wonder whether they talked about that in advance and Austria was okay with that, or whether Austria would have been happier to see that retreated off the board. So at the end of 04, Jason Masbaum in Italy has pulled ahead by up to 8 with his ally in Liam up to 7, and Russia has dropped back a little bit down to 5. Turkey does actually get to keep Bulf in the end of 04, but then loses it in the spring of 05, which was pretty inevitable. So looks like Jackson and Aslan are definitely on the way out. The AI seems to have solidified at this point. They keep rolling in the spring. The North Sea is interesting here. There's actually they get support to hold. Germany gets support to hold there, and then there's a supported attack from the English Channel, and also a supported attack from Denmark. So it's a very popular place to be, but no change. In fall of 05, Turkey finally disappears. Kind of looks like maybe they gave up at this point. Black could have covered Ankara, went for Con instead. Italy has now gets into Munich in addition to the 2 fleets that they've already got over the line, which they used to take Brest. So this is a really nice position for Italy at this point. They're all over those French dots. Even though they lose Spain, trading Spain for Brest is fine, and getting into Munich, Piedmont, Western Med, looks like there's a lot of dots in France for Italy to pick up. So at the end of 05, Italy's pulled out that lead a little bit more. They're up to 10 to their ally ally Austria is on 8. France still on 7, so still in this game and actually gets a build. Basically, Germany and England lost, and one of those dots ended up going to, I guess, the trade of Spain for Brest, and then I think they picked up, was it London maybe? So when we go into spring of 06, the question is, has Italy got this? Can anyone catch Italy? Is anyone going to try and fight Italy? Obviously, France is fighting Italy, but they probably can't do it by themselves. So looks like Con is going to be Italian, maybe. Smyrna moves to Con. You've got to assume that was agreed upon, which makes you wonder: is it moving out in the fall, or is Con just becoming Italian? If Austria is throwing dots to Italy, then there's no way anyone's going to catch them. In the fall, England gets back into Liverpool, so they're actually going to end up with a build here. This is now definitely consolidating into AI versus FGR. But France, Germany, and Russia, they're all viable, but they're definitely on the defensive here. Sevastopol falling to Austria. Those Italian fleets are now up in North Atlantic and Irish Sea. So, but it does lose Brest. So yes, English build in the winter. We've got an English fleet now in Liverpool. Aslan's going to be pleased for that. You would not really be. It's not common to be building in this kind of situation. And Russia ends up with a pull, which is going to be that fleet in Armenia, which wasn't going to do them any good anyway. So Russia now entirely a northern power. Spring 1907, we see that now that Turkey's dead, the AI can start to shift some of those units that they've dedicated down there and move those units to where they're going to be more useful. So you expect that Serbia to Trieste is probably moving on from there up to Tyrolia or something like that. The fleet from Constantinople can start to move west, although whether it's actually needed, I don't know. And Black Sea to Armenia is probably just going to park there. The Austrian army is going up through Germany. It's going to be problematic for Moscow. Fall of 07, England joins in with the Western powers, basically trying to hold off this AI. they don't try and retake London. I wonder why Norway didn't go to St. Petersburg in the spring here. If we go back to the spring, Norway did some joke move. You would think with Turkey dying, you would be expecting those Austrian armies to be coming north, in which case Norway to St. Petersburg could have held Moscow. As it is, instead, there's not enough support from Moscow. So Moscow has to retreat to St. Petersburg. So now should be able to hold St. Petersburg, but the south of Russia is all gone. So at the end of 07, Italy seems to have stalled. They've been on 10 for a little while. Austria's catching up a little bit, mostly at Russia's expense. In spring of 08, we see Italy sacrifices mid-Atlantic in order to take Marseille, which is probably a decent trade. The 2 fleets over the line is good, but we're getting into those final stages. Only we're in 08. We're only playing till 10, so picking up those dots is important at this point. Austria continuing to try and push up into Russia, but presumably knows they're not going to get any further there. And again, the center looks pretty well locked down. It doesn't look like they're going to be able to get into Kiel or Burgundy. It's particularly now that mid-Atlantic fleet has gone. So it's looking like this is the stalemate line's pretty much there. The question is whether they're going to play it on anymore. For 1908, there's a whole lot of support orders, not a lot of movement. You've got to think that this game is going to end soon. In the winter, we see that Italy pushed up to 11, pulling out slightly ahead at France's cost. That's that Marseille move. Building 2 because they had 1 popped, and then that's where they call it, which makes sense to me. It's pretty much a stalemate line game. The Western powers had managed to unite to stop the AI. So that's the first game of the 3. Well played, Jason. This was a very nicely played, pushing the fleets west at the right time, getting over that line and taking full advantage of it, and making use of the fact that Liam being tournament director, his score's not going to count, so he's just looking to have a fun game, and it doesn't matter to him what points he gets. So I wonder to what extent that factored in. But this was a very, very nice AI from pretty early on, even with that slightly unorthodox move of taking Greece with the army. Okay, moving on to the second game. This one is Beaches. We've got a mixture of people here. Nicola Taille, who you may know from DBN, playing Austria. Jonathan, I'm going to guess Clowater, I don't know. I don't know Eason. Jason Bennett, we saw earlier, is playing Germany. Robert Schuper, we also saw earlier. He didn't have a very good game in the earlier round. He's in Italy this time. Wesley Esco, we have also seen before, and Wardy in Turkey. So I'm going to go straight on to spring 1901. Honestly, nothing particularly exciting here. English is DMZ'd, bounces in Gal, bounce in Black. Fairly standard openings, to be honest. Burgundy DMZ is at least a little bit interesting. So I'm going to move straight on to Fall, where we see again that English army convoyed into Belgium, completely unopposed. Germany correctly decided to cover Munich because that Italian Tyrolia army tried for Munich. And France, for some reason, decided to cover Burgundy. I guess they were worried about a German move into Burgundy, or maybe they just decided they didn't want to contest Belgium. This could be the beginnings of an EF. So France, the winter is fun here. France apparently orders 3 builds, although they've only got 1. So Backstabber picks one of the three. I believe in face-to-face, the rule is you get the first one you write, or well, I guess it depends on what the tournament director said. But Backstabber decides that Brest is the one they get. So France gets an army and no fleets, which that's going to be a factor for sure. Germany builds armies, no fleet there. England builds a fleet in Liverpool. So either upset with France or just decided that France is the person to target. Somewhat prescient that France isn't going to have the fleets to defend themselves. Looking to the east, the eastern builds are much more what you would expect. Fleet Smyrna, Fleet Naples. We do see a Russian fleet in St. Petersburg. Russia, having picked up both Romania and Sweden, has two builds. So they put the fleet in the north coast, St. Petersburg, and army in Moscow. So England's got their work cut out here. They built to attack France, but then the Russian fleet in St. Petersburg might make them have a second thoughts about that. So Spring 02, England does decide to push the attack against France. They use the North Sea to support themselves into the Channel, meaning that they are guaranteed to lose Norway. Russia takes Norway from Sweden, which allows Germany into Sweden. So was that arranged? It seems certainly possible. France, for some reason, moves Burgundy to Gascony. I guess they were expecting... I don't know why you would move Burgundy to Gascony. If you're going to get dislodged, fine, then you can retreat to Gascony. But moving just seems to be unnecessary. It allows Germany to get in, even though Italy was nice enough to cut the support. So that's weakened the French position here. Russia in the south helps the AI against Turkey. So presumably hoping to pick up Ankara for themselves. We'll see whether that gets allowed. In the fall, Italy now moves that army to Tyrolia, which helped France in the spring. Now that moves to Piedmont, which seems much more anti-French. And at the same time, that new fleet is going up to Tyrrhenian. So looks like maybe Italy has changed their mind and decided that if France is going to die, I'd rather have a piece of that for myself rather than try and keep them alive. England retakes Norway, which is surprising because St. Petersburg could just have supported Norway. Then again, they also have German help. That German army in Sweden also supported the English back into Norway, and the fleet in Norway didn't retreat to St. Petersburg. They just took that off the board. In the winter, France builds that fleet now they wanted earlier. So now that France has got two fleets, they've got 5 units. They're basically like a year behind where they could have been, but they've got there now. So the question is whether they can hold off this apparently three-way attack against them. Moving on to Spring 03. Spring 03, we see the AI pushing in against Turkey. And yeah, Russia's still helping with that, right? The Black Sea must have helped with that. I can bring up the moves, but I can't remember how. So Germany starts to move against Russia as well. There's those armies moving up into Prussia and Berlin. And in the fall, we see Germany makes a try for Warsaw, but loses Munich to a combined AR attack, which was at least somewhat predictable. France actually helped with that by tapping Burgundy. It's unfortunate that Germany didn't move Holland to Ruhr in the spring to anticipate that might be the case. Romania changes hands. Presumably that was at least something that they expected could happen. I guess Rum to Sev may have been bounced by Turkey. That's happened before. I doubt that Russia was too upset by Budapest to Romania, but you never know. It's always possible that Austria and Turkey were talking about that, and Austria knew that the Rum to Save wasn't going to be bounced and took advantage of it. Italy is a little paranoid about Venice, but still pushes Tyrrhenian Sea to the west, and is picking up Constantinople. So I guess they were worried about a possible Austrian stab here, although it's, I don't know. I guess that comes out of the negotiations rather than the board position. Winter 03, England is up 2, while Germany is down 3 because of that loss of Munich and the problems in Scandinavia. They also lost Denmark to England in the fall there. Turkey also on the way out, pulling 1. Italy ending up with a build from Constantinople, and Austria also ending up with a build from Romania. Now, Russia ending up even, although they took Munich, they lost Romania. We're going to see whether, I guess the spring will tell us whether Russia is happy about that loss of Romania or not. So the answer to the question is Moscow comes down to Ukraine, or tries to come down to Ukraine, at the same time as Russia does continue to press the attack on Turkey with Italy's help. But we do also see the Austrian army Vienna moving up into Galicia. So this definitely looks like AIR is more or less cutting out Russia at this point. Austria is deciding that their next dot is going to be a Russian dot rather than a Turkish dot, or at least they probably don't mind Russia taking a Turkish dot, but they want to get the build out of it. In the west, we see lots of movement from England. Those English fleets all moving away from France, heading up towards the north, while the Russian fleet moves into Norway, but that doesn't look like they can hold it. And Germany desperately tries to recapture something. Unfortunately, doesn't cover Holland. Guess is wrong there, I guess. Presumably hoping that Denmark was going to move. Not sure. Fall of 04. This is the second time that a Russian fleet, Norway, has been dislodged and has retreated off the board. So seems to be the place that Russian fleets go to die in this game. Austria takes Munich from Russia. The Russian army moved up to Ruhr, so not clear whether that's arranged. It seems unlikely given what's going on elsewhere between Austria and Russia. That looks like it was. Not sure why the Russian moved out of Munich. Maybe they were. Yeah, I don't know why the Russians moved out of Munich. Austria also helps Turkey into Sevastopol, which is significant. So although Russia is going to pick up Ankara, that's going to be a trade for Sevastopol. And we also see that the Italian is put into Smyrna. So Turkey's on the last legs here. So in the fall, we see Turkey down to 1. A new Italian fleet, which presumably will go west. A new Austrian army in Vienna, which is a good sign if you're Italy. And an English army is presumably coming over to the continent, and Germany down another 1. Moving into spring of 05, this is basically more of the same. The AI moves in Turkey are interesting. This is the convoy of Bulgaria into Smyrna and the move of Smyrna to Constantinople. So this is positioning to take Armenia. The fleet in Smyrna can't help to take Ankara. Sorry, the fleet in Smyrna can't help take Ankara. You need the fleet in Constantinople. You need an army in Smyrna. So the way to get there is to convoy it over there. Russia retreats into Sevastopol, but unclear whether they're going to be able to keep it. They cover St. Petersburg for this turn, but doesn't look like they're going to be able to keep St. Petersburg in the fall. So Russia, Turkey definitely losing out in the east here. France takes advantage of the England having backed off, but England isn't backing off any further. They are committing the units to take St. Petersburg, but they're also convoying London over into Picardy and keeping that fleet in North Atlantic. The Italians, meanwhile, take advantage of that and manage to get into the mid-Atlantic Ocean. Yeah, there's definitely wariness between France and England here. You see France covering Brest, trying to cover mid-Atlantic, but can't manage it against a supported attack. They move Spain to Marseille, push that army up into Burgundy. So they're in a good position to cover Paris or to hold Belgium. In fall of 05, there's an attempted convoy from Rome to Gascony, which you have to give credit for. That's a fun convoy. Unfortunately, mid-Atlantic gets dislodged, so the convoy doesn't go through. Piedmont to Marseille, though, does succeed. Italy guessing right there that France would cover Spain rather than covering Piedmont. And of course, if France had self-bounced in Spain, then the convoy would have succeeded. So these are smart moves from Italy here. I like them. Austria, meanwhile, doing very nicely over in the east, picking up Ankara, picking up Sevastopol. Turkey losing their last center at this point. So when we look at the center count, this is a huge change from last year. Austria has gone up while England has gone down. So Austria now has a 4-center lead, being on it 11 to England and Italy's 7. So very nice play from Nicola here. Spring of 06, you've got to start to think that this is wrapping up at this point. The AI feels fairly solid. There hasn't been any sign of any disturbance between them. This move sort of confirms that now that Turkey's dead, they seem to be continuing moving up towards the line rather than turning on each other. England and France obviously recognize that. So the French armies come back south. The English fleets support that French fleet in mid-Atlantic, which is vital. Unfortunately, Western Med does get into Spain. Not much you could do about that. Actually, no, there was something you could have done about that. You could have just supported Spain to hold. No, mid-Atlantic was cut anyway. Okay, nothing you could have done about that. Other than that, this is looking like England's holding the line in the north. You just have to wonder whether those German units are going to survive in the center there. The Russia loses Moscow, but does still have Holland. Always fun when Russia has Holland. Unfortunate when it's got only center. Fall of 06, we see trade of centers in Turkey with the Austria handing over Ankara to Italy, presumably to even things up a little bit there. Repositioning in Russia, those Austrian armies basically moving up to the line there. They're not going to get St. Petersburg. They presumably know it, but they want to make sure that it's clear that England can't push anything further south there. Russian army comes up to the line on the western side. This is looking like moves. Italian builds waved. France pulls the fleet Brest, which doesn't really matter if the English fleets are going to support the mid-Atlantic. And sure enough, that's the point at which the game is called. So again, a very strong AI. The East basically resolved faster than the West, which is why we've still got Germany in the mix. England did very well as well. They took some dots from Germany, took Scandinavia. Definitely the dominant power in the West. by the time they came to get the French dots, though, Italy was already there basically, and they correctly recognized that they needed to switch up and support those French units in place rather than try and take the dots for themselves. So still decent scores for all of those people. England still getting 100 points, which is respectable. Robert getting 120 and Nicola up on 188, which is a good score for this scoring system. Okay, on to the next one. Game 3, aircon, definitely something that we've been appreciating in Vancouver this week. We have Seren in Austria, Karthik in England, Melinda Holly in France. And she's a very a well-known player from way back, basically. I don't know the players in Germany and Italy. David Graf I have heard of, but I can't place him. And Christian Brown in Turkey. So I think looking at this list of players, Austria and England have to be the two to watch, because we saw both of them on that list of our top 10 going into the tournament in the first place. So let's see what happens. Okay, Spring 01. The Italian moves are interesting. Venice goes up to Tyrolia, and Rome follows up to Venice. That would be generally regarded as not very friendly to Austria. We don't know what happened in Galicia, whether there was an arranged DMZ that Seren broke, or whether they didn't talk about it, or what. It seems unlikely that there was a bounce that Russia decided not to do. Bounce in the Black Sea, Smyrna to Armenia. This is the Chicago-style opening that is very, very popular in Chicago, I believe. Is Christian? I don't know. I won't guess. Yeah, Moscow to Sevastopol. I'm not sure about that one. You've got to expect that that's going to bounce. I guess maybe if you're doing Warsaw to Ukraine, you don't want to send Moscow north. You expect it to stay there anyway, so it doesn't matter. Moving on to the fall. Russia reacts to that Austrian army in Galicia, moving Moscow to Warsaw, not even trying for Romania. And in fact, the Austrian army in Galicia goes to Romania with support from both Serbia and Bulgaria. So Austria are picking up Romania and Serbia and Greece at this point. So, obviously very confident in their Turkish ally here, because going to Greece unsupported and using the extra support for Galicia to Romania to make sure that that goes. And not worried about Italy, and correctly so. The Italian armies go on a ride up to Bohemia and Tyrolia. So they're going skirting the outskirts of those Austrian centers. Germany, also not worried about those Italian armies, or the French army, decides that the thing to do with Rouen is to support the English army into Belgium, because it's important that we get those English armies into Belgium in absolutely every game here. Germany also lets Russia into Sweden, which they're going to be grateful for, probably a reaction to the situation with Galicia and expecting that Russia won't pick up Romania. You don't really want Russia to die very quickly if you're Germany. Moving into the winter, France builds two armies. This is a very strong commitment to fighting Germany, basically. If you haven't got a fleet, you can't really do anything other than attack Germany. Germany also builds two armies, which it's not as what's the word, as committal as the French builds, but still two are usually it's much more common to see Germany build a fleet, give them the option of going against England. Austria builds the Fleet Trieste with that third build. Now, this is fascinating. We always love to see a fleet build in Trieste. In this situation, it seems very strange, because we saw the Italian armies moving up to the north, which is threatening to Austria. Seren decided that was okay. She didn't need to defend herself, and correctly decided that. And then she builds a fleet in Trieste, which is pretty anti-Italian. Italy is not usually going to be happy with a fleet in Trieste, even though Italy built an army. So this is, I don't know that I've ever seen a winter of 01 where only Turkey, England, and Austria built fleets. There's literally only 4 new fleets on the board, and it's Turkey, fine, that's what you expect. England, that's what you expect, and Austria. Very strange. So, going into spring of 02, sure enough, we see France doing what they've committed to here. They're going anti-Germany. They seem to have the English help here. North Sea going into Heligoland, unopposed. Denmark didn't try and do anything, and Sweden also didn't do anything. So, if you see France building armies, if you're Germany, you should really be expecting an EF at this point. You really want to be talking to Russia and asking for their help. Ideally, you want to be bouncing one of those moves to Heligoland or Skagerrak. Ideally, you bounce one and Russia bounces the other one. But that didn't happen. So this, to me, says that maybe we're going to see a quick death of Germany. Italy, sure enough, does not seem to be happy with that fleet build by Austria. Decides that, well, I've got these 3 armies sitting next to Austrian dots anyway. Might as well use them to take some Austrian dots. And the Turkey-Austria alliance seems to be going strong. Armenia held, which I guess is reasonable. They've got nothing to. They're not going to get into anything, presumably knowing the Austrian moves. We're probably expecting that to take Sevastopol in the fall, though. So sure enough, here we see that Armenian army moving up into Sevastopol with 2 supports. So that ends the Russian fleet in the south. And also we see Austria and Turkey cooperating to put the Austrian fleet into Ionian. And Austria and Italy continue to fight around those Austrian centers. Vienna does end up changing hands and becoming Italian. In the north, basically, yeah, we continue to see this the French and the English attacking Germany. Good move by Germany to kill that French army in Ruhr, but they do lose Denmark as a result. And the French fleet is interesting. The French fleet for Spain actually comes down to Western Med all by itself, though. The army in Marseille moved back to Gascony. So mixed signals from that. Not entirely clear what that fleet is doing in Western Med. The Marseille to Gascony would seem to be probably possibly freeing up Marseille for a build. And there is the fleet Marseille. So this is the turn where all those powers that didn't build fleets in winter of 01, when you might have expected them to, decided actually fleets can be good. So we've got an Italian fleet, we've got a French fleet coming on the board. We've also got a Turkish fleet being added, and an English army, because England has got the fleets they need. And Austria, as a result of losing Vienna, decides that actually maybe a second fleet was not such a good idea. Pulls Adriatic, which that's at least a gesture of peace towards Italy. Pulling Adriatic has got to make Italy feel a little bit better. They could have pulled Romania maybe. So maybe that's I don't want to do this fighting anymore. And we'll see whether that works. Spring of 03. England gets that new army over into Holland, loses Denmark, but getting the army into Holland, that's probably a reasonable trade to make. The German army in Ruhr gets popped. Ruhr, the second time we've seen an army die in Ruhr. That's really bad for Germany. At this point, you need all those armies to defend yourself. The gesture of peace from Austria apparently didn't work. Austria and Italy continue fighting, and there's an attempted convoy of the Turkish army from Bulgaria into Apulia, but Ionian gets dislodged, so that convoy doesn't go through. AT looking pretty solid at this point. Moving into the fall, more fighting between Austria and Turkey, but Trieste and Vienna basically seem to be trading pretty regularly. Italy, that second French fleet, though, is coming into the play here. So the French support themselves into the Tyrrhenian, and the Turkish fleet gets into Ionian. So although Italy covers Tunis, they haven't got a support for that one. They haven't got either of the fleets nearby. Looking to the west, France gets into Kiel. So you've got to wonder how much longer Germany is going to survive this game. England has basically already got their gains here. They've already got into Holland. They do recover Denmark here. So at the end of 03, England has got 7, France has got 6, and there's several powers on 5. So with this solid EF that appeared right from the start is doing what you would expect. They're mopping up Germany. There's only a couple of German centers left. They're already down in the Med, either threatening Italian centers or offering support. This may well be one of those situations you love as France, where Italy is fighting Austria and basically invites French units in to help, and probably also says, you know, if I'm going to lose centers to one or the other of you, I'd rather you have them than Austria has them. So those French fleets not necessarily unwelcome by Italy. Yeah, the adjustments basically all on the west here. Italy getting a rebuild because of the army that was popped in Trieste. So still got 3 Italian armies fighting those Austrian armies, and we've got that Russian army down in Galicia now, so not clear what that one's going to be doing. Presumably that's friendly to Italy. Going into spring of 04, a bit of miscommunication between Austria and Turkey here. They both, Greece and Aegean, both support the other one into Ionian. Meanwhile, France takes Tunis, and because the Turkish fleet in Ionian moved to Adriatic, that means that Tunis actually can retreat to Ionian. So that actually is quite painful for the AT alliance at this point. Italy looks like they're making some progress here. They've managed to push Venice into Trieste without losing Vienna, but that Turkish fleet in the Adriatic is going to be a bit of a spoiler for that. That's going to be unfortunate. And the Trieste army, of course, manages to retreat to Albania. So maybe this is a case where spring is good, but fall is not so good. England in the position now where Germany is on their last legs. They don't need to devote any more units to the center there. So the new English army is getting convoyed into Norway. The fleet's going up to Barents. This is a hard push into those Russian centers. We're going to expect that army to come down into St. Petersburg, and probably them also to take Sweden. And at least Munich's going to fall this year, possibly also Berlin. Looking in the fall, Munich doesn't actually fall because the Italian army Tyrolia supported Munich to hold rather than supporting Trieste to hold. Oh, because Trieste was covering Venice. So Italy correctly guessed that Adriatic would go to Venice, decided to cover that from Trieste, and as a result, Italy loses. Italy didn't own Trieste, but they were in Trieste. They get destroyed in Trieste and they get kicked out of Vienna. So this is very good tactical play from Seren and Christian in and around Austria here this year to actually manage to recover both of those centers. You also see Bulgaria going to Romania. That is presumably with Austrian agreement in case the Russian army in Ukraine went there. So yes, that's going to be a dot that Turkey takes from Austria, but Seren's not going to be too upset about that. That doesn't look like a stab to me. And they do manage, excuse me, they do manage to coordinate this turn to put the Turkish fleet into Ionia. So this is very unfortunate for Italy. This is the Italy going to make a rapid decline. So looking at fall, we see that Italy is now down to 3 centers, basically just the boot. England, France going well though, +2, +1. Russia suffering. Sure enough, we saw in the fall. I talked about that in the spring. That St. Petersburg and Sweden both fell as expected. So Russia down to 2, just Warsaw and Moscow. And Seren ends up even, but the position is so much better, particularly when you look at the disbands. Italy pulls Bohemia, Russia pulls Galicia. So now that AT alliance is looking much stronger. Seren no longer on the defensive at this point. She can presumably continue to push against Italy, or maybe she has different ideas. Okay. Oh, one important thing on this one. This is the the first really interesting thing here. If you look at the builds here, you see a Turkish fleet. Fair enough. Italy pulls Bohemia. France builds an army that's probably going into Piedmont. All makes sense. England builds an army in London and a fleet in Edinburgh. When I saw that fleet in Edinburgh, I'm like, okay, this tells me what Carthage is going to do from here. Building it in Edinburgh looks fairly pro-French, but if you count the English fleets, they've already got 4 fleets. They've already captured all of Scandinavia. The remaining dots, if the EF alliance is going to continue, they're looking to pick up Berlin, Warsaw, and Moscow, which means that they need to be convoying armies over into Denmark, into Prussia, Livonia, Norway, places like that. In order to, if you're going to push that attack on Russia, then yes, you need some fleets to convoy. Maybe you need Barents, Norwegian, North, and Baltic, but that's only 4 fleets. They've already got 4 fleets. So this 5th fleet says to me, this is going to stab France. Why then do you build it in Edinburgh rather than Liverpool? Well, that's because you've then got a little bit of wiggle room. It's like, yes, this is a red flag, but building it in Edinburgh, it's like a red flag that I'm holding. Whereas if I was to put it in Liverpool, it would be a red flag that I'm waving around in the face of Melinda. So this way I can talk about it. Well, I actually want to get one into North Sea and I want to put Denmark into Baltic. You can make arguments for why it's not a stab of France, and maybe that will buy you an extra turn of momentum in your stab of France. But I'm expecting that this is going to be moving against France. I'm expecting we're going to see that fleet in particular ending up in North Atlantic, and then one of the other fleets coming back down into the Channel. So looking in spring of 05, okay, I got them the wrong way around. That one does go into North. The other one goes into Norwegian. This is still, you can argue that these are pro-French moves. Yeah, you're setting up all those convoys that you need to push those fleets forward, push the armies forward into Russia. And Melinda seems okay with it. She's pushing Marseille up into Piedmont. She comes down into Munich, setting up for Berlin in the fall. So Melinda's definitely doesn't seem to be worried by that new French fleet. If we look in the east, meanwhile, we see maybe some changes here. This AT is apparently not so useful to Seren anymore. She actually supports the Russian army from Ukraine down into Romania, while England supports the Turkish army from Sevastopol up into Moscow. So England interfering on the other side of the line there. And Seren at the same time walks into Bulgaria. So this has to be a stab of Turkey. I guess that the argument here is if I keep going against Italy, then France gets much more of the gains than I do. I maybe get Venice, but they get Rome and Naples. So I'd rather make peace with Italy. Then I need a new target. The Russian dots are kind of a long way away. Warsaw, sure, you can take Warsaw, but Moscow, you're probably not going to get there before France. So Turkey is the obvious target here. The interesting question is to what extent are Seren and Carthage coordinating here? Or to what extent does one of them play off the other's moves? So now in fall of 05, if you look in the west, you see what I predicted coming with that build. Those fleets moved to North Atlantic and English. And at the same time, Denmark comes down into Kiel, and there's an attempt to push the German army down from Berlin into Munich, and then to follow that up so that the dot ends up becoming English as well. Belgium to Burgundy guarantees that Germany can actually get into Munich here. There's actually a bounce in Berlin in the end, so it doesn't quite come off quite as good as Carthage would have hoped, but still, this is probably good enough for to set up the stab. Those two fleets are very close to a lot of English centres, and the French fleets are a long way away. It's 2 moves to the mid-Atlantic for any of the French fleets here. Looking over on the east side, Seren probably quite happy to see the Russian take Sevastopol from Turkey. Turkey gets to stay in Moscow and bounces Seren out in Warsaw. So Seren doesn't pick up Warsaw. So this is a net gain for Russia, in fact. At the same time, Christian attacks Greece and doesn't cover Constantinople. So Seren is able to conga line into Constantinople and follow up into Bulgaria. So Turkey losing an awful lot of centers here. This is a pretty effective stab of Turkey. I wonder whether Christian made the right choice in going to Greece here. That fleet in Constantinople, I think, is going to be very painful. So Turkey pulling one, pulls the fleet Greece, which seems sensible. Austria building one, so it's only a trade of 1 center there, but positionally, the Turkish position is not very easy to defend. There are 2 home centers, and then Greece, which is undefendable, and Moscow, which is undefendable. So not looking good for Austria. England builds 1, which is that fleet Liverpool. France actually does end up with a build. This is a rebuild for the army in Vienna that got popped, I think. I can't remember how the centers worked out. They must have had 2 units popped and be rebuilding 1, because they're 2 centers down, but they do end up with a build. So manages to put that fleet in Brest, which is going to help, but there's no second fleet to back it up yet. Those fleets need to come back from the Mediterranean really fast. We do indeed see a Russian build of Army Warsaw. Looking at that Russian position, I mean, David's doing what he can here. When you're down in this kind of position, you take the dots wherever someone will offer them, but you've got to imagine that Romania is not going to stay Russian very long. Their best bet at this point is to look to hold the 3 home centers, Warsaw, Moscow, and Sevastopol, and hope that Seren is occupied enough with taking out Turkey. Or an alliance with Turkey at this point is also an option. Moving into spring of 06, this is really just a continuation of what we've seen already. Romania does fall to Austria. Looks like that's by agreement. Romania moves out to Ukraine. Looks like that's exactly what I was just talking about. They're going to concentrate on taking Moscow and trade that Moscow center for Romania, so that's going to be a net gain to Seren. Seren is also going to pick up Greece very easily now that that's unoccupied. Constantinople goes to Black Sea, and she tries to follow up with another fleet. This was a guess as to whether to go to Black Sea or Ankara, although in the end, Armenia didn't go to either. Doesn't make progress with the army, though. The French fleets, sure enough, come steaming back as quickly as they can, but England's already in the mid-Atlantic. Nothing that France could do about that. And it looks like England outmaneuvered. England. Yeah, again, France hasn't got the armies where she needs them. So Belgium gets down into Burgundy. Nothing that France could do about that. It's just a question of how quickly France can reposition to be able to hold at least Iberia and Marseille. You've got to imagine that Paris and Brest are pretty much indefensible at this point. Little three-way bounce in Berlin. And Barents coming down to Norway. That's just a little bit more flexible there. Fall of 06. Again, continuation of the same. Staying on the west to start with, Melinda covers Paris, which allows Carthage to convoy another army over into Picardy. There's a bounce in Marseille, which is good for Melinda. Bad for Melinda is actually dislodging fleet mid-Atlantic. Yes, she gets Western Med up into mid-Atlantic, but Spain is open for a retreat. So Carthage is able to forward retreat mid-Atlantic into Spain. I guess that Melinda, although she supported Western Med to mid-Atlantic, she didn't expect that to actually succeed. She was obviously hoping for a bounce in Portugal or something like that. So that's going to hurt, because the hope of holding Marseille, Spain, and Portugal is a lot harder if you don't own Spain. On the eastern side, as expected, we see Russia recapturing Moscow. We see Seren convoying the army from Romania into Constantinople. So this is actually leaving Romania as Russian, for now at least. How long that will last, I don't know. But getting that army into Constantinople is important. And this way, it was guaranteed to go without risking Bulgaria. Christian covers Ankara, which is fine, but unnecessary as it happens, because Seren is positioning rather than taking dots this turn. I own the Italian. Italy's been left alone now. Well, okay, that Turkish fleet still goes for Venice for some reason, but Italy now gets to decide what to do with their fleet, and actually moves Ionian east into the Eastern Med. So looking to the Italy and Austria have definitely made up from their earlier problems, and looks like Italy is going to be trying to pick up Smyrna out of this and help Austria kill Turkey. So as we look into the winter, Carthage has got such a commanding lead now, having taken some dots from France over the last 2 years, now at 11. Seren, though, is also making steady gains. If you look at the slope of their graph, England, Austria, and Russia all have the same slope. They've all gained one each of the last 2 years. Russia, unfortunately, hasn't got anywhere to put that new unit. So, oh, sorry, that's not true. Russia builds in Warsaw. So they do have 4 units, 4 armies. Turkey, meanwhile, is down to just those 2 home centers. Keeps the 2 fleets that can try to defend them, which is presumably the right decision. France does have to pull one. Pulls Tunis, is going to fight England as best they can. And probably makes sense for Italy to leave those units fighting England for now, because a bigger England is not good for Italy. And we have another English army. England doesn't need fleets really at this point. They've got the 3 fleets already moving against France. Armies are the key here to taking the other French centers. and also the German centres for that matter. But that's a thing for a little bit later, I think. Once France has been neutralised, then Carthage can pick up those German centres. Okay, into spring 07. Russia, the Russian moves are a bit weird to me here. Pushing up to Livonia and Moscow. I don't know why you do that. They don't. You're not going to get St. Petersburg as long as Norway is supporting it. You've only got two armies on the south, and England is occupied fighting France, so it's hard to see England pushing that army south either. So Livonia doesn't seem like it's defensive either. So I'm not sure why you push those armies north. The only thing I can put it down to is Seren said it was a good idea, and David believed Seren. Now we do see, as expected, Seren walking into Romania, and David helping Seren into Ankara. So not sure. This seems like a very lopsided alliance at this point. Maybe David has decided that he hasn't got to play for the top board, but Seren does, and he'd like to have a nice alliance with Seren. Or maybe there's something else going on. Hard to be sure. Italy correctly covers Ionian to prevent Christian's fleet from getting in there. And Italy also pushes a fleet into Western Med. This makes a lot of sense. You would imagine that's probably, again, to help France. The French and English continue to battle. It's a lot more even this turn. An English fleet advances into mid-Atlantic, but French fleet ends up in North Atlantic. And in the fall, we see, I think maybe Russia realized that they weren't getting, that there was no play in the north here. So that army heads south. They unfortunately now lose Sevastopol to Austria as well. So not only Romania, but also Sevastopol. If they'd stayed in Ukraine, they could have held one or maybe even both. Italy is not getting Smyrna. Seren is also getting that one. Turkey does survive, though. Christian goes to Greece, and because Bulgaria is taking Romania, Turkey is going to survive in Greece. Seren not done, though. She's taking most of the last of the Turkish dots. She's taking some Russian dots. There's Italian dots as well. So let's take Venice as well. So also using those two armies to get into Venice. Looks like there was some sort of... It's surprising to see Piedmont moving to Venice there. So I imagine that maybe Seren offered Venice to France and then reneged on that agreement and instead took it for herself. The other thing of note on the east is that Western Med does not help France. Western Med instead takes Tunis. So this is a very dot-grabby turn in the east. And with England so far ahead, this is a real gamble here. I mean, I know when we were looking at some of the round 1 and round 2 games, there was the talk about once one side is resolved and is up against the stalemate line, the other side kind of needs to make up and get to that stalemate line on their side as well. Here we're getting close to that position. England's already got that army in St. Petersburg. Yes, it's fleets in Germany, but you know the English is there, and we've got an English fleet down in Spain moving to Marseille this turn. So if you're on the east, you've got to be wondering, well, how are we going to stop England from getting across the stalemate line at this point? Should you still be fighting? Of course, there's also a lot of water under the bridge from earlier in the game, and sometimes it's not possible to make up. So it seems here like Seren's play is to grab as many dots as she can and hold that stalemate line against Carthage herself. So looking at winter, look at that graph on the left there. Yes, Carthage gains 2, but Seren gains 4. So closing the gap, Carthage still has a 3-center lead, but the gap is closing. France, unfortunately has to pull 3 because of some unfortunate defense work this turn. And Russia, of course, losing 2. Italy ends up even because trading Tunis for Venice. And Christian's still surviving. So we've still got all 7 powers in this game at the end of 1907 with 3 years left to play. 1908, England, it looks to be... Actually, the English moves are interesting. They're obviously trying to mop up Portugal and Brest. That's going to be the goal. They've decided that Germany is no longer any use to them. They actually took Berlin last year, and Munich goes this turn. That also gets those armies up towards the center of the board there. In the east, Italy and Russia do their best to defend against Austria, and a whole lot of black arrows from Austria. This is really just bringing those new units into position to try and take as many dots as possible in the fall from all of Russia and Turkey and Italy in all probability. Interesting that the English Army St. Petersburg supports the Austrian Army Sevastopol up into Moscow. That's a indication that they're definitely talking between the two of them. It doesn't necessarily mean an awful lot, but it does seem to mean that that Karthik has not got designs on taking Warsaw and Moscow. The move that's interesting to me from Karthik here is Marseille to Gulf of Lyon, which doesn't really advance anything towards taking those French dots, but it does give him play in the Mediterranean. And if you count up, England's already on 14. If you assume that he's going to, well, he's taking Munich this turn, you assume he's going to get Portugal and Brest eventually, that's 17. With that fleet coming down into Lyon, that's the unit that's going to be looking for that 18th dot, and that should be a red alert for the... And this is the second red flag from Karthik, I guess. So, yeah, this is where the East should be reacting to that and saying, do we really want Karthik to solo this game? Looking to the fall. In the West, what you would expect, Karthik does indeed pick up Portugal, doesn't get Brest, holds Munich, so everything's going according to plan here. That other army comes over into the center of the board, not making a play in Russia, but concentrating on the west and the center. Gulf of Lyon fleet moves up to Tyrrhenian Sea. This is again, that red flag is continuing to wave for me at this point. Seren continues with her plan of attack here, taking Greece, taking Rome, bringing that new fleet up into Adriatic. The unfortunate thing is that Russian army gets into Budapest. There was a limit to what she could do here. The German army tried for Vienna. The Russian army tried for Budapest. She wanted to take Greece. So yeah, she's followed up with the Ukrainian army, but she's going to lose Budapest, which is going to hurt. So Seren is up 3, only has 2 home centers to build them in. Russia hanging on 2, but we do say goodbye to both Germany and Turkey at this point. So we're really into the final stages of this game. Karthik building 3, actually on 16 now to Seren's 13. So the question here is, can Seren either unite the East to stop Karthik from soloing, or can she take enough dots to get to a position where they can call this game? Maybe this, I mean, you could see this could end up as a 17 for Karthik, 16 for Seren, with Italy surviving in Tunis or something like that. But that fleet in the Tyrrhenian Sea is a problem for sure. And look at the builds here. The builds for Carthage in particular. If you didn't see that Tyrrhenian Sea fleet as a red flag, 3 army builds has got to be a red flag here. He's in position to now. He's got the armies in the center, so I imagine that at least one of these armies is going to go over into the east and start contesting Russia. He's got the fleets to push down into the Mediterranean, so he doesn't need armies in the west. These armies are going to the east or the center. Spring 09, there's that first convoy into Norway. The second fleet comes down into Western Med. So, yep, this is definitely Carthage playing for the win here. He's picking up Brest. He's looking for that other dot. It's going to be either Tunis or Moscow or Warsaw by the looks of it. He doesn't try and push any further forward in the center. Lets Seren move up to Bohemia. Seren has to concentrate on recapturing Budapest and positioning to take Warsaw, positioning to take Naples. There is some agreement with Italy here. The Italian fleet Tunis supports Adriatic down into the Ionian. So this is promising. Maybe we can still prevent a English solo at this point. Okay, looking at the full, and the answer is no. We can't stop the English solo. If you look at the moves from England here, he manages to get armies into that whole line: Silesia, Prussia, Livonia, St. Petersburg. So he's set up to take Warsaw and Moscow next year. And because Seren's still dealing with the Russian, her units aren't positioned to hold both of those. You need those 2 supporting units in order to hold that line. And if you look in the Mediterranean, it's even worse. I don't know why, but Seren actually cuts Ionian, which then allows Carthage to take Tunis. I don't think he was expecting this to go. That's why he's positioning to take Warsaw and Moscow. I don't think Seren expected that he was going to take Tunis either. She picks up Naples, but she helps Carthage take Tunis, and it's all over. So congratulations, Carthage, ending this game on a nice, neat 18. Seren on 16 with plenty of builds, but 16 doesn't help if someone else is on 18. So that's it, game over. A solo for Carthage, 420 points, which guarantees him a place on the top board. This was a fascinating game to watch, and I should say one thing: when you're looking at this game objectively, like as I was, I'm not playing the game. I'm able to look at it without any emotional involvement, without hearing any of the negotiations. So those 3 red flags that I pointed out from Carthage, you can spot them in that situation, but you can't necessarily spot them when you're actually playing the game.
We can't spot you.
What?
We can't spot you. Your notes are covering the camera.
Okay, well, there we go.
Okay.
I've got too many things on my screen here. I can't see myself.
Congrats, Karthik, on the hard-fought solo. Love to see him going for it. Speaking of going for it, we're gonna go ahead and skip right into rounds 5 and 6 here, just because they have some big games that we want to get to, and we're running into time constraints. So
did I go too long?
No. I don't think. I think you were right on.
You gotta control the map.
So I'm gonna kick it to Ed here, and I'll stay on with Ed, but we're gonna give Chris a little voice break here. So I'll bring you the background, and we're gonna jump over round 4 into round 5 now to the final stretch of the tournament.
Okay, here we go. Round 5. A bunch of good players. The one I want to point out, we have Nicolas Taillet, who's on the final board, and Jackson Roberts is great. And Baron of Kirkholm, who's a teenager out of England, and I can tell you right now, he's a fantastic player, and he will be a world champion by the year 2030. And as well, we have Josh Hennessy's on the top board. So let's get to the videotape. All right, the theme of this game is Call of the Wild versus White Fang. What's the better book? And if we look at Italy, Italy is White Fang. I think Jackson Roberts is Call of the Wild. Which Jack London book will win? And, you know, Spring 1901, nothing really out of the ordinary except for this English move by Christopher Ward. Roll it on. Okay, as we roll on, we see a very strong AI developing, and Turkey's now in the Black Sea, trying to, be on his side. And the interesting move on the west is Denmark to North Sea, which is always delightful, but when that happens, you don't get the Denmark build. So Germany's only going to get one build. Next. Okay, but Germany builds a fleet. Now 2 armies from France. But the story of this game as we kind of move forward is the AI. You can go look in Spring 1902. They're working together with sort of perfect symmetry and harmony. And I want to just point out, Josh Hennessy in France and Nicolas Taillet in Italy are also working well together. They're on the top board. So Nicolas is doing fantastic. And so is Jackson. So right now, the 2 books, The Call of the Wild and The White Fang, by the way, White Fang is Nicolas' nickname, probably for a reason, are working well together. Now Turkey's going up against Russia, and we have sort of chaos in the West. Let's go to the fall. In the fall, some arranged bounces, a beautiful convoy into Constantinople is fantastic. And, Wardy and Robert Schupler are just messing around like they did in that game that you covered earlier, Zach. 1903, or we can just, don't worry about builds, doesn't matter. But another army from Nicolas then convoys it to Smyrna. This is complete AI domination with no pressure on Italy from France, none whatsoever. And it's bad news for Turkey, bad news for the Baron. The Baron robbed again, but he will be back. And now is where we get interesting things going into fall 1903. Look, Nicolas, we've done our work. We're going to continue the AI. He had to pick between France and Austria, and he picks Austria. He picks Call of the Wild. So nothing else really of importance, and then we can go to the spring. So this is a critical. Go back to Winter 03 build. I should have probably pointed this out. This is Jackson's fatal flaw, okay? Or fatal error. Nicola builds an army in Venice, which I'm sure he's going to sell, is going to go to Piedmont. But man, that's a dangerous army if you're Austria. And especially when Josh can cover and thwart Italy's attack. So I'd be looking out for that. Don't do anything crazy, Jackson. Don't Call of the Wild might be too wild. Go to Spring 1904. Okay, no stab, but look what happens. Nicola takes Ankara. Arranged bounce in Ionian. Now Italy's no threat whatsoever to France, and Jackson has moved Vienna to Galicia. Will Jackson trust Nicola? Next. He will trust him. Doesn't go well. This is why Nicola is one of the top players in the world. Jackson Roberts is a fantastic player, DBNI 2021 invitee. But this is just a disaster for Jackson. And it is the story of Nicola from here on out. Keep going. And you can just roll through this and just watch the AI go. He's now got Josh on side fully as France. France is going to go take out Christopher Ward. You know it had to happen. And here's how it happens. Meanwhile, Nicola, with those armies, just continues to dominate and assert position. Keep going, Zach. And it goes. More for Nicola, more. He likes dots. He's got armies. His position is unassailable. He's taking out Turkey. You can keep going. Jackson's losing. Nicola's winning. Josh is second. And, the only way Josh really can prevent a board top here is to attack Nicola. but he's getting dots elsewhere. He just can't get them fast enough. And so really this is a story of Joshua and Nicola allying. Remember that for the top board. And Nicola not stabbing Josh, but instead outracing him. You go to the end of 06, just complete domination by Nicola and Josh, but just a little more by Nicola. Keep going. Keep going. You can just keep, this is all that happens. It's ABC diplomacy at this point. Keep going. Nothing's going to happen here. Nicola's at 14. Josh is at 10. Now Nicola's like, I think I'll lock up the med and make sure I can't be touched. Ultimately, a line forms in the West. I think that it's fall 1908. Everyone's friends in the West now to prevent anything from happening. Keep going. I think it's game over now. And that's it. Should be it. Yeah. Fantastic victory. 15 center Italy. Fantastic discipline play against good players. So really like this game. And that is round 5, Zach. How did I do?
You did fine.
Come on,
I have some notes. Yeah. You kind of you lingered on Nicola. I think you lingered on 1908, 1909 a little long, so try to work that out for round 6.
A little long. Let's go to round 6. Speaking of which, round 6. Board. Yeah, there we go. All right. The only player, we got Jackson. We just saw him get stabbed before. But the 2 players in this game to keep your eye on are Liam Stokes and Christian Brown. And the title of this game is When COVID Meets a Dartboard. Liam is COVID. Christian Brown's a dartboard. You have no idea what his orders are going to be on any occasion. Just no idea what Christian Brown's going to do. And Liam has he spreads faster than COVID. So let's go. Okay, we got him in the EF. Fantastic opening by, everybody. No real surprises here. Next. All right. Bouncing, we now know the EF is fully on, right? Sweden bounced, Holland bounced, Belgium is a bounce. Kind of bad for France. Christian Brown only got the one build, doing this because he supports Tyrolean and Munich. This becomes important later on. It empowers Italy a bit. And to some degree, it's the story of how this board shook out. It's an awful round for Germany, and we just go. All right, builds the army in Liverpool. Interesting build by Liam. Army in Paris makes sense. Next. And so what we see here is a well-functioning EF now with some Italian support because Christian helped Italy into Munich. By the way, that's selfless behavior by Christian, something you actually never see. It's rarer than a solar eclipse. So, the fact that happened, Christian gets rewarded. See, Christian, sometimes you give a dot to get dots. Now you're in Belgium. Now you're in Spain. Just helping you out with these little tips as we go along. I know you love it. Fall, 1902. Okay. Italy, no threat to Christian Brown. Fantastic round for the EF. Not good for Eason Zahn. Your game is not technically over, but let's just say we're not going to be talking about you much. Keep going. Now we got the 2 fleets. One might think this is going to be anti-English to some degree. Is it? We'll find out. Next. Not at all. This is now the Italian move comes. Italy spots it. And you know who this is good for? And I'm going to tell you, I've discovered in my French games, stop going after Italy. This is never going to be good for France. If Italy's going to come after you, let them take your dots. But don't go down trying to do yeoman's work against Italy. This is Ed Sullivan's, again, free tips. Meanwhile, Liam, fantastic, gets the army into Kiel, gets an army into Holland. He's got his armies. No pressure from Jackson up north. Italy's now moving. The East is going to be in a little chaos. And Christian Brown's totally moved away. Someone like Liam would never do anything to hurt a trustworthy ally like Christian. COVID, we know, does not attack the innocent. You only get COVID if you're a guilty party. Next. Uh-oh. COVID spread. COVID spread here. And the dartboard went against Italy. Christian, the one time we needed you to be erratic, okay? The one time we needed you to throw the dartboard and not hit the dartboard, but just maybe go askance, get a little number 3 and a double. We didn't get it. Liam takes Kiel, English Channel, Belgium. The position is unassailable. And the dartboard is about to become a Jenga game. Next. 3 builds. Oh, I wonder where they're going to go. Still building armies. By the way, if you watch Russ Dennis play England, he's a big army guy. If you hear Brandon talk about England, he's a big fleet guy. Both of them on England, very interesting. Here, Liam splits the baby. He's COVID. He doesn't care. Christian's unvaccinated. Next. All right. Convoys that army into Brest. Christian's coming back full force. And look what's happening in the East. Are they caring about England getting big? Nah, we don't care about that. We're going to go get Italy. So we got a little AT going on, except for maybe, I don't know. They don't know what they're doing in the East. And that's kind of the game here. They're just a bunch of, I don't know what they're doing. They're not watching the news, okay? They are the uninformed voters. Next. Okay. Italy's going to pile on the France attack. That's not good news. But, on the other hand, Christian did commit all his forces down there. Love the unwanted support from Burgundy into Paris. It's a real tactical sophistication from Liam. We're not used to seeing that. We're used to just seeing crazy ideas. So this is the new Liam, the version 2.0 Liam. It's almost an Omicron is what's happening to Liam here. He's improving his strain. Meanwhile, Italy, though, isn't going to, really defend anything against France. So now the big story of the game is COVID found a friend. Next. Who's COVID's friend? It's going to be Italy. The best friend, the Italians, they were very successful in not stopping COVID in the actual real world. And that's actually what happened in this game also. It's like the actual Italian response to COVID is mirroring itself. Okay, so we go into 1905. Okay, 1905 happens, and it's just Liam. It's just COVID continuing. Go forward, Zach. Look at this. Look at the genius of Liam here supporting Munich into Berlin. By the way, notice Italy never lost that build that he got from Munich. So he feels like he owes the West. But Italy forgets it was France that put him into Munich, not England. Okay? He's trying to contain the spread of COVID. That's what Italy's trying to do. He's trying to contain it. What he doesn't realize is, just we've all found out, you got to live with COVID. Okay? It's endemic now. What you have to do is understand that Liam exists and do your best to limit its scope. Continue. But Italy's like, hey, I'm growing. This is cool. What do I got to worry about? Next. Here we go. Just Liam. This is a fantastic 1906 for him. It sort of looks like Russia and Turkey finally figured out COVID's coming. They heard these rumors that something's happening in China, and they're like, we got to go fix it. It's spreading. We got to stop. But Italy's like, nah, man, it's cool. COVID's great. It's all a big rumor. It's all fake news. And so Italy and the East, they can't get along. And you know what happens when Italy doesn't recognize COVID? Solos. COVID kills everybody. And could Liam solo here? He should solo here. Next. Look at the restraint of Liam. He's telling Italy, yeah, you're right, man. COVID is not that big a deal. It's not that big a deal. You're fine. You're not going to get COVID. COVID can pick its targets. Next. Liam's at 12. Let's count it. He's got Berlin 13. He's got Munich 14. He's got Marseille 15. He's got Spain 16. Not sure he's going to get more than 16. Could get 17 maybe. I don't think he can solo. He's the tournament director. Everything he does is not for a score. By the way, this score would have been good enough to get him in the top board. What does COVID do? It peters out. Just like what's happening now. It peters out. Don't believe the hype. Italy was right. Italy was right. COVID, not that big a deal. Zach, your thoughts?
Ed, that was great. I learned a lot. I wish you would have. I wish you'd get out of your shell and make a couple jokes. It's not just an informative broadcast to try to be entertaining too, but I did learn a lot about current events and global health. So I appreciate that. B plus next game.
Fantastic. Okay, I got my man Luak Borja. We got the Baron. We're going to root for the Baron. Melinda Holly. I love playing with Melinda Holly. She's so nice. In a world of diplomacy players, you will not find a nicer person than Melinda Holly. Sorry, Matt Krill, for saying that, but it's true. I'd rather go to dinner with Melinda Holly than you. We got the dartboard again as Italy, and we got Jason Massbaum. DB&I winner, fantastic player. We call this blast-offs from dangerous mass bombs. That's the theme of this game. Okay, but Jason's in Russia. He's never had any success as Russia before, right? He's never done anything as Russia. Nobody need look at DB&I 2022 as Russia. Nobody. So everything's cool. Just kind of go forward. Nothing standard except this sort of weird Italian play. Looks like Italy's going west. That's the dartboard Christian Brown. One never knows what's going to happen with Christian. Next. All right. Here we go. All good. Jason builds an army. Germany let him into Sweden. Builds an army in Moscow. Totally not threatening to Luwak. And Germany builds a fleet. England can't like that. France might like that. But you know who likes that? 2 fleets? Russia. Jason got his opportunity. Next. Boom goes the dynamite. Jason is going to go ahead. Prussia, Silesia. By the way, Jason, you're a bit of a coward not supporting Norway into Skagerrak. Should have done that just in case. Wouldn't have mattered. But Melinda Holly, the best defense is a good offense. I'm down. What am I going to do? I'm going to go take the North Sea. That's what I'm going to do. Loak did not like that. But if we're going to be fair, this is not a good German position. Here's where this really gets good for Jason. Next, I'm going to go to my friend Austria and say, I'm not going to hurt you, man. No problems. We're going to get up to the line. We're going to dominate the West. The West is in chaos. Just get up to the line. He does. Next. All irrelevant. Okay. Russia being the good dude. This is what Jason is. Good ally. Everything's fine with Austria. Goes into Bulgaria. You're like, is this a stab? Is this a stab? It's the spring. It's not a stab. Because why? In the fall, let's blow up that fleet, baby. We're going to blow it up. This is the trust he's showing. He's telling Turkey. He's telling Austria, look, guys, I'm going north. And indeed, look at the build. Fleet North Coast, Army Warsaw, everything's cool, and the gang. The thing is, when Russia does really well, it's the North Coast fleets, period. As I've learned, 4 Russian fleets in the north equals board top, 5 equals solo. It's just a formula I have. Write it down. I got it from Chris's notes. There you go, Zach. You got it. Next. Good turn for Russia. In Kiel, in Berlin, in Norway. Surely England saw that coming. Everything's cool. Jason just gradually expanding. No real enemies except enemies who can't fight him, and those are your best enemies. Your best enemies are impotent, and he's found nothing but impotent enemies. Okay, he doesn't need any Cialis. He doesn't need Viagra. He's Jason Massbaum. He's expanding. This is fantastic. But word to the wise, when Russia keep going is at 9 at the end of 1904, in any game at 9, I don't care the board situation. Russia now needs to contract. The board needs to actually recognize that fact. Does this board recognize that fact? No, they don't recognize that fact at all. I would point out, here's Jason trying to get into Trieste with Austria's help. Austria, that's your home center. Like, I don't even understand what's happening here. Okay, this is making no sense to me whatsoever, but fine. Kind of like this game. Next. Russia's now, at 9. Who's he fighting? Tell you what's a little dangerous there. That Ankara fleet. Maybe Turkey was like, dude, somebody's got to do something. So, but what does that induce Jason to do? Now he has good cause to go after Turkey. Next. That's what we're doing, baby. He recognized that threat. Meanwhile, he's at 3. Count them, 3 fleets in the north. Turkey's getting a little bit, no problem. Now, now Russia's trying to help Austria. Too little, too late. Nothing's going to happen there. Keep going. Nothing happened. Jason recognized that fleet. It's really hard to do a winter stab with one fleet, even if Turkey's in the black, especially if Russia's got Austria inside. Now Russia's supporting Austria into Italy. Fantastic. But does Christian Brown care? Christian Brown don't care about that stuff. He's the dartboard, okay? He's got to keep things off balance. He's going to keep things off balance. So now Jason picks up Holland. Everything's cool. He's doing great. Keep going. He's got Denmark. Another 2. Uh-oh. How many fleets we got, Zach, in the north? I can see your math is just as good as your spelling. Anyways, winter 1906 turns out to be a critical year. Here we go. Oh my God. What is the dartboard doing? What is the dartboard doing? He's like, Austria, I can show you how to run this game. You want to run this game, Austria? Robert Schupa? I'm Christian Brown. I can hit a bullseye whenever I want. And that bullseye is called Jason Mousbaum. Let's help him to Serbia. Let's help him into Trieste. He's already on 11. What could go wrong? Next. This is not a good turn. Okay? Not a good turn. Next. Uh-oh. How many fleets we got, Zach? You're right. It's sort of like George Orwell. 2 + 2 = what? All right, 5 fleets and a fleet in Sev. He's got 6. This is unbelievable. From Jason, he's got 14. Surely, I know he's over the stalemate line and stuff, but Austria can pick up Berlin. They can get it together. We can stop this solo. We can get a draw. Do they do it? Nuh-uh. Austria's like, hey, if Italy's going to give them nuts, I am too. Take Budapest. Take Vienna. Turkey's just like, y'all are fucking crazy. I'm just going to hold. He's just like, what is going on? He's just watching. Turkey's like, I don't even get this. This doesn't make any sense. I'm not doing anything. I object. Okay, I object. This is like me when I'm losing a case. He's just like, y'all are stupid. Keep going. Jason's got his 18. He's got 19 for spare. 5 builds. 1907. Does the game end here? I think it does with 19. Jason solos, highest score, top board, first pick. Well-deserved. Kept his opponents off balance. He did all the right moves at all the right times. And enlisting the dartboard's help, you can't contain him. You can only help to, work with him. There you go. Dartboard wins again.
That was great, Ed. The pop quizzes were not in the syllabus. I can't be expected to. I didn't study my index cards before the game. You can't expect me to pass those tests off the cuff like that.
I'm a poor man's Dennis Miller. What can I say? All right, next. Very interesting game, which will go quick because it has, if I can do my counting right, 4 people that are going to be featured on our top board. Zach, you got that number right. 4. There you go, 4. Is there a German 4? Or is that only a German 3? I don't know how it goes, but we got 4. That's the American 4. That's the American 2. All right, let's go. Katie and Farron. Big news here is the West. The theme of this game is everyone knows Western triples are bad for France. I don't believe what you've heard on those lesser diplomacy shows. On this one, I'm telling you, Western triples are bad for France. Katie starts out helping Chris Ward. Here we can see how Nicola likes to play Italy. Keep going. Oh, we got a little, I don't know here Mir Jin is, but he wants to go to Tyrolia. Never seen that. Good for you, Mir. You show him. Nicola will not be able to handle that at all. He doesn't even know what he's doing. Wardy getting help from Katie. Wardy getting 3 builds. 3 build Francis Wardy. With his pedigree, I sense a Wardy solo. What about you?
Easily.
Easily.
A solo. He'll end the game on a solo center.
But if we all remember our history, and those who remember history are not doomed to repeat it, Katie and Josh like each other. It is a budding diplomacy alliance, the likes of which we've never seen. Turnaround time, baby. 0-2. Wardy's got to build that fleet Brest. He just had to. England had cause to build the fleet in London. One army, one fleet for Katie. It's all going to go fine. She's telling Wardy we're going to continue this attack on England, take out a corner power, because that's how she do. But how did she actually do? Chris Ward, I think I'll take Belgium. All right. You think this is a stab? It's not. It's a Western triple. Katie goes, I got to get my army. Chris, we're all on a team now. Everyone knows Western triples are good for France. So next. Boom, baby. This Western triple is on like Donkey Kong. And just start clicking, Zach. Just click for 2 years and watch Katie. It's better when it goes in fast motion. Super fast mo. Oh, we keep going up. Go back to 1904. You went too fast. Can't put you in control of anything. A little stab, Wardy. Little stab. Chris, Western triples are bad for France. If you had talked to me before the game, I would have told you that. Belgium, Paris, Brest. Chris Ward, not good. Meanwhile, look at this. Katie's in Vienna. She's over the stalemate line with 5 armies. This is amazing play by Katie. She doesn't know when she's ahead. Katie, you can't trust her. She's going to blow this, right? Let's go. Keep going. Nah. Everyone tries to stop this EG. You know who can stop EG, Zach? Josh, my man. Does he? No. He's got free dots with France. So he's going to take out Wardy. Keep going. There we go. Now, just 2 other little points here. One, I don't know if this is going to happen on the top board, but Katie and Farron have had many alliances together, and there is a restraint that Katie shows against Farron here, who needs a decent score to move to the top board. Second, Nicola. This might be the worst game I've ever seen him. I'm not used to seeing him on his heels like this, okay? He got relegated in this game. He didn't even know what's happening, okay? He's like Bournemouth right now. He's just like, I'm just playing. Next. Keep going. We're all friends here. Boom, boom, boom. And it just sort of plays out. By the way, when Germany's in Galicia, that's usually a bad sign. Here, not a bad sign at all. Germany's everywhere. Germany has great position to guard against the stab. Is in Romania. Everybody's done what they need to do to get to the top board here. Josh is in. Katie's in. Farron's in. Nicola's in. So what do? Call it a draw among 4 friends. And there is your top board.
Love to see it. And that is the end of round 6. That's the end of the prelims, minus those pesky round 4 boards. With that, thank you, Ed, for pushing through with the coverage. We learned a lot. I'm going to bring back Chris Brand. You all know him. You all love him. Everybody's favorite. Back onto the screen. World Champion 2016 Chris Brand back onto the screen because we are getting ready for the grand finale of tonight's broadcast, the Virtual World Diplomacy Community Summer Classic top board. The stage is set, and what we have now for you, just as quickly as I brought Chris back onto the screen, we're gonna kick it out actually to the Paris method selection. This happened just earlier today.
Let's go watch.
Let us
I love
watch.
Paris. So does Farron.
Can Paris? How close to Paris can Farron get on the power selection? We're pulling it up right now.
It's not a center she's used to having, so I don't think very close, or at least keeping.
All right, welcome everybody. Good morning, afternoon, and good night. I think we've got representatives from pretty much across the world here today for the top board of the Virtual World Diplomacy Summer Classic 2022. Coming into this tournament, we've got the top 7 players here from last weekend, all hard fought to get here. Currently, the standings are Jason Massbaum in first place. Jason, you want to give a wave? Karthik Konath in second place. Nicola Taillé in third place. Russ Dennis in fourth place. Katie Gray in fifth place. Farron Jane in sixth place.
I'm waving.
And Josh Hennessy in seventh place.
I haven't had enough coffee, so I thought you meant wave as in wave my build.
If we can say wave in 01, Jason, I think everybody on the board would be much appreciated here. All right. With that said, I think we're all probably ready to get dug in and get started here for the weekend and get our power selections going. So there's our order for us. So I believe how this is going to start. Unfortunately, Josh, you're not going to get much of a choice here, being in seventh place. So how this is going to work is, how this would work on a table is each person will put their name down in ascending order from seventh place. So Josh would put his name down first, and then sixth place would choose whether they want to pick before or after the person who's just placed. And then as we go up, they can choose where they can drop in the rankings or rise, depending on what your preference is. So I believe this is going to update for us in a sec here with Josh's name being placed. Perfect. And then Farron, if you would like to start, where would you like to pick, before or after Josh?
I will pick first.
We'll see how long that lasts. Katie, where would you like to pick?
I would like to pick before Farron, please.
Oh, I saw Farron's name jumping up a little bit. But...
I did too. Insider collusion.
I
right.
said first.
And Russ, where would you like to pick?
Since I'm a gentleman, I will pick behind Katie.
All right, then. And Nicola, what about yourself?
I will also pick. That was surprising. I will pick behind Katie.
We've got some drama this morning. This is exciting.
I am no gentleman like the other two. I'll pick ahead of Katie.
Perfect. Thank you, Karthik. I wonder now, Jason's going to be the interesting one here. Go ahead, Jason.
I'll pick before Karthik.
There we go.
Dab.
All right. So a handful of changes. Katie has moved up 2 spots in the pick order here. So it should make for a pretty interesting interviews of what happened. I think a lot of calculus just changed. With that said, this is how the country pick is going to look here. So let's go descending order now. Jason, where would you like to pick?
I will pick France.
Jason Maswam is going to pick France. And Karthik?
I'll take England.
All right. Katie?
I'll take Russia.
Good choice. And Nicola?
I'm going to take Germany.
Germany. And Russ, is he going to be putting in your orders today, or?
It'll probably be just as well. Okay, I'm going to pick Italy.
And Farron?
Turkey.
And now, Josh, this might be the toughest choice of the tournament, but where would you like to play?
I'll go Germany, please.
Oh, there we go. The software currently allows it. You take the fleets and Nicholas got the armies, or how's that going to work?
And civil disorder Turkey. Or Austria, rather.
Yeah, there we go. All right. So that is our top board for the Summer Classic 2022. We will get started in a moment, but this is looking like this is going to be exciting. So I believe Brandon is either going to...
Well, there it is. That is the Paris method for the top board, bringing back on now Chris and Ed Sullivan. We saw a little bit of movement on that list. Chris, you saw Nicola and Russ both go directly behind Katie. You've done a few Paris methods. What do you think, Ed, when you're Katie, when you see that?
I've done a few, but I've usually been down near the bottom where you don't have a lot of choice anyway. So, so I don't know that I'm very knowledgeable about Paris method. But I mean, there's two things. There's who picks before you. If there's people you want to avoid, then you want them to pick before you, right? So that you know where they are when you come to pick. But if there's people you particularly want to be with, it doesn't matter whether they pick first, unless they don't want to be with you, but probably they do. So yeah, going after Katie, maybe that's I don't know. I can't imagine with Katie that it's sort of I want to avoid her. She doesn't seem like the sort of person that you'd particularly want to avoid, unless there's some history that I don't know. Maybe it's the tiebreak thing. I don't know.
It could be those tiebreaks, especially in a time-limited game. The tiebreaks could matter. Yeah. Ed, I mean, you go on and on about how well you know these players, how well you know Russ. Just want to get your feedback on this. What are the odds that Russ said, "Hey kids, come into the room. Daddy needs you on camera so he can win this game"?
First of all, excellent soft skills, which Russ needs. Okay, everyone views him as really pushy, but now he's got little kids. I mean, sympathy play, and he called himself a gentleman. By the way, don't self-gloss yourself as a gentleman, especially when you then insult Farron, because, I'm going to let Katie go in front of me, but I'm not going to drop below Farron. Come on, Russ. That was an unforced error. We all saw your game that you're running. You can't run that game on us. Props to Liam for excellent trying to interject comedy, but he can't overtake me. And excellent diction on the word descending. He said that just like any good Canadian should do. Look, here are my thoughts. Everyone's worried about that EF. Nicolas Taillet was unprepared for us to move down. He didn't know what was going to happen. He, I think, decided to move down to take Russia. Instead, Katie takes Russia, splitting the baby. Maybe I'm next to Farron, who I know likes Turkey. Maybe not. Forcing Nicola then to get Germany, which is the country he would have had anyways, picking third. Everyone pretty much assuming EF goes down. Russ drops the bomb. He does. This is fantastic. He game planned this out. Whether he wins or loses, he did not want to be against an AT and Farron and Katie. He becomes Italy. Farron immediately, if we watched the earlier game from you, Josh, or that was there when Farron was Austria, Russ is Italy, and he crushed her down to one center. She didn't want anything to do with Austria. She goes to Turkey. Josh is in Austria, and now the game in the East is the battle of Josh, because we got an RT who wants to lobby Josh, and we got Russ, who is going to be at his most anal retentive, persuasive best to tell Josh there's no way you can let Farron grow. I am dying to see what happens here, and I'm dying to see what Nicola Taille in an EF. It's all about Jason. Can he sway Jason here, or is there going to be an FG or an EG? You tell me. There we go.
Well, cannot wait. Appreciate the insight. Now we want to hear from the players themselves. So here are the interviews taken right after Paris method selection, right out of the horse's mouth.
All right, Jason Massbaum, I'm just going to lead with what I think is the obvious question.
Okay.
You are the reigning DBN Invitational champ. You are the top seed coming into this bloody thing. You just got France, which is what you typically do if you keep the top pick in a top board. And most importantly, you just outplayed me at the end of a gunboat game to prevent me from taking Tunis when I really needed it. So you must be pretty good, right?
Allegedly.
Yeah. So do you think that should be intimidating, will be intimidating, or should be intimidating to the other players on your board?
No, I think everybody on this board has seen me play a shitty game every once in a while. Nobody should be intimidated, right?
Well, I hope not. But did anything surprising happen during the power selection from your point of view?
It was definitely surprising to have Katie get bumped up a couple of spots.
Do you think does that change anything for your outlook on what you were expecting here and going into the top board in terms of who your neighbors are and that sort of thing?
So I don't think so. I think the West still played out more or less the way I expected. I think there, I won't name names, but I think there was some jockeying here for certain people to be next to each other that played out as a result of how everything went.
All right. Well, you don't have to name names if you don't want to, but are you concerned about any particular Eastern Alliance structure that you think would make it more difficult for you to dominate the game as France?
We might see an attempt at a juggernaut here, but that's not necessarily the worst thing in the world either as France, because they have, then they meet me in the middle, right? It's not like an AI that explodes from the center.
So you are less concerned about an RT forming than you are, for example, an AI that could possibly pose a problem to your plans.
So especially with this game going through 1910, like the qualifiers did, unless they somehow get the drop on AI and it just goes super fast, I just think in terms of tempo, how can RT make it far enough, fast enough? Versus AI starts in the middle, right? So they can get over the line faster if they get a lucky break.
Well, we've talked about the East. We probably ought to talk a little on the West, considering you're playing France. Is there any particular plan you've got going into this? I assumed you thought that Karthik was going to be England, perhaps, and that Nikolai would be Germany. So have you thought this through? Come on, Jason. I know you have.
I mean, I think the reason a lot of people like France on these top boards is you can just play 1901, get your dots, and see what shakes out.
So you're going to be Mr. Passive? Is that what I'm hearing from Jason Massbaum? You're going to be Mr. Passive.
Well, I don't know if I call it passive. I noticed when I went to the first time I played in Europe, right? Everybody wanted to play what I thought was a very passive, let's wait and see 1901. Which I think they don't see as passive, right? I think they see it as just smart to just see who wants to do what.
Yeah, that is exactly right. That is the way they see it.
Yeah.
Well, how do you see your chances here? That's my final question to you. How do you see your chances?
So I was actually, so once the solo on the final board was presented to me, I couldn't not take it. But I was actually trying to take a draw vote before that solo happened, which I think would have put me in third or fourth place. So we'll see if coming in with that big solo puts a target on my back. Like I said, I felt like I couldn't pass on it once the opportunity was there, but I feel like in these sorts of things, it's better to, if you can, to get like a third, fourth seed, let somebody else have the target on their back, right? Karthik already had the target on his back from having a solo.
Well, I know that a lot of people out there are hoping for Venice to Piedmont, Munich to Burgundy, and London English Channel, but I'm not one of those people, Jason, so good luck to you.
I'm glad I have you on my side, David.
Always.
Karthik, congratulations, first of all, on making the top board and as the number 2 seed. Are you excited for this game?
Yep. It's a little too early in the morning for my liking, but I'm excited.
Because it's just after 7 a.m. Pacific time, correct?
Exactly.
Let's talk about this power selection. So you were the number 2 seed coming in. Coming to you, there was a little bit of rearrangement. Russ and Nicola both moved below Katie. What are your thoughts on that?
I found that really surprising. I thought for certain, pretty much most of those people were just going to stay in the spot. However, it didn't really change much in what ended up happening in terms of who got what power. I was relatively confident that Katie was going to take Russia and that we'd see Farron in either Turkey or Austria, Josh in Austria or Turkey. We'd see Russ and Nicola pick one of the two of Germany or Italy. And so I think things, despite changing in the order, ended up roughly as I expected in power selection.
So what was your reason for choosing England, given the choice?
I really wanted to be in the West. I like playing Western powers. I like playing England a lot. England is how I got to the top board in the first place, and is a country that I feel like I know how to play well. So if I couldn't get France, which is my favorite power to play in terms of, but the power I play best, then I prefer to play England afterwards.
So you're in the West with reigning DBNI champion Jason Massbaum and Nicola Taille, the reigning VDL champion, and he might have won something else recently. Can't remember. What is your strategy in the West?
My strategy is just to be as flexible as possible, right? I'm gonna have him in Germany. I'm gonna have Jason in France. I just need to be flexible and leave myself open to working with whoever wants to work with me. I think Germany will definitely see some early pressure from the East, if I had to guess, which may incline me to work with him to, keep France in check, because I'm not sure what Italy is going to do towards France, but we'll see what we can do and make something good out of it.
Who's going to top this board, Karthik?
I'd like to say me, but my prediction, I think, is going to be Katie Gray.
Really? All right.
I like the rest of the
we will find out what happens, and we'll find out what happens. Good luck to you, man, and we'll see you on the other side.
Thank you.
All right, I'm here with Katie Gray, fresh off of Paris Method. Katie, you went into the power selection as the 5th seed, ended up picking your country 3rd because both Russ Dennis and Nicola Taille decided to drop their names directly behind you. What do you read into that when both of those players put themselves directly behind you?
I don't know. I didn't read too much into it personally, but it was kind of a shock. Maybe they both don't want to work with me, and so they were going to try to find a place where they could avoid me. I don't know. I wasn't expecting it.
Well, I think a lot of people weren't expecting it. The trend lately of these things has just been for people to go and grab the highest spot that they can get. But I guess throwing Katie Gray into the equation changes everybody's mindset. So you had a decision going right into this between the East and the West. France was taken right away by Massbaum, then Karthik jumps as England, so you know who's in the West. The East is, more or less known with a little question mark. What was the decision to take the East over the West?
Well, I kind of went into it assuming I was going to pick 5th and assuming I was going to play in the East. And so I was thinking, well, of all the players in the East, I think that Russia is sort of maybe the most fun and the one that I might be able to do the best as. So I was sort of hoping for Russia as a best case scenario. I knew I wasn't going to pick Germany. I had a good result going in last weekend with Germany, but in general, it's not my favorite country. So, of the three Western powers, I didn't want the last one. So I just kind of stuck with Russia.
It's nicer to be first than last on your side of the board and have your pick of the litter. So last question to you, Katie. Top board, you're Russia, 7 strong players. What are your keys to victory?
I think I'm just gonna try to play it like a normal diplomacy game. The only other time I was on a top board was the DBNI top board, and I played that in a way that I don't normally play, and it didn't work out for me, and it wasn't fun for me, and I didn't like it very much. So I'm just gonna try to figure out who wants to work with me, see if we can make something happen for both of us or for more than 2 of us. I'm going to try my best to prevent the Western triple from reacting to a non-existent AIR, which has been happening constantly in these games. But yeah, I don't know. I don't have a solid plan going in, so I'm just going to try to feel it out and see who I can work with.
All right, well, thank you, Katie. Wishing you a very normal diplomacy game.
Thanks,
and good luck to you.
Thank you.
Hey, Nicola, you're just coming off of the Paris method selection of powers, and I think there was a little drama, was there?
Exactly, David. So thanks for having me. There was a little bit of drama when Russ decided to drop behind Katie. I actually did want to drop one spot just to see how maybe the West would shape up and see what would happen. And when Russ decided to drop one, I hesitated between dropping 2 or just dropping 1 to keep the 4th place, and that's what I did in the end. I was happy with Germany, else I would have gone with Russia anyway, so I think Katie would have just switched places.
So you said you're fine with Germany. Do you have any thoughts going in about Germany in relation to who your neighbors are in England and France?
Yeah, that was a bit of my worry because Katie just destroyed me as Germany and me being Russia. So I hope she she won't think I want to be vengeful or anything. That's my worry basically here. But else, I think I can work with Jason and I can work with Karthik. So I'm going to see what happens. I don't have a plan basically because I had a plan just for the Paris method and it didn't work out. So it would be very risky to have one for the game itself.
As the old saying goes, the best laid plans of mice and men. Well, I've forgotten the rest of it, but what it means is that best laid plans sometimes don't work. Yeah. Well, as between Karthik and Jason, your neighbors in the West, which one are you more worried about?
I'm worried about Karthik if he wants to go for a full, I would say, tempo alliance, because then he would go with France, and he's good friends with Katie also. So maybe I could get really attacked on 3 fronts if that happens. That's why I really want to be friendly with Jason. I really want him to have my back. I think he's rather an FG kind of guy. So I hope I'm going to manage to convince him to stick with me. But I thought about this power selection in this game during this week, and then I stopped thinking about it because I realized I was like Wile E. Coyote, with the Roadrunner, and that basically any plan I would make would inevitably turn against me. So,
well, here's hoping that we don't watch this game and he goes.
That's a non-zero probability, I would say.
Do you play differently on a top board than you do in just playing a regular game of diplomacy? You, Nicola, yourself?
Yeah, yes, definitely. When I play a regular game of diplomacy, I'm going to be much more trying to race my ally in order to get the best result. Whereas when you're on a top board, I think the balance of power perspective is much more important because it can be played on who has 1 dot more, 1 dot less. The alliance are going to be much more flexible. So it's I played definitely differently in that sense. It worked for me once at VDL. It didn't really work for me last time as Germany at DBNI. So let's see if it works out this time. But I'm going to try to have a good alliance at first and then see what the balance of power is and try to adapt from there.
You certainly have the top board experience and you have the chops to take this thing. So good luck to you, Nicola, going into this top board.
Thank you, David. Your confidence means a lot.
Russ Dennis, my former podcast partner who quit on me and has had all this success. You've made the top table. Tell us about power selection. You know this will not be broadcast until after the game has concluded. I need people to know how much you thought about power selection and whether you're happy or displeased with how it went.
Yes, I am very happy. It was this board setup was definitely the best I could ask for. All of these players, several of them I've never actually played in any real sense. Those that I have, and other ones I played only a little bit, and those that I played a lot, we haven't worked together. So to be able to be in Italy, which should give me good survival chances with Josh beside me, that is really, really ideal. My thought process coming in, I was picking fourth, was I wanted to give Katie every opportunity to not be Austria with Baron behind her as Turkey. I feel like that could really kind of throw some stuff into the end game, and I did not want that to be the case. So I dropped behind her, and then Nikolai also dropped behind her and picked Germany, which is great. I'm very happy with Italy.
Okay, so Katie had an option to go east or west, I believe, and picked east and is adjacent to Farron. Are you worried? The big storyline coming into this game is a potential, who's going to be Katie's ally? Is it going to be Josh, who he allied with her twice in the preliminary rounds, or is it going to be Farron, who has many alliances with Katie? They're still next to each other. So talk to me about your thoughts on that and your early game to mid-game strategy.
It doesn't, ultimately for me, it doesn't really matter. Will it be difficult to kill Farron if Katie doesn't help? Yes, but it's not nearly as precarious for me. So I always have the option to try to grab some centers in Austria, though. I don't think I'm going to do that initially. My focus is going to be taking out Turkey. I think that's pretty normal for Italy. And that doesn't really have anything to do with who's playing the power. But I think that's what I got to do. And I can definitely breathe easy. This is definitely not going to be as stressful as a game. Even if I got attacked by Austria early, it's not going to be nearly as stressful as pretty much playing Russia or Germany. So
you've been on several top boards. I don't think you've ever won. Well, two in virtual world. I don't know if you've ever won a top board. Have you given thought to retooling your game in any way? You're going against a very new player, or adjacent to a very new player and a very experienced player in France. You're Italy. Are you going to change any perceptions about you, or can I look forward to a quick elimination like your last virtual top board?
I think with me playing Italy, chances of a fast elimination are very, very unlikely. I think I should be able to last the whole game unless Josh suicides into me, which if that happens, yes, I'm going out. But and he will be too. But if that does not happen, I think the West is not going to resolve quickly, and I am not going to allow it to resolve quickly. I don't think Katie will either. And it's nice, by the way, too, with having Katie in Russia, me and her can work across board together. So it's honestly really, really good. I think I've got a lot of options. As far as retooling my game, I'm not going to retool how I play, even though I think there's a lot of misunderstanding about how I play. I think if you dig into the statistics and actually look at the games, it's very different than a lot of people say. But, I mean, I'm definitely a better player than I was. And I've never played Italy before either. And I think it's up there in one of my strong powers to play.
Okay, two more questions. What's the misperception about your game? What are people getting wrong about you?
Well, I think people have this idea like I'm, stabbing my ally all the time. But the truth of the matter is, if you actually look at my games, I tend to outgrow my ally. Now I do. I'm not saying I never have. But I would say
you have never have. Yes, I admit. Yes.
Well, yes, and of course, yes. There's definitely stories behind that too. But I don't think we have enough time to get into the. They would be fun.
Explanation.
I think they would be entertaining stories for sure. But anyway, just remember too, like when I stabbed you, I won the tournament. So that's the difference between us.
I set you up is the better way to put it.
Okay. So to answer your question, like, apparently, I guess with the statistics they do, I don't give a lot of supports, but I don't take a lot of supports either, which what I would say, first of all, becomes because when when I have an ally, we don't need a lot of supports because I think tactically we work together and are very efficient. I don't feel like I have to stab my ally to have a good game and have a chance to top the board. I like the idea of, hey, let's work together initially and then let's race and see who can top the board. So that I feel is my game, not just, stabbing people. I think those statistics show that.
Okay, last question. It's no secret that you studied the scriptures. You're a man of God. And I have a theological question that's been rattling around in my brain, particularly in the last 7 days, which is and we know this is just for fun, it's hypothetical, but if God and the devil were on a diplomacy board, would they ally to take out Farron?
I think that to even answer that question would be sacrilege. So
okay, I'm sorry. I don't want to put you in that position. All right.
Right.
Best of luck to you.
Yeah.
I can't say you're the people's choice. That's Josh. But
right.
I'm really hoping you do well, just having known you all these years. Good luck to you.
Of course. Hey, thanks.
All right. Well, it's a top board, so of course it's Farron Jane, and Farron Jane went into this sixth in the seed order and picking sixth, as often is the case. And Farron, you did something that we haven't seen in a long time, which is voluntarily choosing Turkey. What is your thought process behind taking Turkey in this one?
It gets me further away from Russ. That's a little.
Is that it?
Yeah, I mean, don't be wrong. I like Turkey. I think a little secret, maybe I shouldn't give it away, but if you go look at my stats playing Turkey, they're really good. And I feel comfortable playing with Katie. I think she and I have a very agreeable play style. I feel somewhat comfortable playing with Josh, but in this tournament, Russ and I just never found a way to work together. We never got along. And in my last game with Russ, he was Italy and I was Austria. And from literally turn one, he had orchestrated my demise of Turkey and Russia. And I was just like, you know what? I'm not doing that again. I'm just not putting myself in that position again. Let's not tempt fate. I don't think I can work well with Russ in this game. And I don't think Italy and Turkey work well together. So, why not? It just avoid it as an issue.
I see. All right. Well, old conflicts resurfacing and playing a key role in your decision making. So that gives you an east of yourself, Russ, Katie in Russia, and then Josh Hennessy in Austria being kind of a lesser known commodity on DBNI. How are you going to adjust to playing with a player that you don't have as much film on, I suppose?
Well, in my last game, it was actually a board that had Nicola and Katie and Josh on it. So kind of a preview of the top board in a lot of ways. And in that game, Josh and I we didn't have room to really work together, but we had an understanding with each other and we didn't get in each other's way. And I learned from interacting with him that I really enjoy his negotiation style. So he's new to top boards perhaps, but he's a good player. And I enjoy talking to him. And for me, it's always about relationships, right? Powers are always secondary. It's always about my relationships with other players. And I think that's how I find success.
Well, I guess that kind of leads into this final question then, Farron. Heading into this top board, Summer Classic, your Turkey, what is your key to victory?
Don't get greedy. I've been on a lot of top boards. I've never won one. And sometimes I get knocked out right at the beginning. And that may happen this time. And if so, so be it. That's one of the dangers of picking Turkey. If they decide to eliminate you, you're just out. But the couple of times where I've had a real chance at winning, I got greedy. I got ahead of myself. The last real good chance I had, I was playing Italy, and I got a fleet into Mao. And Saren, who was in Austria, came to me and said, "Hey, what are you doing with that fleet in Mao?" And I, being rather cocky and like sure of myself at the moment, said, "Whatever I want to do," which was not the right answer, right? The right answer was I was going to do what we agreed I would do, which was to attack France and Spain. And at that point, she realized, she was like, "Oh, well, Farron's, running away with this, and I need to do something." And she did. So I just need to like stay calm, take my time. There's plenty of time in this game. Don't get greedy. So that's my key for success. Although I am notoriously bad about taking my own interview advice. So we'll see.
Well, I think maybe another part of your decision to take Turkey is you couldn't be further away from Paris, Farron. So I like that for you. And we'll see if we can get a calm, poised, collective Farron Jane on this top board. Thank you for the insights and best of luck to you.
Thanks, Zach.
All right, welcome to DBN, not the back channel, but the second best show on DBN, pregame interviews. Josh Hennessy, no one knows who you are. Are you a nobody?
I am, and I'm hoping that works to my advantage.
All right. Speaking of advantages and disadvantages, how does it feel to be the only player as an Australian who does not speak English?
I think I speak English better than most Americans, but we'll see how we go.
Okay. Is Foster's actually Australian for beer?
No, that's just crap we export for you guys.
All right. On to the game. Did you think you would be picking Austria?
I thought I had a pretty decent chance. I thought most likely Turkey, and if not Turkey, Austria. And if not those two, then a small chance of it being Germany.
Okay. You've played with Katie 2 times.
Yeah.
In virtual. You haven't played many virtual games, maybe less than 5.
This will be my 5th, yeah.
Yeah. And in 2 of those games, you had a successful alliance with Katie, who's also had many successful alliances with Farron.
Yeah.
And you've got Russ as Italy. So tell me the thought process, which is it a battle for you and Katie over Farron? Do you want it to be the 3 of you? Do you want to work with Russ? What are your thoughts? And this won't air until after the game is over.
Yeah, I think both to me. I think, pitching to both Russ and Katie to take that corner position out is probably the way I'm going to want to go. The way I understand Russ is he's a tactical player, and you've got to talk good tactics with him. And Katie, I can focus on the fact that everyone's going to expect her to work with Farron, and we could potentially use that to our advantage. And then once we take that corner position out, then we're both in a stronger position in mid-game, and go from there.
Okay. Do you have a chance to win this game?
Do I? I mean, everyone's got a chance to win this game. I don't have as much experience as everyone else, but I'm the underdog, and everyone's going to underestimate me, and that can work to my advantage. So I find that when people are trying to manipulate me and tell me I need to do this, I need to do that, I can just play the I don't know what I'm doing. Maybe I will, but and
that's my job. That's what I do.
Yeah, well, I've learnt it off you. And I think then people forgive me if I do what they think is the wrong thing, even though it was kind of my plan all along.
Okay, fantastic, Josh. Best of luck to you.
Thank you.
You are the people's choice. We are all rooting for you.
Thanks.
And you have a legitimate chance. Just like poker, you can sit at any table you want, and you got this one. All right, good luck to you, Josh.
Thank you. Catch Ed.
Well, there it is, the interviews with the top 7 players in this tournament, getting ready now to begin the top board and get into the moves. And Chris, Ed, I know the 2 of you are mighty sick of all this talk and this hubbub and this pomp and circumstance. So what do you say? Are you guys ready to get some moves?
Let's go, baby.
Oh, yeah.
All right, well, you have to wait because we got one more video. It's the pre-game introduction to our sideline reporters. So here before you now are Christopher Ward and Robert Schupa. Take it away, gentlemen.
Hello, everybody. This is Robert Schuppe and Christopher Ward. We will be your sideline reporters for today's game, the top board of the Summer Classic 2022. So that's pretty exciting. Yeah,
absolutely. Looking forward to this. Looking forward to it.
So who are you rooting for, Waddy? Who have you got picked out to cheer on, and who's your man for today or your woman?
Oh well, you know, I've think about this, and I think I've played with Karthik a lot, and he's great to get on with on a diplomacy board. And in fact, I wanted to pay homage to him really. So as you might know, diplomacy players now, rather like the active sports stars, have got their own merch lines. And I went on Karthik's website, and he's very much entered the cookbook space. And if you like brisket, you should really follow Karthik on Instagram. And he's got this great book, All Things Meat. It's Karthik Connath's Knifing Flesh, 101 Instagram steak recipes, and I'm gonna enjoy this. So go Karthik. That's my homage.
Okay.
To you there. Thank you for putting.
I mean, good pick. It's. You got Karthik merch. That's weird, but just a little. So, but yeah, good pick, Karthik.
Yeah. But now you say that, I played with Josh, who I know is sort of new to the virtual scene, and I actually, despite him attacking me twice, I actually really got on with Josh. So I have picked up my I Heart Josh mug. Love you, Josh. But it is a dangerous game diplomacy. You could say it just isn't cricket. So to be careful like that. So you know. Big up to Josh there.
Cricket, yeah. Okay, you Brits and Aussies will know what that is. I have no idea. Yeah, okay, good. 2 picks it's always better to be safe than sorry, right? You gotta have like a backup plan. So Josh as your outside dark horse bet, I like it. I think
so. But then again, we both know Nicola rather well. We both get on a lot with him, and so I had to look at what he's got going on as well. And him, his website is selling these little Care Bears.
Seriously, no. Oh, come on, Nicola, don't sell that to us. I mean, nobody's buying this.
I think this might be a bit of propaganda, though, sort of trying to home his image as he claims he's a Care Bear. So what I did do was to go to a third-party site and got this accessory to make it a bit more realistic, and is an intensive care bear. So this is a bit more Nicola, but I'll be interested to see what Nicola can bring to the party.
Totally, I totally feel like I've felt that knife in my very back already. So
for sure. I'm still getting stitches.
Yeah, but I mean, picking Nicola right now is a bit like Germans picking Bayern München in soccer. That's like the most boring pick ever. So please, can you stop picking the obvious people who just like top every board right now? That's a bit cheap, you know.
Yeah. Okay. Well, how about How about Katie?
Because she's been entirely unsuccessful. I don't think so. But okay.
She's really friendly on a board. I mean, she's not quite, not a Care Bear, but not an intensive Care Bear either. And she is, to be fair to her, the only one who's really thought outside the box and is pursuing a movie career. And in fact, this is the new poster of Kay Gray and R. Patz's new collaboration. And here we go, 50 Shades of Twilight. And although perhaps I'm not sort of the target audience for this, I think it's got something to do with dentistry or something. But yeah, apparently this is going to be a good watch.
Okay, you've got Katie as well. Fine. So you've got like half the board already. Are we done? Is this it? I hope this is it. I don't want to see any more, please.
Well,
please,
I am a Liberal
just-
Democrat, so I do like to sit on the fence. So, so I did have able to see what else I could find. No. But this is very much just a money making thing, and not really for the art. It's just sort of bland, sort of IKEA type art that you might find in your first flat, and it has been very popular. This sort of dictionary art, but this is what Jason's website is pushing out. The dictionary definitions of the two opposing verbs to Mastbaum and to Mastbaum. So that's what we've got here, and I might put that up on my wall. I think I'll take the Helen Bradley down. We don't need Blackpool Tower down. I might put this up.
Okay.
So cheers to big up to Mastbaum or DB&I Victor. So
he's soloed on my board, so might as well buy one of those for my flat, I guess.
But you clearly rooting for him. You helped him solo, clearly.
Absolutely, yep. It's all my fault.
In fact, you both mastbound and were mastbound. So well done.
Exactly. That's my specialty. Yeah, I do both at once.
I do have something else actually.
Well, seriously, like how many did we have already? Like 5, and you still want to pick more? Like,
yeah, I know. But
okay.
I couldn't help but check out what because she's so enigmatic, Farron. I went to her website, who, what, where, when. .com and if you can join the Farron fan club. I didn't know if you know this.
No, I didn't.
But if you do that, and it is very reasonably priced, Farron will send you a signed portrait of herself, and here's mine. I think that's a really nice sort of personal touch. You can.
That is a
smile.
That is a blank face with an X down there. Did you actually pay
Farron
money
Jane
for?
we're talking about?
Did you pay money for that, Wardy? Did you?
Well, it came free as part of the membership.
Yeah. Please, just okay. So you've got essentially everybody except for Russ. Okay, that's a fair.
Well,
fair
here's the thing about Russ, right? Here's the thing about Russ. These are the guys either trying to hone their image with propaganda or to make a quick buck through, this type of crap. Whereas Russ actually gives quite a lot back to the diplomacy community, to the hobby, right? And he's been on Diplomats for however many next seasons. He founded the diplomacy briefing, which comes out every week, and our weekly risk threat assessment. And he actually went down to the Hoosier archives to find out all those old articles and zines, so he could bring us the lost texts range. And he's actually brought out in book form the latest installment. And this is the briefing lost texts, Positively England, chapters 28 to 106, which we thought were lost, which we thought had gone. Some of us thought we would never get to read the rest of Ed Sullivan's Nexus Season 2 AAR, but here it is. So thank you,
Wardy. That's very exciting. I get it, but did you seriously pick now all 7 players? Was that like the most elaborate attempt to show the world that you are like Care Bear and you want a 7-way shared board top?
Seriously, look,
just give me a break, okay? Just give me a break. Let's get to the game. It's enough. Stop, Wardy. It's enough, right? Let's end it there.
It's great to see you again after last weekend.
Yeah, totally.
All right, that's Christopher Ward and Robert Schupa presenting their thoughts on the 7 players on this top board. And Ed, I know that you're leery of getting to the actual moves. I know that you've been trying to put it off as long as you can, but we will at this point head into spring of 1901 and see the darn moves, see which ways the arrows went. So let's jump into spring 1901 of the top board. Ed, I'm going to have you in the West, and Chris, I'll give you the East. Let's go ahead and start with Ed here.
Nothing happened in the West other than Marseille to Burgundy, which I'm sure was fine. 0 issues.
Chris, any issues in the East?
Very little happened in the East. Bouncing Galicia is kind of expected. Venice to Tyrolia is a little bit interesting. Germany's at least going to be thinking about what that's doing, but not very exciting.
Not very exciting.
I guess
just the way-
Ankara to Constantinople is the other thing. The bounce in Armenia and the Ankara to Constantinople. So that would imply that RT are friendly, and maybe that fleet's coming out to the west.
It shows a high level of trust, and it shows that
Yeah.
a lot of players on a top board, it happened, and a couple would move Ankara to black in that situation. But Farron needs to lock down an alliance. She wants to do it with Katie, and you heard in her pregame interview that she wants to not be greedy and to be patient. So I think she is sticking to the game plan she outlined.
Yeah, I mean, Farron's worried about being taken out early, so she's going to commit to an ally. And Katie obviously held out the olive branch, and Farron's grabbing it.
Well, this is what a lot of the buzz was about going into pregame, is what are Katie and Farron going to do? And here they are next to each other. Here they are getting along quite well. Let's see if that continues now into the fall of 1901. Interesting moves. Why don't we start with Chris now in the East?
Okay, so set to black, I don't think you can read an awful lot into, but it's interesting that the bounce in Romania. That I very hard to know how to read that, to be honest. Smyrna to Armenia, bounce in Romania. This is looking much less friendly between Russia and Turkey. Yeah, usually Russia supports themselves into Romania to make sure they get it, particularly as they don't know what's happening in the north with Sweden. So yeah, it's hard to read that one. Tyrolia looks like it held despite getting support into Munich, and then the convoy over to Tunis keeps the fleet into position to attack Turkey. It's a keep your options open move, I would say, more than anything. So yeah, lots of mysteries that I guess will become more clearer as we go on.
Ed, what are you seeing over in the West?
Bounce in Belgium, not shocking. I'm sure Karthik would have liked it. I think the big story is Burgundy offering support of Tyrolia into Munich, which was not accepted by Russ. It's a big signal to Nicola that Jason's not on board.
Yeah.
No kidding. Russ all too happy to let Nicola get himself in the doghouse, looking to gift horse directly in the mouth, in this case with Munich. So that is 1901 of the top board, and here are your your spread here. Everybody's getting a couple build. Nobody's dead yet. We've got a Fleet and Eddie, Army Paris Fleet Marseille for mass bump. So very much shooting for an EF after that antagonism towards Germany. Fleet Naples, couple armies in Austria, Fleet Smyrna from Turkey. So really everything just as the opening moves would suggest. Karthik maybe looking to take Massbum's side here. And we can go ahead and push directly into 1902. Spring 1902 is when the truth comes out. Ed, tell us about the truth in the West.
I think the truth is we have some feedback. I don't think it's me since I was on mute. But in any event, look at Germany. They didn't like that support at all. Munich to Burgundy, supports Yorkshire to Belgium, trying to get on Karthik's side. I think he was mad at Jason, and we don't know where Karthik is. Karthik's going to take that support into Belgium, but certainly there is a declared war now between France and Germany, except we kind of know it'll end that bounce in Skagerrak. And the bounce in Baltic may be arranged, maybe not. I mean, but it would be curious to know.
Tough start for Taye in Germany. In the East, Chris Brand, I think there's maybe a player that's off to a tough start over there as well. Tell us about what's going on in spring 1902 down south.
Yeah, I mean, it's looking much more like this RT is actually an RT at this point. Moscow going north is going to be interesting. That army's going to interfere with Karthik a little bit, presumably. The Turk supports the Russian army down into Romania, so Russia does secure Romania. That Armenia army comes back to it's really just wandering around doing nothing. Keeping. You don't really need that army in the Balkans at this point, though. So it's keeping Katie honest there. It's not available to support Bulgaria, though. So Farron's relying on that Black Sea support of Bulgaria. On the other hand, if you look at the Austrian moves, Austria seems more worried about Italy than about Russia and Turkey. There is a bounce in Galicia, but that, again, could still be arranged at this point. But Serbia and Greece don't do anything, and the armies make sure that Tyrolia army is going back home, which it's going home anyway. So Russ apparently okay with that, and brings the other army back home as well. So Russ is basically back where he started, having picked up Tunis. He does support Ionian, so he doesn't completely trust that there isn't an Austria-Turkey. So feels like a pretty solid RT and not much of an AI at this point. So yeah.
There was a commercial in the 80s, you know, Zach, before you were born, about floppy disks, and it was, is it real or is it Memorex? And the issue here is this a rat or is this a suicide? You know, is this a staged error? And I don't know the answer to that, but Russ cannot be feeling that happy with the convoy to Apulli. He clearly smelled something. He's going to make him hold for a while. And what I would tell Josh is, as dangerous as Russ is, and he's dangerous, Farron and Katie got to eat. They didn't come to this game to starve themselves. And there's some nice Austrian dots that might be committing themselves in front of them.
Yeah, he's going to Apulia rather than doing anything aggressive, right? He's pulling back to Venice. He's making no enemies, but he's not making any friends either.
This was a big point of discussion going into the game and in the interviews too. Is in the East, who's going to win over Josh Hennessy in the East? Who's Josh going to take to prom? He's got a lot of offers, a lot of roses at his feet, and it looks like Russ is maybe on the bottom of his list right now. The fall will be very telling on if Russ can. Russ has to make his case right now. We'll see those fall moves. And Russ makes his case. Why don't we start right where we left off? Chris Brand, the East is starting to invade the West. Tell us about it.
Yeah, so Tyrolia to Munich unopposed. That's just completely out of there. Yeah, okay. Austria moving to Munich. That's very, very early for that, but hey, why not? And we do see a Austrian fleet into the Aegean. So it looks like there was literally, Josh had his choice. He could have gone into the Ionian or he could have gone into the Aegean, and he chose to go into the Aegean, follows up with the two armies. So he's got to play on Bulgaria in the fall. I guess he can hold Munich as well, can't he? Depending on what France does. Does put Warsaw, the Russian army Warsaw, into Galicia though, which could be a problem for Josh.
Ed, some unorthodox positioning in the West as well, but I think some interesting and probably clever tactics by Jason there around Gascony. What's your take on the dynamic over there?
Talk about words that have never been strung together in a sentence. Clever tactics by Jason. But they did piff the German army in Burgundy. The Austrian army gets into Munich, which is really bad, obviously, for Nicolas Taillet. And there's a definite EF. So Karthik took the support into Belgium, and then he promptly tapped Holland. So it looks like it's an EF for now. And my own thought just on the East is this is classic in my mind, and I'm not taking anything away from Josh, but this is classic Russ. And I will tell you, he said many times on the podcast that I run with him, when you are down, what you have to be doing is pitching viable plans to your opponents. And if he snuffed out what happened with Germany, he gave a viable alternative plan to Josh. And good for Russ. I don't know if it'll hold, but good turn.
I don't know whether it's in Josh's interest to help Nicola go down faster.
No, this is that kind of that confidence that bled out of Russ in the interview, where he talked about feeling confident that he's going to be around at the end of this game, no matter what happens, and the only thing that can stop him is if he gets blitzed by Austria. And even then, I think he felt very sure of himself that he could turn Austria around, and that's exactly what he's done. So, well played by Russ. I mean, you have your chance to kill him. You don't get usually second chances to kill Russ Dennis. So I have a feeling he'll be around for quite a long time on this board. Now, we do have some insight coming up from our sideline reporters before we get into the next year, because they've been listening in on all negotiations from both 1901 and 1902. So now coming back onto the screen to give us a little context about what maybe Russ had to say and what others had to say in that 1902 year is Chris and Robert.
We are in 1902 and things get more and more interesting. Lots of negotiations, lots of dynamic play. Wardy, what have you got for the West?
Yeah, in the West, Karthik is desperate for Nicola to go to the Baltic Sea. He also seems to suggest that he might sneak into the English Channel if they're going to try and work together. After that, Karthik wants support from into Belgium from Jason's army in Burgundy, but they talk about the tactics and realize and decide that Burgundy to Ruhr is the best option, because it's a tactical guess over Burgundy and Belgium here. Nicola tells Jason that he will attack Burgundy with power 2, and so Jason should hold Burgundy, which they agree to. Obviously, looking at the moves, that is not what happens. But then vacate Burgundy in the fall to allow the two of those to work together. Nicola, meanwhile, asks Katie for a bounce in the Baltic Sea so he can demonstrate to Karthik that he made that order. Both of them seem to know that it is an EF. Katie reluctantly agrees, because if there's an EG anyway, then another position's lost. So she's willing to do that. How about the East?
Okay, yeah, well, one big talking point is that support that was supposed to happen in fall of 1901, Austria supporting Russia into Romania, which led to Romania being neutral. Josh goes around and tells everybody, including Russ, so not only Russia and Turkey, that this was a genuine misorder, that he forgot to click update for his orders. Katie seems not really to be buying it and says something like, this is the last misorder I am giving you. If you want to work with me, this got to work out now. In spring, still, Josh tries to play several sides at once. He asks for permission to support himself into Tyrolia, just from Russ, just to make it look like they were fighting. Russ doesn't want it. He doesn't give permission, but Josh does it anyway. But it still is very much RT trying to get Josh on side and Russ trying to get Josh on side, with Josh trying to be not committing just yet. So if you can quickly go to fall on the map. In fall, we actually see that Josh finally is at the crossroad and has to make a decision, because RT wants to put Aegean into Ionian. He's supposed to support that. And Italy wants to put Greece into Aegean. And for the whole turn, he's still playing both sides, telling different things what he wants to do. And very late in the phase, he is text messaging Katie and says like, hey, can we not bounce in Galicia as we said that we would, because I want to backfill Serbia. That was actually a plan. There was actually a plan where Austria was supposed to put Russia into Bulgaria. So it is pretty fishy. Katie finds it very weird that he wants to backfill something, because Serbia was not supposed to be the mover. That's why she doesn't agree to it and still goes to Galicia. And Josh gets pushed by several sides to go for Munich, which he does. So what we've got in the West for the fall.
Well, the moves come through, and Jason is worried. He's worried that Karthik has, quote, kissed and made up with Nicola. Karthik just shrugs it off and suggests it's a sneaky plan by Nicola to blow up the English army. Jason's looking at the map during this conversation and says, "Oh yeah, look, there is a rat. Would you look at this?" Karthik tells Jason he can leave the fleets in Brest and Spain until Jason sees a move from Karthik into Skag and or Helgoland Bight. Jason is concerned about a move to Finland. That would make their life tactically very difficult. And indeed, during their conversation, Karthik says, "Oh, I've got a message from Katie," and Katie is asking Karthik to support hold Norway, to which Jason suggests, well, maybe sneak into St. Petersburg. What else do we have? They're clearly worried about Russia propping up and working with Germany. Meanwhile, tactically further west, Jason asks Karthik to support him from from Marseille into Burgundy. The conversation between Nicola and Karthik. Nicola says, well, what would you do in my shoes? Karthik says, I wouldn't be in your shoes because I'd have bounced Sweden in fall 1901. The rat was inevitable, is his suggestion. Nicola is saying, well, this is all Jason's fault. He shouldn't have moved to Burgundy in the first place. It was a DMZ. And not only that, but, on this year, I told him I was attacking Burgundy. He didn't support it. To which Karthik says, interesting. Karthik presses for Nicola to turn against Katie. Karthik says, look, I can build fleet London, as was being asked of him, but I kind of need an army on the island. But he is saying to Germany, look, you have to support yourself to Baltic. That needs to happen. He goes back to Jason and just looks at the board and says, this is a mess.
Very nice. So let's get back to the game, and we will listen in for you in 1903 again for more tea to be spilled. See you shortly.
Everyone's muted except for me. We got to fire Marcus and Tanya. Brandon, fire them. These guys are the new team.
Boom. You know what? Done. They're fired. I think Brandon can. Brandon will put the rubber stamp on that.
Fascinating interviews.
It was great. I think that was man, just the way that you hear how Josh is trying to navigate the three neighbors around him, and he slips up in a way that we've all slipped up before by explaining a move in a way that doesn't make sense. I need to backfill Serbia, which makes zero sense with the plan that you made. And so now Katie knows you're lying. We've all made that mistake, and when you're on month 2 in the tournament circuit and surrounded by experienced sharks, you're bound to make that mistakes. Chris, was there anything in there that you caught that it caught your eye on the negotiations angle?
I don't think there was any big surprises there. The fact that the West seems very convinced that there's a rat, whereas we didn't see. We saw it as possible, but and then with this last turn, of course, we see Austria actually moving against Turkey. So
people love crying triple.
Yeah,
got nothing else going on.
Yeah, and of course that's what people are saying. It doesn't necessarily mean they believe it.
Yeah, exactly right. Well, let's see if maybe a rat does bust out of the sewer here in the spring of 1903. First, we'll look at the builds for Austria. He puts down that army in Vienna, of course. Katie is going to try to be everybody's friend with an army in Moscow, and Kartik very much still into the EF, as he indicates, with a fleet in Edinburgh. We can, I think, flip right into the spring moves here, and we'll start with Chris in the east, I think, because look at those black arrows.
Yeah, this is fun. So it looks like the RT is over. A convoy from Romania over to Armenia. That's a fun move. No doubt about it. Following up from Galicia, so Romania probably not in danger there. And that was obviously arranged with Josh. That's good for him.
Chris is dead. Ed, do we have a mass bomb in the West? Is this our first mass bomb of the game?
Him as well. He gets answer. I'm back. Am I back?
Well, I don't exactly understand why Picardy did not get into Belgium. Is that did Holland support it?
What did happen there? Yeah, Holland supported it.
Okay, so Nicola has made a friend. Obviously, look at the move that Jason made, which is, he's got Liverpool in a walk. He's going to convoy the army in Gascony there. I think common convention would be that North Atlantic would be the better place, but he was worried that Norwegian might bounce him if that happened. and it's clear that Karthik was just going to make a move on Germany, whereas Nikola made the deal with Jason, got into defensive position. And, Jason's here for a reason. He knows that Karthik, you can't get Karthik too big as England in that corner power. You will never dig him out. And so, this is my theory of the West, which I'll just say is only mine, which is I like to ally with the power that's weaker. They're more appreciative, and you can dominate and be the senior partner. And I think that's the opportunity Jason sees here. So he didn't mass bomb in the pejorative sense. He mass bombed in the good sense. It's a good mass bomb.
I just want to just look at, point out how many lies were told or half truths were told this turn. Ball supports rum to Serbia. Doesn't go. Munich supports Ruhr to Burgundy. Nope. Belgium supports Munich to Burgundy. Nope. Denmark supports North to Scotland. Nope. Nothing did what anybody thought it would do. Chris, you cut out on the East. I mean, we have that convoy into Armenia.
Oh my God!
Finish
Look
up
at
your
this.
thought on this chaos.
There's still no love lost between Josh and Russ, though. Vienna comes to cover Trieste rather than being worried about Galicia, and Venice comes back up to Tyrolia. So it's not really a feeling like a very solid AI. I mean, Russ does come through with the support for Aegean that Josh needs there to keep that fleet. And pretty inevitable that the attack on Bulgaria didn't succeed this turn. But now that Russian army is in Armenia, not looking good for Farron at this point. And then there's that little fleet that moves up to Tyrrhenian Sea, which who knows what that's about. Russ playing, keeping his options open very much, I think.
I think this is arranged in some way. Now we got a late developing heir, and the price that Katie wanted was Vienna to move to Trieste away from her centers. Russ pitched going up to Tyrolia to support Munich and Josh, and I would suspect Apulia goes to Venice in the fall.
Yeah. I could see that for sure.
That seems like a reasonable read to me.
Well, looking as of now that Farron Jane will be the first casualty of this top board, and when you're picking sixth and you take Turkey, that's a bold decision based on what we've seen from Turkeys over the last year. Nobody on this board lacks confidence. I think Farron may be paying for some of that confidence right now, experiencing what many Turkeys have experienced in 2022.
I disagree. She had one shot with Farron, kind of with Josh. She had no shot with Russ, and she knew it. Sometimes you put your money on the table and you take your chances. And I think Farron played reasonably, and it just didn't work out. Josh flipped. He sounds like he's a judge. There are many judges that when you speak to them last, they're going to go for you. And that's kind of the way it is with Josh, I think. Whoever speaks to him last is going to get his move set. And there we go. I don't blame Farron for this.
I think given Josh's play that he did work with Russ, then this is smart play by Katie because she's avoiding getting into that 2-on-2 AI versus RT situation. And she's the person who's got the play here. And she's going to more likely to make the gains out of it as well. So.
Well, Chris, you spoke last, so I agree 100%. I think you are absolutely right. And let's take a look at these fall moves. Can Farron pull anything out of her hat? Nope. Let's start in the West, actually, because this is a lot of black arrows and a lot of change. Ed Sullivan, what's the new reality in the West?
The new reality is Karthik has to defend the homeland. Nicholas has essentially got Jason on side by feeding him dots. Good lesson to other players. When down, if you have the opportunity to feed dots to someone, you might be able to, get back from the, a kneeling position into just a, struggling position. So this is excellent work. So Jason picks up Belgium. Jason picks up Liverpool. He's got an army on the island. England got the Belgium army picked. He's going to have another disband, and England loses Norway. The big shocker, okay? and maybe Chris can explain it, is Tyrolia not supporting Munich, and Munich vacating, and so Taye, not in a bad spot.
I mean, Tyrolia not supporting Munich makes sense if he knew that Munich was leaving, but why is Munich leaving is the question, right? I particularly given the change in direction, the change in alliance structure in the West, I don't think there's any reason to give up Munich at this point. But
well, what is it saying if you're Josh? He's going to attack Katie? I mean, if he was going to vacate, maybe he taps Burgundy, right?
Yeah.
I mean, because I don't quite get it, Josh, but we'll see. Oh, yeah, and Russ. Look at Russ, Chris.
Yeah, so hard to read Russ's moves. I say the support for Munich, I don't know that you can read much into it, because either he knew that Munich was moving, or he didn't support it as a whole, but then maybe he knew it wasn't holding anyway. It doesn't move anywhere. Josh does feel the need to cover Vienna, so there's still not complete trust between them for sure. Farron loses 2. She loses Ankh to Katie, and she also loses Bulgaria to Josh. And we've got this army, Apulia, convoyed over to Greece to follow up that Austrian army moving. Could be arranged, could not be. Who knows? Personally, if I'm Italy and I'm working with Austria, I would rather agree with Austria that they get the Turkish dots and I get Greece, rather than spreading my units right out over to the Eastern Med and convoying armies to Syria and all that rubbish that then just invites France in. So I could see this being arranged, but you could also see it being a stab. If he knew that Greece was moving and Greece was going to be empty, then take advantage of it.
I'm sniffing out here that it was, oh, well, you're getting Bulgaria, I'll just backfill in Greece. But it's an army in Greece. That should be putting up alarm bells in Josh right now that Katie and Russ have a late developing wintergreen.
But then Tyrolia didn't go for either Trieste or Vienna, so it's like it's half-hearted to some extent, right?
Plausible deniability.
Yeah, but it's one of those. What I say, you're holding a red flag, but you're not actually waving it in their face right now. But yeah, if I'm Josh, I'm not accepting that an army there is friendly.
Oh, and I also wonder if, knowing the way Russ negotiates, he likes to tell you what it's obvious you need to do. And I could see Russ going to Josh and saying, listen, you have to get 3 on Galicia here. You have to be in Vienna and Bohemia. And Russ knows he's, just saying words. That's the only explanation I can see for the move to Bohemia, is Russ just trying to force that upon Josh. I think interesting note from Maletsky here in the chat. Katie Gray growing in the north and the south, and the arrows are generally moving away from her on both sides of the boards. You really got to love her position here in 1903.
I think Dave's right. And the other thing is we're going to learn a lot on what's going on in the East with Russ's build. Mm-hmm. If we see that Army Venice, it's on like Donkey Kong right now against Josh.
I think we see an Army Venice.
An Army Venice. Well, before we get to the Army Venice, we are able to get inside the head and the brain of both Russ Dennis and Josh Hennessy, because we have Christopher Ward and Robert Schupa back with a sideline rundown of negotiations in 1903 coming on to your screen right now.
And we're back for 1903. It's a lot of fun what's happening behind the scenes, so let's get right to it. Wardy, what have you got on the West?
I'm dead, says Nicola to Karthik, who says, well, I couldn't do an EG because I never, you never showed that you were going to move against Kate, and you can't do an EG without that. Karthik says, if you want to work with, for me, and anyway, Nicola agrees to Janissary for Karthik. Meanwhile, Nicola tells Jason that he should convoy into Liverpool, positioned to do so. And Russ tells him exactly the same, that his route to victory is through England centres. Karthik, meanwhile, tells Katie that he is worried about this impending attack. He seems to sense it. That's what I've got in the spring.
Yeah, nice. So it seems you're not the only one who will put up a definition of mass bombed on the wall in the Liverpool region this year. In the East, I would say it's vampire time, and that means that the pivotal player this year seems to be Katie Gray. Whereas in the beginning, it was sort of Josh who everybody wanted to talk to and get to do something. This turn is really Katie. Josh goes to Farron and tells her right away, I won't insult you by lying to you. He really doesn't like lying, it seems like, and he takes the tactical disadvantage it potentially has and says, like, look, I'm going to tell you straight out, I will come for you. Similar thing with Russ. Even though Russ seems to be a little bit desperate by the time, he actually tries negotiating with Farron, which he hasn't really done that much before. Doesn't get that far though. So in the end, it's essentially Farron knowing that A and I are coming for her. And then at the end of the spring, as we see, Russia is coming for her as well. The big question in this year is, what did Katie choose? Did she want to roll with the RT, keep on pushing on Austria, or go with the AIR? And if you push forward to the fall, we see right here, this is the position. And Katie had to make this decision again. Farron has been trying hard to somehow get Katie to flip, but she didn't really have that much to offer. But Katie seemed genuinely in pain about having to stab Farron. She sounds like a vampire who's burning in the sun. Lots of silence in the conversation between them, and she's like genuinely feeling uncomfortable with it. And she's just saying, like, I wish Russ was in Austria. It seems like she would be way more comfortable moving on Austria and working with Turkey if Josh and Russ were in flipped spots. And Russ, on the other hand, tries to make something work that he can get a dot if Josh gets one. And he also makes sure that Farron knows very well that she can put Aegean out of place. Because he knows that Aegean will cut Constantinople. That's about all Farron and Russ can agree upon this turn, is that she should really support herself into Aegean. They try to work something out, but they just don't seem to have the ability to get onto the same page. So that's about what we've got for fall in the East. How about the West?
Well, in the West, Nicola now goes to Jason and says, well, I'm happy for you to win. What can I do to help? Nicola asks Karthik, are you taking any of my dots? And they agree, each of them, to leave Belgium and Denmark alone. I mean, look at how that turned out. Karthik tells Jason he can get a good score if he attacks him, but that it's only a big second. He won't win. Katie will win. Katie seems undecided to work with Karthik or Nicola. She says she won't take Norway, for instance. But it looks like they've come to a deal over Denmark. Karthik was trying to get Jason to put the fleet in Liverpool. Jason did go back to him to try and convince him that that's what he was going to do. Karthik did say, if I don't believe you, I'm going to be moving aggressively to defend. So looks like that's what's been happening.
All right. As Christopher Watt would say, smashing. Let's get back to the analysts.
Well, thank you, Ward and Shupa, for breaking down the negotiations in 1903. And we hear a little bit about Nicolas Taillet's kind of claw back from the edge as Germany. Ed, we'll start with you on this. What did you hear? What did you hear that warmed your heart in that sideline report?
First of all, I hate diplomacy players. Just hearing that makes me so glad I'm not in this game and seeing the orders. I'd be so stressed out right now. The big news for me, look, I think Jason has played it correctly, and I think he's made the right call. But underestimate Nicolas Taillet at your peril. He ain't here to give Jason the win. That guy is a winner. And he is good. If nobody saw him and Brandon fight in the VDL top board, you do not know him. Okay? He is going to do whatever he can do. And so I am not at all certain that this is just some, Mass Bomb versus Katie show. He's got a lot of levers to play. He's got there's a lot of units there that he can help with Karthik and all the rest.
Yeah, the moment you forget that Nicola is standing next to you is the moment your life is in danger. Chris Brand, what did you hear that caught your fancy out of those interviews?
Yeah, I think a lot of that is posturing from Karthik. That I mean, yeah, to some extent, it's true that if Jason attacks Karthik, then Katie's going to do well. But it's also true that if France does well, France and Russia tend to both do well or both do badly. They're in a good position to be able to sandwich England and Germany between them to some extent. But Ed's absolutely right that you don't write Nicola off at this point. He's still in this game and he'll be playing to win this game still. So and right in between the two of them as well. So
yeah, it with Kartik, it almost goes back to all that talk about the rat. The rat is coming. You know, when you're talking to a diplomacy player on the board, the sky is always falling, and Kartik is the king of proclaiming that the sky is falling on the other side of the board, as many great players are adept to do. Let's take a look at these. Oh, go ahead.
The nice thing is you don't even have to necessarily convince people of that. You just have to sort of sow those seeds in their mind. You know, once they've heard it a little bit, that it starts to form that this is a possible reality in their brain, and that's all you need sometimes, right?
Just that little hesitation. Let's bring in these winter builds, which are going to say a lot about the direction this game is going. 2 for Massbomb. He's going to put Fleet in Brest, Army Paris. How would you expect? Karthik's going to pull Denmark. Fleet North Coast for Katie. She's looking for more up in the north.
It's not what Karthik wants to see.
No, sir. Russ getting another build. He is plopping that fleet into Naples and has some options here as Farron is going to go all fleet and maybe offer herself as that to me looks like a Janissary offer to maybe Josh, one of Josh or Katie, probably Katie.
So we did not see the Italian army in Venice.
No, we didn't.
We didn't see the Italian army in Venice, and I am a little surprised with Farron's disband, but
yeah, I'm not sure what use those 2 fleets are to anyone really. I mean, the Janissary offer makes sense, but who do you offer those 2 fleets to?
It's almost like she's giving dots, or at least threatening to do that, given her position.
Yeah.
But Miletsky makes a point in the comments that I was going to just more agree with. Massbomb's got England to worry about, and now he's got France to worry about.
Yeah, you're referring to Russia here. Yeah, he's that fleet in St. Petersburg could easily just come around, and maybe in 1906 we'll be talking about a Russian fleet in mid-Atlantic. We'll hope for that, and we will advance to the spring of 1904. It's the Massbomb and Katie show right now, and I would like to start in, I think, the East with you, Chris Brand, because the black arrows are flowing in one direction and one direction only.
Yeah, so whether Russ intended that move into Greece as a stab or not, Josh certainly seems to have taken it that way. He kicks Russ out of Tyrolia again and out of Greece. So this is nice for Katie. It moves all his armies in a westerly direction. He's then got a pretty solid line against Russ. We see the Turkish fleets try to get into Ionian, so they're working, I guess, with Josh more than anyone else. Maybe with Katie, who knows? And Katie doesn't take Constantinople, which would tend to reinforce that this is a pretty solid AR at this point. Warsaw coming up to Silesia is interesting as well, getting position on that center line. But then at the same time, it was Bohemia that moved to Tyrolia and not Vienna that moved there. So not really lining up on the German dots, but yeah. And the fleet St. Petersburg gets into Norway, so those fleets getting into position. So I'm encroaching on the west at this point. So.
No problem. Look, this is an amazing board play by Katie in the north and the south, in the east and in the west. Everyone is helping her. Doug Moore, everyone should go rewatch DB&I 2021. Doug Moore talking about top board strategy, how to win the popularity contest, how to be everyone's second choice. We have a world champion who knows how to do that too, right here on this broadcast. Farron Janissarying for her. Karthik is convoying an army onto his homeland, to help her. He is helping Josh into Tyrolia, who doesn't need it. I'm sorry, Nicola is helping Josh into Tyrolia. Everything is moving away from Katie. If I said for, I mean, Katie is this is phenomenal position. And right now, fall 1904, they either are going to get it together or it's a rout. And I think Nicola, by the way, is being too clever here. He didn't need to help both. Maybe it's just a support. I can't tell. But in any event, look, Josh.
It is.
Josh is getting. He may not like Russ and he may not trust Russ, but it's bad news right now for everyone other than Katie Gray.
Yeah, this is back-breaking for Russ Dennis. He just lost Greece, and he has a guess. He's a guess for Venice. It's do or die. I mean, I said earlier you only get one chance to kill Russ Dennis, and Josh is trying to prove me wrong because he's looking for a second crack at him. Well, let's go ahead and move on into the fall then. Katie Gray controlling this game through spring 1904. An army in Anchor, an army in York. Good grief. Let's take a look at these moves and see if anybody wants to oppose Katie Gray.
There we go.
Well, let's start back again with Chris. A lot of kind of a skirmish down there in Trieste and the surrounding area. What do you see in the south?
Yeah, so Russ manages to get into Trieste, partly because Nicola's army in Munich taps Tyrolia, which is an interesting move. Yeah, I mean, Russ's moves here are very much okay. I'm fighting Austria, then I'll do what I need to. But getting German help there is a key point to that. Farron again tries to help, but the fleets don't really do anything. Katie again bounces those two units in the east there, so a three-way bounce over Bulgaria. So Russ is just going to end up trading Greece for Trieste at this point. That other army of Katie's moves from Moscow to Warsaw. Hard to tell what that's going to do. You've got to assume that Silesia to Munich was probably with the agreement of Nicola as well. I would imagine. Don't know.
That looks like a just in case Munich gets into Tyrolia.
It's a calculated gamble.
Yep.
It's low risk that Munich goes.
I don't think that Nicola's going to be annoyed by it. Let's put it that way, which is the important thing, right? Katie hasn't really annoyed anyone at this point. Well, or the person she's annoyed is Farron, and Farron seems okay with it. So Katie's in this great position.
Yeah,
she is. I mean, and she's not. If you think about it, it's she could have taken Berlin if she had known that. I guess it's a guess, but she didn't take any dots here. Looking in the west, she supports Karthik back into Edinburgh. She's trying not to get too big, trying not to be what Jason Mastbaum was in his last game as Russia, but her position is really good, but it's also vulnerable. Everyone knows expanding Russia in the early mid game, can contract. And so, we'll see what happens, but I do credit Nicola, a balance of power player, for tapping Tyrolia, because I think Nicola read what would happen. It's almost as if Josh getting into Venice would not be great for Josh, if you want to think about it. He did both of them a favor, although Josh certainly can't be happy.
Nicola protecting Josh from himself a little bit. Well, these flashpoints are around Ionian. Russ is going to be able to hold that for a long time. He'll be able to hold Venice unless Mastbaum wants to take it away from him. So Just could be a lock there, and that's great for Katie if Josh and Russ are just locking horns for the foreseeable future. It gives her all the time in the world. Let's find out what in the world she could have said to everybody to send every single arrow on this board to the west. We have got Christopher Ward and Robert Schupa with the Winter 04 report coming in right now.
Guess who's back? Back again. Sidelines back. So, 1904. This is getting more interesting. Oops. It's too interesting for the headphone to bear it. But yeah, let's start in the west again, and then we get over to the east.
Well, it seems to be the year of the Kingmaker in the west. In spring, Karthik has self-proclaimed himself a Kingmaker. He tells Katie, I am anti-Jason winning, but I'm pro you winning. Which that seems to make her happy. Meanwhile, Jason comes to Karthik and says, look, this is still fixable. Meanwhile, Jason advises Russ, who is trying to keep the board rather balanced, not to take Munich. That would only help Katie in the long run. But Nicola warns Jason, who he seems to be working with Jason now, that there is a coalition beginning to form against him. That was how spring went down in the west.
Yeah, in the east, it starts with a very upset Russ Dennis, understandably. He starts with saying about Farron, if she can't win, she just throws her best friend on the board, the dots. And to be honest, he has a point. I mean, in another conversation Farron has with Katie, she's actually saying, if you decide to kill me, fine. I think I'm more useful to you alive. But if you do so, make sure that you get the dots and not Josh. So she's totally on board to Janissary for Katie, even though she's clearly trying to survive and making some things happen. Actually, right in between spring and fall, during the retreats, there's a really funny little thing on the game table. Farron is saying, Karthik, are you trying to race me to get eliminated first? Because Karthik does this weird move up, convoying a Russian army up onto his own island. If we go forward to fall, Russ is putting up a hell of a diplomatic fight here, trying to work on Austria to get to turn. He's saying, look, you have no fleets. What will you do when Turkey is taking out my fleets? And who do you think Farron will help? He makes good arguments, but he really doesn't seem to get Austria on side. Josh still doesn't seem to want to lie to Russ as he has done all game. That just doesn't seem to be his style. He wants to lie as little as possible. And so after Russ has talked for a long time, made a lot of arguments what he thinks will happen and why Austria would be better served to still work with him. He even offers to let him keep Greece. Josh doesn't really say anything, just walks out of the room, assumedly because he doesn't want to lie. So that's why we see that probably Italy decides to turn. And yeah, things seem to be a little bit too good to be true for Katie. She is saying, I feel like I've got board topper syndrome and everybody is lying to me right now. When Karthik, for example, is offering her that if she puts him back into Eddie, she can just take North Sea behind. She is really skeptical. Is this for real? She feels right now it's too good to be true. Whereas she is having a conversation with Josh, where Josh is saying, hey, let's make sure that this is a three-way race between France, you and me. Let's stick together and make sure that one of us is taking this board top.
In the West, in fall, it's the turn of Nicola to do all the sort of king-making chants. He points out to Jason that Katie is going to be huge, but Jason seems not to mind. He's hoping that will give him leverage to try and turn Josh around. Nicola asks both Katie and Jason to cover Munich from one another, which worked nicely. Nicola does make the pitch to Katie to give him Sweden. He can put down 2 armies and fight France. She's not so sure about that. Karthik, meanwhile, is offering the world to Jason. He seems to be sort of, switching sides to try and, get himself the best deal out there. And he says to Karthik, just make the moves, make the guaranteed moves to make sure that Edinburgh is blown up. Quite how well he felt that plan went, not sure by looking at the minutes. Yeah, Year of the Kingmakers. I think that's
Year of the Year of the Kingmakers, and we are only in 4 out of potentially 10. So let's see how it continues.
Well, it is the Year of the Kingmakers, and you see that Kartik is still scratching and clawing. He's not just going to throw the game away to Katie. He's still making those passionate offers to Jason Massbaum, although it's as much as I respect his play, it is too little too late for Kartik. It's just more of, Katie thinks it's too good to be true, and normally I'd say it is, but I have not found any indication that it isn't true. It seems like the world is, the stars are aligning for Katie Gray to waltz to a board top here. Do either of you disagree on that?
The game is called diplomacy for a reason, as David Hood always reminds us. She is having the best diplomatic game. But this is I'm having deja vu all over again. Kartik is now in the role of last year's Michaelis on the top board of the Summer Classic, where, Saren was Russia, and Michaelis' play net Saren 4 dots and a board top and an early quick game. I don't know what's going to happen, but I know this. Nicola and Russ and even Jason know what's going on, and they've got to get it together. They've got to get it together if they want to stop her. But you know what? Right now, she deserves everything she's getting the way she's playing. It's fantastic.
It's interesting that Katie is trying to sell the Russia, France, and Austria. Because if you look at the 3 of them, Austria is the odd one out of those 3. You're only on 5, whereas Russia, France are on 8 and 7. So really pushing that I'm on your side, Josh. I want to work with you. I want to take you with me all the way. So.
Yeah, and Josh, not only the fewest centers, but the worst position, just in terms of where his pieces are lined up of the 3. Really not under the current framework, not a serious consideration for a board top. But plenty of changes to occur on this game, especially with, again, Nicolas Taillet in Germany just kind of being forgotten about, which is his greatest skill. Yeah, and he's the only one building.
His greatest skill is he's forgettable?
I think so. What'd you say?
I'm not forgetting about him.
I worry that a few players are. Hey, let's see what he builds in Berlin. I think it'll be an army. I don't see why it wouldn't be. Kartik's going to pull that Fleet Wales, and we can jump right into the spring of 1905. I think we'll want to start right up back with you, Ed, in the West.
Okay, so the headline here is, what's Katie going to do? Is she going to do anything with Edinburgh? No, she's still Kartik's friend. Kartik supports her into Liverpool, takes London. She takes London, so that's good. Nicola, however, takes the North Sea. So we might see that Katie doesn't keep London. This might be the first chink in the armor of Katie. She's vulnerable now in the Northwest at some level. She'll keep Liverpool. She won't keep London. Norway is going to have 2 on it, but you can't take London and Norway. And meanwhile, Jason, rushing, I think, to help Russ.
Mm-hmm.
Help.
Help is a temporary word. Chris, that's edging into your territory, and we see a troublesome retreat from Russ there. What do you view in this?
I mean, this is the guaranteed way to take Trieste, but it does leave Budapest open for retreat, which is going to cause problems in the fall because Russ has still got Venice and Adriatic, and now Budapest. So that's going to leave options on Vienna and Serbia and all sorts of horrible stuff like that. So whether Josh can keep the gain in the fall remains to be seen. There's an interesting thing with Romania supported Greece to Serbia, but Greece actually went to Bulgaria instead. So, I mean, Albania had to be the mover, I think. Oh, no, maybe not. I guess Albania didn't have to be the mover. So I guess Katie was expecting Serbia to be the mover and then Greece to follow up to Serbia. But instead, Greece is covering Bulgaria. So not completely trusting Katie at this point. But Ankara comes back to Sevastopol, which seems weird to me. I don't see why you would do that particularly. I mean, Farron doesn't really have any hold over you to she might like it, but she's got no, if she can ask for it, but there's no reason for you not to just say, no, I'm going to keep it there. Thank you. So Katie being very nice there, perhaps a little bit too nice. I don't know. And then the armies in the center don't really do anything. Silesia to Prussia protects against a possible German move into Prussia. Warsaw holds, doesn't even, like, you could have self-bounced there, could have supported Silesia, something like that. So she's a little bit worried about Germany, but not really, I think.
I think she's taking her foot off the gas. And I don't think as Russia, you take your foot off the gas.
I mean, she's obviously picking up something in England, maybe considers that to be enough for now, because you also don't. The question is, do you want to grow really fast at this point? And I think the answer, actually, when you're at 8 as Russia, I think if you've got the opportunity to grow really fast, you just grow really fast. You just say, to hell with it, I'll just take all the dots I can, and when I'm at 12, no one's going to attack me anyway, and we'll just call the game at that point, right?
One of the top extended deadline in the players in the world, Jordan Connor says, you play Russia like a shark. If it's not swimming, it's dying.
Yeah. And I mean, to be fair, she's growing this turn, right? It looks like she's picking up hopefully 2 in England, but yeah, she could also be picking up 2 in Turkey as well. And I'd far rather be on 12 than 10 in this position.
And she's got trouble in Scandinavia. I mean, it's hard to imagine that fleet in North and that French fleet in Norwegian aren't going to be collaborating. That's going to be a long conversation between Maspum and Taye, who both recognize that they are not in each other's way for the championship. Katie's in both of their way. Well, we can tick it on to the fall of 1905 and see how that conversation goes.
Oh, baby. Look at that. Oh, there's a lot of stuff going on.
Take it away, Ed.
All right. Well, I was looking in the East, but in the West, Nicola takes Sweden, which none of us talked about. Meanwhile, I guess Jason thought Nicola was moving to Norway. That didn't happen. Katie keeps London. She keeps Liverpool. But she loses Sweden. And Jason goes back thinking, this is going to be okay for Russ. And maybe Russ asked him to move back. So all in all, good for Nicola Taye. He's going to get a build. And he's still in the North Sea. And he got 1 off of Katie.
Well, Chris, as wild as that is up in the north, I mean, the south is major waves being made with the moves that did happen and didn't happen. Chris, tell us what's going on down there.
All the moves in Austria are complicated. I think the key move to me, though, is you look at Serbia supported Budapest to Romania. So Josh thought he had a deal with Russ here at this point. I'll put you into Romania, and then maybe we're all good, or maybe Greece was part of the deal as well. He didn't try to defend Greece. He did move to Constantinople, but unfortunately Farron followed up to Bulgaria, so he doesn't actually net anything out of that. Russ, on the other hand, did not go for the deal of being put into Romania. He's tried to pull Budapest back to Trieste. He's probably quite happy with staying in Budapest instead. So this is not a good turn for Josh.
Oh, and if you're Russ,
a fun tactical game there.
If you're Russ, why would you take that to Romania? You don't want your Italian army on an island two moves away from the rest of your.
No, I think this is probably a good choice by Russ. He's in this game now for sure.
Absolutely. Well, that's now two assassination attempts of Russ Dennis by Josh Hennessy, 0 for 2 on the day. That hanging support of Norwegian trying to put North into Norway really says a lot about the relationship between Maspum and Taye right now, and I think there's even more to be said about that relationship by none other than Christopher Ward and Robert Schuba. So we'll give them the floor or again to elaborate on what went down during that negotiation. What went wrong, really?
In 1905, we are at a spot where the East and West get more and more interweaved, so we will have a little less of a distinctive separation. But anyway, Wardy, take us away as usual with what you've got for the spring, and then I'll follow up.
Well, Nicola is back in the game. He's back on his feet, and he feels he has play again. I am not a Janissary, he proudly declares to Katie. He wants Sweden and he wants Belgium as well. Katie wants to keep Sweden, so then they ask for a DMZ come the fall. Jason asks Nicola for support to the North Sea. They go back and forth, and Jason offers support into North Sea for Nicola. I want to speak to Katie about that, he says. Jason asks, you're going to ask Katie for the North Sea? And he makes that pitch. Katie does tell Nicola, well, I'd rather you be in the North Sea than see Jason there. Katie is in a great position, but she's getting kind of stressed. With about 75 seconds to go, she does say to Nicola, she's like, I don't know what to do. I haven't got any moves in. Getting stressful over here.
Stressed is, I mean, she's not the only one who's been stressed. My title I've got for the East negotiations for spring of 1905 is the Rookie in Trouble. I think Josh Hennessy has done pretty well on this board of Sharks, where he's, I think, the only one who has not been on a top board before up until this point, but now it's really starting to show. He seems stressed out. He seems to second guessing what he's doing. And yeah, he's trying to keep on playing his style, which is trying to make a deal that he can sell to both sides. He's trying to say, hey, look, Russ, I'm going to kick you out of Trieste, but just so you can retreat forward into Budapest, and then maybe we can put you into Romania in fall. And he can sell the same thing to RT and say, like, hey, I'm going to kick him out of Trieste so we can easily kick him out of Budapest in fall. And that's essentially what he does. Russ is not very happy with this. And he actually says, okay, if you kick me out of Trieste and you cover Budapest, I'm going to start pulling fleets. He's getting more and more annoyed. He still wants to work with Josh, but he's getting a bit short-tempered because he feels Josh is using the wrong tactics and is still too suspicious towards Russ. If we go to the fall, we have actually Russ saying, look, to Josh, that is, Katie has effectively 12 units, having 2 Janissaries in Turkey and England. We together have 10. Let's at least put up a fight against her. And the interesting thing is that Katie also tries, as you pointed out in the spring already, to win Germany, who's really not a Janissary, as you pointed out, to win Germany on her side as well. She's willing to give him Sweden, but she is very uncertain if she's going to get screwed over by Nicola if she does that. She tells him all her moves with the Western units, but she asks him like 3 or 4 times, are you going to screw me? I might really regret this. And Nicola is reassuring her, no, I'm doing exactly what you want. I'm going to tap English Channel for you. And it seems to have paid off. That's sort of what happens. Anything else for the fall on your part?
Yeah, well, Nicola was really unhappy with Jason's unwanted support order from Holland to Ruhr to thwart that intended self-bounce. He said, I know why you did that, and it is not really cool. Nicola asked Jason for support into Norway, but yeah, it's not guaranteed because Edinburgh could tap Norwegian. Nicola wants to get back to Holland, and he says, if you screw me, I'm switching sides. Well, it kind of looks like he might have done that anyway. Jason does ask Karthik for Liverpool. Do you want to put me in Liverpool? And Karthik says, not really. He's been doing everything I want. You haven't. Russ and Nicola are trying to balance the board still. Russ pitches to Nicola that he move on Katie, and he can then move on Jason if he tries something. Yeah, with Sweden, you know, he could still go either way, Nicola. Yeah, Russ very frustrated with Josh. Josh does seem to now be aware and acknowledging Katie's size and the threat that she she poses. Russ is saying, I give you the perfect moves, and you're not doing them. Now we're intertwined, and it's really difficult to defend. And there was talk over, I'm going to take Con. Well, what about, you're not covering Greece? And they just sort of ran out of time on this. They need to get their act together.
Okay, so that's what we've got for 1905. The negotiations have just reopened, so let's get back to the booth, and we will jump back into the voice channels to hear what they've got to say about 1906.
Okay.
Well, I think what it sounded like to me there is nobody can afford really to attack Nicolas Taillet right now, and I think based on the way he's negotiating, he knows it. He knows he can demand Sweden. He knows he doesn't have to take whatever deal Jason gives him. He knows he is essential to both sides, and I think he's playing that really, really well.
So I am saying I was Joshua's coach. It's not good for me right now. This is a failure, Josh. Josh did in this past week. He asked me about Russ, and he said, I'm probably going to make a lot of errors. Is that going to annoy Russ? And I said, the only thing that annoys Russ is anti-Russ play. And we're seeing a lot of anti-Russ play, and Russ doesn't like that. And so I would give props to Michaelis. He reads the board better than I. He should fire me and the millions that I'm paid by our sponsors for Michaelis. He's a genius, although he's a game thrower. And I think he's right, because I actually think that Russ's thinking here is they're going to check Katie up north. I can get some dots in Austria, and pitch to Katie that I'll work with her against Germany, but that is not going to happen either. Russ is sticking here.
Yeah, I was disappointed to learn that the retreat to Budapest was actually Josh's suggestion. That's this is not a good position for Josh to be in, putting that army into Budapest. And as Ed said, the putting it into Romania is not really good for Russ, having it all on its own out there, reliant on Austrian support. So it's a fun thing to do the retreat and then use it to take something else, but it's not really a good play for, even if it goes through as planned, it's really not particularly good for Austria, and it's not particularly good for Italy. So they needed something much more straightforward to sort things out between the two of them, I think.
Well, we'll head now into the spring of 1906. Oh, I'm sorry, the winner first. A lot of adjustments on this board. Katie's going to put down Army Moscow yet again. We get a pull of the Army in Con for Josh. Finally, Russ is able to put down the army that he so desires. Mastbaum's going to pull Wales out of the island, and Kartik will take away Fleet Clyde and hold on to his last fleet in Edinburgh. We can shift this directly into the spring of 1906. Where I think I want to start with you, Chris Brand, in the East.
Okay, so we
little change of direction.
Yeah, we've got this looks like AI actually working quite well together this turn. I still see a lot of hesitancy. Tyrolia supporting Trieste, that kind of stuff. But we do see Vienna pushed forward into Galicia with the help of Budapest. Serbia at least tapping Romania, so there's potential here. The attempt to take Aegean to push that Italian fleet forward, but again, Adriatic didn't come back. So this feels like a trial work together. Well, let's see what we can do. We're not actually going to trust each other. We're both going to keep 2 units back around Venice and Trieste because we're going to hedge our bets here, but we will actually see if we can work together elsewhere. So, I guess we'll see how it goes. Katie looks like she was playing very similar moves here. The self bounce in Bulgaria, Sevastopol to Ukraine makes sense. Warsaw to Galicia, I imagine she was maybe expecting that to bounce Italy. Probably not expecting it to succeed. Probably not expecting to see Italy and Austria work together there either, though. Moscow goes north, which implies that she feels she's got the dots that she's taking are in the north, and she hasn't got to worry in the south. So possibly a misread by Katie here. We'll see.
Ed, how's it looking in the west?
So on the one hand, you could look at it and say, well, not much happened other than Norwegian going to the North Sea. And then there's a lot of red arrows in North Atlantic going to Irish. But this is either some sort of détente between Germany and Russia, which have been working together sort of, and it may all be arranged, the bounce in Prussia and all the rest. It may be Jason asserting himself against Nikolai. But what I think is happening is that Jason maybe would want to work with Nikolai, but he wants a dot, and now he's going to get it in London. So if Karthik isn't going to help him into Liverpool, and Nikolai's not going to help him into London, he's just going to go get it himself. And so that's what I think is about to happen.
Fascinating. I think that this is the first time this game, at least since 1901, that Kartik writes a support order for Jason Massbaum, that his last fleet in Edinburgh supports the move from Norwegian to North. That's the only reason it works. Interesting. I mean, it's Kartik isn't going to have much of a say on this game, but he can have a little bit of say, and at long last, his say seems to be at least slightly favorable to Jason Massbaum.
I keep thinking that this was some sort of idea that maybe it's still an FG, but the retreat to Denmark, I mean, Nikolai didn't know that Moscow's moving to St. Petersburg. Could have retreated to Skagerrak if they were working together. That didn't happen. So maybe it is a Karthik Jason resurgence. I'm not sure.
We'll see in the fall if they can make it 2 turns in a row of coordination.
Yeah, Katie seems to have run out of allies at this point, though, doesn't she?
Well, she is 3 ahead of her next 3 competitors.
Mm-hmm. That will do it sometimes.
She could have been 5 ahead.
Yeah.
This is why I say you want to be 5 ahead, not 3 ahead, right? Because when you run out of allies, you want the dots instead.
Keep an eye out, by the way. There is a world in which, and we're living in that world, Farron is going to build. Look at the east. Chris, I'm going to kick it down to you. Farron is in con, and Katie helps her keep Bulgaria for the build.
Yeah, Katie could have taken the build for herself, but decided not to. So keeping that RT alive makes you wonder what Farron's going to build. And some more miscommunication between Russ and Josh, with Greece supporting Serbia to Bulgaria, but Serbia not actually going to Bulgaria. Instead, no, this isn't just miscommunication. This is Josh deciding, actually, maybe I don't need to work with you after all, because he is actually taking Budapest back by force and covering the retreat location of Vienna this time. I guess he learned his lesson there. So this is not so good for Russ, but is good for Katie. Is it good for Josh? I don't know. I worry that he's alienated Katie with his moves last turn, and now he's re-alienating Russ. It's hard to imagine that they can that Josh and Russ can work together again after yet another failed attempt, basically.
This Russ is just, I mean, that guy's already got high blood pressure.
Yeah, I can imagine Russ being very frustrated by this.
Just by walking, he has high blood pressure. Now, no way. In the West, literally nothing happens. It is curious that there's a series of it's an arranged bounce between Germany, Russia, and England all over the North Sea, simply to deny Jason London. And so there is no FG, and it seems like everybody's fine with how it's working for Katie. She turned it around, and she gets to build. She has a place to build as well. Curious if she will build an army. I tend to doubt it, given what we've seen.
Wow, this is momentous for Katie. The way that it worked on both sides of the boards, getting exactly what she needed out of every relationship. We're gonna take a look now at how she got everything to go her way, because we have another stop pop in from Christopher Ward and Robert Schupa coming in right now.
It's 1906, and this game seriously starts taking the toll on its players. Its toll on the players. Several of them are complaining that this is bad for their health, or that they need a vacation after this badly, like Josh does. So does Katie and also Nicola. They really seem to be stressed out, many of them. But what did you catch of the negotiations in like spring 1906?
Yeah, well, Katie and Jason agree that they need to keep Nicola under control. He's back in the game in a big way. It's a shame we didn't bounce Norway, Katie said, but this, I think, it's their first conversation for some time. Jason says, "Like, I can't work with Nicola this turn. In fact, I don't see how I can work with him this year." Nicola goes to Jason and tells him that he made a mistake and he wants to work with Jason because Russia is very big. Meanwhile, Katie and Farron discuss what side Josh is on. Katie tells him, "You keep doing what Russ tells you to do and look at how it's working out for you." Katie says, "I'm too nice for this game. I've decided." Just saying. How about you?
Well, do you still have that little fluffy Care Bear with the knife that comes out from time to time handy?
This fella?
Yeah, this little fella. For the whole year, I sort of had this picture in mind of this little guy walking a tightrope. Nicola is saying himself, look, I'm walking a tightrope here between France and Russia. I think he smells blood in the water. He can still get back in this game, but he needs to make sure that A, he grows, and at the same time, neither France nor Russia explodes. So he's trying to play all sides at once. He's agreeing to a central triple with A and I in spring, so they can fight FR, who seem to be working together. He promises them to go to Silesia, but all he does against Russia is to set up a bounce in Prussia. That was actually agreed. And trying to take Norway, which is obviously not happening because it's getting tapped from all sides. But he's also trying to work something out with Jason, trying to make a deal with him. Yeah, so he seems to be in a very tenuous position. And from the way he negotiates just before the turn adjudicates, he seems to be confident that he can get on top of this. But after this turn goes through and he didn't get Norway and he lost North Sea, had to retreat to Denmark, he seems to be a bit devastated. Or is he actually? Is that just putting on a show so he's not perceived as a threat? I don't know. He's certainly running around with a tone like, yeah, okay, it seems like Katie has won this. But nonetheless, he's trying to do the same thing in fall. He's talking to everybody of his neighbors, and he's one of the few players who's sort of in the middle and is trying to work out stuff with different people, talking to Katie, talking to Jason, trying to make a deal, even trying to make a deal with Karthik, trying to convince him to support him into North Sea. If you could quickly switch to fall here. Do we've got the moves? Yeah. So he's trying to work something out with Russia. It seems to be that for now he's actually on side with Russia and wants to move against Jason, and that he sees his path to potentially still taking this for now in working with Russia.
In the south, Team Russia, which is basically Katie and Farron as Janissary, tell Josh that Russ can take his dots from him from this position. He tells him that he's going to go and try and reclaim his dots, but he quickly scarpers off into quite a long conversation with Josh, basically for like 10 or 12 minutes of the rest of the turn. Josh summarizes his view to Russ that if they fight between themselves, then it's just going to be a Russian victory. Russ says, "Look, I don't want to dot you. My goal here is to kill Farron." He sees Farron as just throwing the game to Russia, and he wants to stop that. They come up with a move set. Russia's getting quite excited about these tactics, and as soon as the move adjudicates, presumably he's looking down at Bulgaria and he goes, "Oh, you didn't take it." He's quite frustrated.
Wow, this is quite something. I mean, there are at least 3 players who can still win this, and it's far from over. We still have potentially 4 game years to be played, so let's see how this continues.
That's not right. There it is. Wow. That reaction from Russ says it all. You didn't take it. No, he took one of yours instead, didn't he?
We said Russ wasn't going to be a happy man at this point.
I've changed my name.
Joshua's ex-coach. Joshua has been dropped by his agent, Ed Sullivan.
He's a free agent now. You can have him, Zach.
Yeah, I could absolutely get his game up to my level, and I can promise you I can get him there.
Agreed.
It won't take long. Well, I can't wait to see what Farron is going to build in the winter of 1906. So let's go ahead and just take a look at. She's the only one with an adjustment. It is a fleet. They're still not going to crack Ionian. Yeah.
It's exactly what Russ predicted to Josh. I think it's too late in the East, though. Unless Katie doesn't show restraint.
You've got to imagine that just A and I are going to keep fighting from here on, and Katie can do whatever she likes, basically, right?
She's gonna self bounce in Budapest.
Yeah, eventually maybe take some of Austria's dots, but seems to have the play in the north, so maybe she doesn't actually bother.
And by the way, the issue of people's health, and this is what makes top boards great. I understand it's an artificial environment. It's not. I've grown to hate them, but this is the part that you have to enjoy: the stress, the feeling bad. Oh, it's so close. That's the thing you have to embrace, because it is a bit of. There's a lot of luck that goes on. Even though Russ, I think, totally believes that you can enter any diplomacy board and will your way to the top, you can't always. There's too many variables.
No, and Katie, speaking of that stress, I mean, when you're the leader, Katie's three clear of the rest of the board, and probably has the biggest knot in her stomach of anybody, because there's no tougher feeling than knowing it could all slip out of your hands any turn.
How would you know that?
I watched. I think I watched most top boards that you've played on, Ed.
Oh, okay. There you go.
So we'll head into the spring of 1907 and see who will slip out of Katie's hands. Let's start in the West with you, Ed Sullivan, where we have some convoy fun.
Well, Nicola got his way by being stubborn. No, Jason, you're not getting London. No, Jason, you're not, Jason finally said, fine, I'll get out of Burgundy. I'll put you into London. Let's get this going together. Let's go fight Katie. And that is what has happened. And Jason's moved towards Piedmont there, and for Russ's strategic retreat.
Chris, no shortage of action in the East, and now the West bleeding into the East with that move to Piedmont. What's the structure looking like down there?
Well, this isn't what I expected. This isn't Russ trying to take more of Josh's dots. In fact, this is Russ moving out of Greece and letting Josh move in there. Is this Russ turning on Jason, maybe? Honestly, I don't know what the move is here from Russ. Farron, as we expected.
He's saying, dude, you're not going to get anything off of me. I'm backing up. I can defend. Enjoy your life.
I mean, this could just be turtling up. He's got the army to support Venice. He's got but I mean, he's going to lose Ionian at some point, presumably.
Correct.
But maybe not straight away.
Wow.
Yeah, the three Turkish fleets did what you would expect. They moved west, and Katie kind of almost abandons the south here. Rum does nothing. Galicia bounces in Silesia. With what we heard from the sideline reporters, that's probably arranged, I would imagine. Warsaw to Prussia, maybe that was expecting to bounce as well. I don't know.
Okay.
Some people go to Finland is interesting.
Oh, I didn't see that. Zach, I don't know tactics. Romania does not support Khan to Bulgaria, but Black Sea supports Khan to Bulgaria, South Coast. I don't think that's a valid order, is it?
Yeah, you can support to the province you can move to. So that's a valid support. Rum
Yeah,
could have supported it as well, or instead, or yeah, I don't know.
Well, Katie's always out to enter whichever order confuses Ed the most. Farron here has I think a fair shot at getting another build here. She's got two on Grease, and I have not seen any indication that Katie's going to backfill to Ball or Khan based on how she's been playing so far. So that would be quite something if she pushes her way back up to 4. I think we can push. Oh, go ahead, Ed.
I can't believe I'm saying this, but I'm rooting for Farron.
I'm wondering whether Russ will support Greece. I suspect not, but I wasn't expecting these moves either. So who knows?
He might support Smyrna into Greece.
He might do that as well. Yep.
Well, let's head to the fall of 1907 and see what Russ does decide.
Or Bulgaria. Yeah.
Farron
he
is
tries to
building.
get Greece himself. There you go.
Chris, there's really only one data point down there, but talk about it.
So yeah, a build for Farron. Farron up to 4. Russ does what he can. He's fighting that sort of, what is it, where you set up a line and you expect to be slowly pushed back and gradually ground down. But he's not gonna make it easy for Farron, but he's gonna keep fighting. Piedmont to Tirolia is interesting, at least. Not sure whether that was expected to go. Yeah, but other than that, I mean, Katie does literally nothing. There's a bounce in Silesia. Moscow sits still. Rum sits still. Black sits still. Just let Farron grow. Why not? I don't know.
Okay, so in the West, I mean, it's kind of a devil's bargain here. I'm not sure if I was Jason, I would convoy Picardy to Wales. Yes, you're now going to get Liverpool. It looks bad for Katie. She's going to go down London. She'll go down to Liverpool, next. He tried to get into Norway, which was obviously not going to work. On the other hand, Nicola's getting his build now, and Jason isn't. And Jason is looking mighty naked in Burgundy to me. And if Nicola doesn't really want to fight Katie, thinking, we'll just continue all this shenanigans, could be bad news for Jason, because it looks like there's some easy dots for Nicola.
Katie ends up with a removal here, right? Because she let Farron get the build instead of keeping her own units.
Well, this is a fall, so she's losing London, right? Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, fair enough, you lose London, but you could at least take Constantinople or something. It wasn't a surprise to lose London at this point, surely.
If she pulls Black, that's just more breathing room to Farron, where Farron almost becomes viable if Black gets pulled. All right, let's get back to Christopher Ward and Robert Schupa for another report based on these 1907 negotiations.
Oh, Wardy, I don't know what you're getting, but I'm starting to hear a lot of nerves that are showing here. This is getting pretty intense. What do you think?
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, what seems to have happened last turn with the A&I alliance imploding seems to threaten to have quite an impact on this board. Well, it seems to be the breakdown in just diplomacy. Josh had, said that he didn't want to listen to Russ for another 15 minutes. He said to Farron, he's good tactically, but he fails at diplomacy. And it seems at this point that he's willing to just be a janissary if it means it might be more fun. And it seems that he's having fun working with Katie and Farron. So why work against them? Meanwhile, elsewhere on the board, Jason and Nicola seem to be getting the old band back together. They seem to be willing to work together again, albeit with the understanding that if they screw one another, they will hand the game to Katie.
Yeah, speaking of Katie, she seems to be in a fairly difficult state of mind, really. She seems to be very stressed out, pretty uneasy, even though she is technically still the board leader, at least in terms of dot count. We'll see if that will stay the same. but she is like really not sounding like somebody who thinks that she will win. Actually, the only one I'm getting the vibes that they are enjoying this game right now in spring of 1907 is Karthik, who's thrilled to be explaining to everybody the convoy paradox on difficult words. Sorry, I should leave that to Karthik, I guess, because he's actually suggesting in a private conversation with Russia here that he could, like Eddie and London, could support Norway to North Sea if they try to do this multinational convoy, which they are actually doing. And this would have meant that this convoy wouldn't go. They don't decide to do that, but Karthik finds it interesting to talk about it. And when the retreats are adjudicating, Katie's just saying, please, not now. Let's talk about it later. I have too many things to think about already. So she doesn't want to have Karthik's tactics prep talk, at least at that moment.
This is not the time to talk about the convoy paradox.
not for Katie, at least. For Karthik, for Karthik, it's always the time to talk about the convoy paradox. I think at 3 a.m. in the night, if you pull him out of bed, it's still the right time. Anyway, in fall, she actually, if you can click forward, it seems that Katie, even though she doesn't really feel like she can win it, she's telling Farron, I don't think I have a chance to actually win this anymore, even though she's still leading. She has two coaches in her corner. Farron as a motivational coach who's sort of prep talking her and saying, no, and you can still make it, and F and G will eventually turn on each other, and you've got Austria and me working for you. You just need to be a bit patient. It actually seems to work. Katie seems to be more more psyched up and more confident at the end of this turn. And then she talks tactics for a long time with Karthik, who sort of seems to be her new tactical advisor in return for getting a survival here. And they talk a long time about what's the best unit to disband here when she most likely has to disband at the end of the year. So it's pretty interesting that she has like two people prepping her up from behind, at least for the time being.
I didn't hear a conversation with Karthik, but I did hear Katie chat to Farron and Josh, who now seems to be on side. Katie comes to them and says that she's worried about being kicked out of the North entirely if she, as she will, lose London and doesn't get a build from elsewhere, although it didn't seem like she could persuade them to gift her anything at that point. On top of that, Nicola and Jason both come together to Josh to try and stop him fighting Russ and move against Katie instead. They made the point, look, you might have a problem with Russ's diplomacy or whatever, but Katie's moves haven't helped you either, really. And you're not only hurting Russ's chances, but you're hurting our chances as well, both of us. So they seem to come up with a move set.
Okay. That's pretty exciting. I mean, turkey building, who would have thought? Again, I might have to get one of those autograph cards after all. I don't know. All right. See you for the next one, I guess.
Club, in the fan club.
Oh, the fan club. Yeah, I have to sign up, I guess.
The Farron fan club is growing.
Let me tell you what. I'm just going to go on a rant here. It is called diplomacy, as I've already said. The great Bill Hackenbrack taught me that you got to learn a player's win condition. Russ' win condition is winning. He has no other win condition. Josh's win condition is having a good time. And Russ does not understand that. It is a failure in diplomacy based on what happened. Katie gets it. That's why the Battle of Josh is going towards Katie.
Battle of Josh is going toward Katie. That's a good way to put it. It's tough for players to understand when somebody's win conditions can be so different and thinking process so different from their own. And that's to your point, that's probably Russ here, where he maybe could never imagine a world where you sit down to push around to pieces and you're trying to have fun as one of your top three goals. I understand it. So let's get into the winter here. We have Katie pulling after a long time, her lead reduced to 1. And guess who is right behind her? It's Nicola Taille, who, admit it, you forgot about.
Does she pull Black Sea?
I think she does. And,
I think she pulls them off. Oh no, I thought
Liverpool.
Liverpool, and a fleet from Farron. So Farron still clearly not considering herself a contender in this game.
But Fleet Con rather than Fleet Smyrna.
Well, maybe, yeah.
That's interesting.
Yeah. All right, let's jump right into 1908. We've got 3 years left to crown a champion of the 2022 Summer Classic, and I think 3 viable players fighting for that spot. A nice little shuffle in the South, Chris. So I'm going to have you start down there, and then we're going to get to whatever the heck is going on in the North.
Yeah, I mean, this is shuffling the fleets up to get 4 fleets onto the Ionian, basically. So planning to push into the Ionian in the fall, and this is the way you do that. Other than that, there's some taps along the AI border, and that same self bounce in Silesia, and that Moscow army going north again. So not a very interesting spring. Fall, we'll see Ionian fall, presumably.
Ionian will fall. Russ needed to move Ionian to Albanian, supported by Apulia, but we can all understand why he wouldn't have done that, which is what Farron knew and just did this. So this is fantastic by Farron. And in the West, Jason takes Liverpool. Jason takes North Sea. There's a retreat to London, but that shouldn't matter. I think they'll just kick her out. So Farron, I think, will go down another 1 here.
Whew.
All right, Farron. Katie will go down another.
Katie will go down another 1, and Massbum is coming with that. He's going to get Liverpool. He has the North Sea. All of a sudden, some real potential, and it's awkward for Nicola with Katie's retreat into London.
Yeah, but look at this. He's into Baltic Sea, right? And so just as Moscow goes to St. Pete. So, I mean, we've got a Norway problem. We have a Livonia problem. There are issues now for Katie all over. Nicola has Jason onside.
Fall of 1908. How long does he have Jason onside? Probably at least this long, we would think. Into the fall. Ed, why don't you start off in the North here?
What did I say about Nicola? His win condition is winning, just like Russ's. Takes Belgium, maybe arranged because Burgundy doesn't even move to Belgium. I'm sure he argued for that. Jason takes London back as predicted. Nicola takes Edinburgh. So he's got 2 builds, but only 1 place to build. Nicola takes the North Sea. It's looking grim for Katie's long-term chances. Good news is there are only 4 moves left. Can she hold on?
Chris Brand, these moves in the South are crucial to answering that question of whether she can hold on, and she did not change course. What's the status down there?
I mean, she did try to take Budapest, to her credit, but she did not try instead for Bulgaria and/or Constantinople, which were open to her. I think this is a well. If she got into Budapest, maybe it would be okay, but to try for Budapest and fail is the worst of all possible options. I don't see why she wouldn't take Bulgaria and/or Constantinople at this point. Farron's getting into Ionian. She's got a shot there at Tunis and Naples and fun things like that. There's no reason not to take the guaranteed, not even build compensation for losing Liverpool in the north, right? If you're losing the war in the north, you've got to be gaining dots in the south to compensate for it.
I don't know. I think Farron may cover, because Jason moved down to Western Med. Farron can't take Tunis and can't take Naples this turn. She might be worried about Katie.
Yeah, I would feel. I think if I'm in this position, I would feel more comfortable that I'm going to get into Constantinople than I'm going to get into Budapest. Because what are those armies going to do? There's no reason for Serbia not to support Budapest, right? Whereas at least there are other things for the fleets to do, for Farron's fleets to do.
Right.
Right. And you got to think, Farron's supposedly on your side. building all these fleets. Doesn't need 4 after this year. Needed 4 to crack Ionian. Ionian's falling. No reason why she shouldn't just let you take Bull or Khan.
Can't complain about pulling 1 now that she's in Ionian, right?
Absolutely, and Farron needs. I'm sorry, Katie needs centers, but she also is at the point now where she actually needs units just for this last year. She can't afford to pull a unit with the way that Jason and Nicola are surging.
I don't know.
We've also
Have
got,
you guys played with Farron? Do we really think she could be so reasonable?
We've also got Jason into Roller at this point, which is not a good look for for Josh or Katie for that matter.
Well, we're gonna see what Farron said to Katie to get her to lay off, and also find out how this Nicola and Massbum relationship came together, because we got Chris and Robert back on the screen coming at us right now.
The styles of negotiation in the West and in the East are so different at this point. Like the state of mind people are in, it's pretty insane how much it differs. So you've been watching in spring of 1908 a bit in the West again. So what vibes are you getting out of like Jason and Nicola?
Yeah, so by the West, I think we're talking FIG, right? And they talk tactics, and they're trying to not lose Trieste, but also have play on in maybe Tyrolia, and they're thinking, do we bounce Albania? There seems to be a question over what Serbia will do, because their efforts at turning Josh seem to be failing still, but not for the want of trying. Jason and Nicola really still gunning for the top at this point, and Russ is still, although he might not top, is still doing all that diplomatic work. It kind of feels like Josh might be the new kingmaker at this point. We've had a couple previously, but it seems that it's whoever can have Josh on their side down in the south anyway. But Josh, is sticking to his guns. He's saying that he feels the best way to maximize his own score is to hold his position until he can perhaps get Venice by force, and perhaps Greece by negotiation.
Okay, sorry.
So they can't get Josh to move on Katie. But then again, Nicola isn't doing that either. He tries to arrange a bounce in Silesia with Katie, but she says she's going to self-bounce. So yeah, they're trying to get Josh to do something that they perhaps aren't willing to do that much themselves, right?
Yeah, totally. But like the tone in the East is so different. Like many of the players in the East are just resignated, it seems. Maybe they're putting on a show, but like for example, Josh is saying he feels like he's misplaying it tactically, but that he just plays now in the way that is more fun to him, because he felt that the way Russ was negotiating with him just was so, like, he felt so uncomfortable with it, that he's now rather playing the game he's having fun with than trying to maximize his score, or doing the best he can. And it still feels a little bit like Katie, even though she still has a good shot of taking this, has Karthik handing her a bottle in her corner and Farron holding her towel, even though it seems like that this year France is actually trying to knock out her coach Karthik. I don't know if that's actually in the rule books that you can knock out a coach in the corner, but it works here, I guess. In fall, there is a long negotiation between Katie and Nicola. They're trying to get back together, working out a deal. There's a long discussion whether who takes North Sea and who has to go down 1 dot because they cannot regain Liverpool. And there is a discussion whether Nicola is supposed to hold her in London, that's for sure. But the question is, who goes to North Sea, and is actually Nicola allowed to get Norway in return for London? And in the end, he agrees not to get it, so he would go down 1 if he did that, didn't get anything else. But then he goes to Jason and works out another deal, which is essentially what we've seen right here. So they take Eddie, they take a Liverpool, Nicola gets Belgium in return, and yeah, it seems like he is still still on for the FG. He had the offer on the table. He had finally agreed after like talking for about 8 minutes with Katie on a plan, but it seems it wasn't all that interesting for him if he didn't get Norway.
Yeah, funny you should mention Jason there. I was starting to wonder whether his enthusiasm is wavering. He did say to Russ, he said it doesn't matter now what Josh does, because whatever he does, Farron will just give Katie the dots she needs in order to win. And Russ asked Jason, are you at the stage yet where you're willing to help Nicola take the victory? And he says, I think so. Meanwhile, Russ is still not giving up. He is trying to turn Josh. He says he can respect someone who's trying to get a build for themselves, to try and build their position. But he points out that time is running out. Right? If you're going to get a build, you need it soon. This is there's only one more opportunity to build after this turn. He's saying you can go and get, if you know what's happening in Bulgaria and Romania, you can go and take that now, as well as defending yourself. Josh also is defending Farron's play. He didn't. He took umbrage a little at something that Russ had said about Farron throwing. He said, "Well, this is probably the best way for her to maximise her score. Otherwise, she would have died early on had she not have kept these fleets and made herself useful." Russ feels like his suggestions are falling on deaf ears, but Josh reveals he is planning something, but won't say what.
Nice. On that note, let's see who wins the sprint to the finish lines. To the finish line. 2 more years left to go. I'm excited to see it.
Oh, we are excited to see it as well. And before we even get to these builds, I just want to stop and take a look at the board state because we have a new leader. It is Nicolas Taillet, who passed Katie Gray at the end of 1908 and is now the man to beat. Mastbaum and Katie right behind him at 7 apiece. That's kind of the big three that has felt like they're in contention since about 1905, 1906. Before we go any further, I want to ask you, Chris, first. Who do you like to bring it across the finish line here in the last 2 years?
Katie has another removal at this point, which I mean, I can see that she probably has enough goodwill of Farron that Farron will willingly hand over dots to put her ahead. The question is whether there are enough dots there and she has enough units to actually take them to be able to do that. Honestly, I feel like I'm more in Camp Nicola than Camp Katie at this point.
Ed, you agree?
I have no idea. I want to say 2 things that don't answer your question, but just what I want to get off my chest. One, Chris Ward, I knew as soon as you picked Karthik Konath that he was a dead man. Goodbye, Karthik. Your prediction skills are as good as your diplomacy. Come on, I had to go for it. I love you, Chris. Second, if I was on the board, I'd probably be saying what Russ is, and I'd be blaming Farron. But objectively, Farron is not throwing this game. Her win condition is to get as many dots as possible, and she found a way to do it. That does not mean she is throwing this game to Katie. This is not play out of bounds. This just means she's playing a game to help Katie, which hurts Russ. I don't think there's one thing she's done that's wrong.
No, I think if Farron hadn't done this, she'd be dead by now. So,
yeah, absolutely. Hard to think of any other type of course she could have charted that would have ended up with her having more than 4 centers in 1908. This seems like her optimal path. So, with that said, let's take a look at these builds that will set the stage for the last 2 years, the last 4 turns of this
Thank God
game.
Jason built an army.
Thank God, indeed. He's still got his work cut out for him. I mean, this is where it turns into a bloodbath, I think. Into the spring of 1909. Which way does that army go for Taye?
West.
You think? I think it goes east.
I think it holds. There, we have three different opinions. Let's take a look and reveal the answer here. Keel goes, well, technically that's yours, Ed. It went west. So
well, that one goes west. But there's a support into Silesia, so
your
But-
reward is that you can talk first about the west side of the board.
Well, there was an army that went west and north from Tyrolia into Munich. Don't count Jason out of this game. He's taken the North Sea. He's taken Munich.
Wow.
And with that little, yeah, I mean, it's going to be problematic for Nicola right now. And Nicola, yeah, I guess he didn't retreat to Helgoland. So we'll see. I mean, he knew about that move, but yeah, he's put Nicola on a sticky wicket. So I don't think Team Nicola is going to, looking great with 3 game years left to go. I did predict fair and covering. So Chris, take it away.
Yeah, the big news. David just said it in the chat there. The big news is Turkey's moves, basically. Farron has decided, yep, I'm done at this point. So I'm just going to go back and make sure I can hold my 4 to the end by the looks of it. Pulls back to cover Bulgaria and Constantinople, and pulls back the fleet to Greece, and then retreats to Aegean. So that's a solid little block there. And so that was either expecting that maybe this was the time where Katie decided she needed the dots, or maybe preempted. Who knows? Also, we've got something. What was it? The sideline reporters said that Josh had something up his sleeve. Well, I guess it's a tap Galicia and tap Romania. Not sure how the supported move into Tyrolia fits in with that. That could do that army Tyrolia. I have no idea what that's going to do. Could do anything at this point. Interesting. Is this the first time we've got Venice and Trieste both empty at the same time? Feels like it is.
Yeah,
but yeah.
I mean,
a whole lot of change in the east.
I mean, look, Jason's going to take Edinburgh.
Yeah.
Maybe he keeps Munich, maybe not, but
I mean, there's 3 moves left at this point, so this is where you get into the stage of the game where there's limits to how far any unit can get, right?
Yeah,
indeed. You have to be making moves right now. How much does this hurt if you're Katie Gray? And we talked about it at the end of 1907. Ball and Khan were there, and they were there, and they were there, and now they're not.
What happens to a shark that doesn't swim? I'm not saying it's over for her, but she's not in control of her fate by herself anymore.
Well, let's move on into the fall of 1909. So many different ways this thing could go. Take it away. Let's start in the west because Jason is digging that knife in deeper, trying to run away with this one. Ed.
He didn't take Edinburgh because Norwegian, I guess, supported it, which I didn't see on the fly here. But he goes to Heligoland. He's covering himself in mid-Atlantic, figuring the east is under control. He does not lose Munich, so Nicola's going to go down 1. He's in Ruhr. He stops Belgium from going to Burgundy. Jason Massbaum might be your winner.
Chris, going into the east, we have a lot of kind of fleet positioning down in the southeast corner of the board. A little less action over there, but some notable moves nonetheless.
Yeah, so Farron's positioning is to defend against Russ, putting the fleet into Eastern Med, covering Aegean. Russ's positioning, though, is...
Trieste.
You're going to say he's looking at, I've got 2 moves left after this one. What dots can I get to? It's not Smyrna. It's more likely Trieste. so Trieste it is. So this is really just positioning to take Trieste. Only got 2 units on it at the moment. We may well see a 3rd fleet come up into Adriatic in the spring, I guess. I don't know. I mean, honestly, does Russ have any builds at all at this point? This is a help for Katie though, because it's going to distract Josh at least, who's finally made it into Galicia. So
yes.
Whether that will help him at this point, he might be regretting that now, having seen Russ's moves. I don't know. He should be able to, I mean, there's only 2 on Trieste for spring in next turn.
I think it's important to point out that Tactical Genius Karthik is out of it. That might be why Katie's struggling.
That could be it.
I'm just kidding. We all know Katie doesn't need Karthik.
Well, you know who needed somebody? Jason Massbaum needed the goodwill of Josh Hennessy, and it's just fascinating to me where in this game did Jason earn that goodwill, and where in this game did Nicola earn this bad will from Josh Hennessy? I can't imagine how that decision came about.
Because Jason's probably the only one who didn't yell at Josh in the last 5 hours.
Do you think he's happy with that decision, or do you think he'd wish he'd gone to Venice instead?
Well, it would have bounced.
Yeah. Well, another thing worth noting here is that with how close these scores are right now, the tiebreaker is going to matter very much in this last year, and you'll remember that the big splash of the Paris method was Nicolas Taillet putting himself directly behind Katie Gray, which gives him that tiebreaker over Katie. And of course, Jason picked first, so he loses every single tie. So a fascinating tiebreaker scenario here. And Chris, I believe you were the one who said it up top when we were trying to get to the bottom of that move. You did mention maybe he was just going for the tiebreaker, and if he was, how prescient that turned out to be.
Yeah, the tiebreaker is an interesting consideration. A lot of these top boards are very balance of powery and end up, well, like this with several people in the running and very close. So the tiebreaker it's absolutely significant. So yeah, it is something that some people consider. Some people ignore it. They're like, I'm either going to win the game by having more dots than anyone else, or I'm not. And other people are like, no, I want to have that tiebreaker in my pocket, and I'm not as worried about which country I play. So.
Well, this was an exciting year. This was a contentious year, and certainly a lot of groans heard around the game table when some of these moves were revealed. So we're going to cut over to Chris and Robert, who can fill us in on what is going on behind the scenes.
Wow, 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 what a year. You can almost cut the air with a knife in these negotiations, especially between Jason and Nicola. I mean, there is so much going on. So what did you listen into, Wardy?
Well, I wish I was listening to Jason and Nicola, but I was elsewhere. Russ, still working on Josh. He's saying, look, play with confidence, not fear. But Josh turns around and says to him, look, I know other people have been manipulating me during this game, but I feel like you've been gaslighting me, which Russ isn't that thrilled about. Meanwhile, Farron is concerned about Josh switching sides and helping blow up her fleet in Albania, which would be a disaster, she says. Russ tells Jason, look, Josh has this master plan of not doing anything. Jason is still trying to win, but is, it seems, keeping the option open to give dots to Nicola in the final year. That's a conversation he had with Russ. The Paris method now influencing the situation at this point. Jason would have to beat Katie, whereas Nicola would need only a tie.
Yeah, it's pretty insane what's going on. Actually, Nicola and Jason talk for a long time in spring, and they try to figure something out. They pledge to each other that they won't stab each other. They even talk about a draw, which I think nobody of them is really taken seriously at this point, but they still spend time talking about it. And they agree in the end that Jason should move into the Med and Germany should move east. And I'm not sure if either of them expected the other to actually do it. So we see the moves. The only thing Germany does east is an arranged bounce to Silesia, which funnily enough makes him walk out of Munich because last minute Austria decides to tap Galicia. But in fall, this is where it's getting really, really interesting, because Jason has made his moves, and he's getting respect for that by Nicola. Nicola says, okay, good. But I mean, I don't think you will be able to pull it off. You will not outrace Katie. And so Nicola and as well Russ, both of them are asking Jason if he would be willing to pull back because he is not in a position to take the win, and if he would prefer Nicola to win over Katie. And Jason says yes. They actually go into a four-way conversation with Austria, Italy, France, and Germany to ask Austria specifically not to support Hold France in Munich, because France would just walk out. And Jason is involved in that and says, yeah, sure, that's what I want to do. And then shortly after that, he goes into a room with Austria separately and says, look, really quickly, I got to go quickly again so Nicola doesn't see that, but please do support Hold Me in Munich. And then Josh is saying he wants to be the kingmaker. He's saying that to Italy. He wants to support himself into Galicia. He wants to support Hold France in Munich. And he is actually, it seems like he's picking out Jason because he's telling him, look, you're the only one who has not yet accused me of throwing to Katie, so I would prefer you taking the board top, which is pretty funny.
Wow. I followed Nicola straight out the gate. He asked to speak to Katie, and the first thing he said was, how many dots of mine can you get? He is making the pitch to throw to punish Jason for this stab, or so it seems. Katie doesn't necessarily believe it, though. She said, is this a play? I'm already losing. If this is a play, I swear I'll never talk to you again. Russia, Germany, and Turkey are in a room arranging a Katie victory. When Nicola leaves, Katie turns to Farron and says, I don't believe him, but Farron does, but still think she should take Sweden off him to allow for a build so she can go and get Con and Smyrna next year, which Farron has offered to her. Shock horror.
Wow. I'm so excited to get back to it. I can't wait to see what's happening in the last year. Let's get going.
Yeah.
So the offer is on the table then from Farron, and that puts Katie right back in the conversation if she wasn't before that.
Look, what I took out of that was this issue with Jason. I think I would have done the same thing as Jason. I agree, right? Nicola can throw dots to Katie. Farron can throw dots to Katie. Maybe Jason shouldn't have done that objectively. But you know what? On these top boards, I've been on enough of them, mostly unsuccessfully. Throwing the game threats are a currency. And you have no idea if they are, Confederate dollars or gold. Okay? And so it is impossible to tell. What isn't impossible is to know how many dots you have and how many dots you can get on your own. So I don't blame him. And the other thing is, this is going to go on a rant a bit. Props to Jason for understanding how to talk to newer players. This is key. Experienced diplomacy players in stressful situations who think they know it all talk down to people. That is not good for the hobby. I think Josh is going to be more than able to handle it in the long term. He's certainly got a lot of, even though I don't really know who he is according to my name, he's gonna make a name for himself in this hobby. But that's not the way you win friends and influence people. Okay. And so everyone should have known better. I think Katie's done a good job with it. And I think Jason has done a good job with it.
Yeah, I mean, I think I agree with you that this is the right play for Jason. There's two ways to get dots at this point, right? You either take them or someone gives them to you. And no one's going to give Jason dots at this point. So his choices were take them or don't win the game. So you've got to try taking them, right? And yeah, that might annoy Nicola enough that he throws enough dots to Katie that you don't win anyway. But maybe that doesn't happen. Maybe you can take them fast enough. At least you've got a chance that way. I think if Jason doesn't do this, he hasn't got a chance anyway.
Agreed. Well,
I don't know that I believe that Nicola will throw dots to Katie. He won't if he thinks he can. If he thinks he can top anyway. So
those fall moves didn't look like the moves of someone who's throwing, and the fall moves came after he made that overture. So we're gonna get into the winter now. Nicola has to pull, and Mastbaum will build one. This is the last adjustment decision they will make. It's going to be an army for Brest. Nicola, pulling the fleet in Sweden, which I guess you have to do if you're defending against Jason, and that does naturally give a center to Katie. Sweden is going to end this game Russian, so that is a huge decision for the outcome of this game. Spring of the final year, 1910. We've got 2 more sets of orders to determine the winner of the Summer Classic. Let's take a look at the spring right now. And I think we got to start with you in the West, Ed.
Katie into the North Sea, Katie into Sweden. Josh still supporting Munich, but Mr. Russ didn't come here just to sit on 4. He's going to go take himself at least Spain in the fall. That's not good news for Jason. It's all coming up, Katie, here. Jason's move was, it turns out, decisive, and I'm going to call it for Katie.
Well, also Russ's move, which meant that Josh has moved back to cover Trieste and eased the pressure off Katie. So Katie doesn't have to worry about Romania anymore. Yeah, it's still any of the 3 could win, though. You have got to say, though, that this looks like Katie's got the upper hand at this point.
Let's look at the dots. I mean, Katie, kind of interesting decision, is not going to – she could have tried to maneuver her way to take Khan and Smyrna. She's not going to be able to do that now. She can only take Khan or Bull, whichever one she wants. So, if you're counting dots here, it's Sweden for 8, Khan for 9. Ooh, maybe if Nicola's serious about throwing, then Eddie for 10. Maybe Berlin for 11. So if Nicola is dead serious about throwing, Katie can get 11.
Well, Jason's going down 1.
Yeah, what I was going to say, what's Jason taking?
Spain
Jason's
is gone.
going down 1, and Katie wins the tiebreaker if they're tied.
No, Jason can take Belgium, right? And maybe Holland, actually.
Yep, force
no,
on.
he's not in North. It's hard to tell.
It's a force on Belgium. Holland can be stopped. Nicola
Should we go to the position?
Yeah. So it's going to come down to how Nicola plays. Does Nicola have any path? I mean, is there any centers he can take that would prevent him from throwing?
No, I think Nicola's reduced to kingmaker at this point, isn't he?
Nicola has no throwing, and Jason is begging Russ not to take it. I came to help you, did everything I could. Don't do this to me. We'll find out.
Who does Russ want to win? I don't know. I don't know whether Russ wants to take the French dots or not. Does Russ care who wins? Does he just want to get as many dots as he can for himself and come a good solid 4th? I don't know.
I mean, I played with him on a top board when he was out of it, and he wanted to take as many dots as he could.
Yeah.
But I don't know if he'll do that here.
I don't blame him. So this is it. We've got one more set of orders to reveal. Is Russ as greedy as we all believe he is? Is Katie going to take 3 free centers here? And can Jason pull something tactical out of his butt in the Low Countries to maybe come away with Belgium and Holland both? He gets at least Belgium. We're about to see. Let's show the fall 1910 moves.
Look at that nice guy, Russ.
Wow.
Does not go to Spain. Jason gets Belgium.
You were saying
I can't count, but Prussia and Berlin, Katie and Denmark. I think Katie wins. Katie and Khan.
Katie's in Bulgaria.
Katie in Bulgaria.
And Berlin. Yeah, Katie's up 4 here.
She's a deserving winner.
Wow.
She played the best game. She won the popularity contest. And that's really hard to do. We're saying the shark needs to grow. We're criticizing her, but all that not growing means she gets Khan, she gets Bull, she gets Denmark,
she
and
won it
Berlin
diplomatically.
When she needed it.
She won it by playing diplomacy rather than by playing tactics. Which is how you win top boards. You don't win top boards by out-tacticking the other people. You win top boards by out-diploming the other people.
She did.
Making more friends.
Wow. I mean, yeah, we were counting dots. You can count the friends, right? I mean, Farron, Nicola, Kartik, and Josh for 90 to 95% of the game. All players who were actively supporting the Katie victory campaign. Nobody else on this board made that many friends throughout the game. So incredible performance by Katie. Well-deserved Summer Classic championship. And what a kind of a wire-to-wire. It was almost a wire-to-wire victory. Slipped at a little bit and him roaring back. Really, really nicely done.
And by the way, Russ has texted me that Farron's play was correct and that Katie is a deserving winner. So, this is just leverage on Josh, as suspected.
Well, we do have a report from Chris and Robert just about how that last year of negotiations went down. And so we want to hear their view of 1910 and the moment that Katie Gray was crowned Summer Classic champion. Here they are.
Oh my God, what a final year. That was quite something, wasn't it? I mean, Katie taking it home after thinking for several years that she had lost it. Actually, one thing we want to mention very quickly, because it was too funny not to mention, was Josh really enjoying himself in that last year. He actually figured out that he could be quite crucial in deciding who will win if he took Galicia in spring and actually made sure that he was the one who would decide who gets Munich. And he was actually having a blast making Katie and Jason pitch to him why he should choose them. Actually, he was saying in the beginning of fall of 1910, hey, Jason and Katie, can I have you in a room? And Katie was like, seriously? This is really happening? And then both of them had to pitch. And actually, I think he made them pitch in spring already. So I think you listened in on the Katie pitch, didn't you, Wardy?
Yeah, Katie was saying to Farron, she's like, "Oh, I'm terrible at advocating for myself. What do I say to her? What do I say? How do I pitch to him? What do I say?" And then she went in and said, "How about I've been really nice and a big part of the reason you've had fun this tournament." And that seemed to land with.
It wasn't the worst argument. I mean, Jason, to be honest, sort of made it easy for himself and just riffed on what Josh had said a turn earlier, because he said, like, first of all, I played a good game. And the second argument was that he said, look, Nicola accused you for several turns in a row of throwing to Katie. Just prove her that you're doing exactly the opposite by throwing to me. And that's actually pretty close to what Josh had said himself the year before. But Josh really loved that answer. He was laughing and saying like, yeah, okay, I like that. In the end, it turned out that probably it wasn't all that important anyway, because in the end, Nicola decided that he really didn't want Jason to win and made Katie win. Farron was doing the same, but it was very fun to see Josh having such a blast in that last turn. Or that last year in general. So what are we taking home from this game, like, Wardy? What's your experience been like?
Well, it just shows that as good as you are with moves and tactics and moving the pieces around on the board, that the people sitting around the table, or virtual table in this particular case, is equally as important, perhaps even more so. That was the reason why certain relationships broke down, and in the end, in the final year, the victory wasn't gained by tactics per se, but the people around the board deciding what they wanted the result to be based on the diplomacy throughout the game.
Oh yeah. Absolutely.
I've gone all serious now, haven't I? Which was the case during that last year. I was like this.
Let me show my symbol for like what I enjoyed about this game. It was all about the tea that was spilled. A teabag. It was. I mean, it was such a fun. It felt like at
Don't
times it
spill
felt
tea.
like a bit of a guilty pleasure watching like a soap opera or something, because there was so much drama going on, and given the pre-existing relationships that massively played into this board, it felt more like it was a later series of like a you know. Of a series that existed already, so that has been running for a while, with like Josh being the new character who's coming in and mixing it up. So that was really fun to see. And yeah, I was having a blast. Thank you for partnering me for this one, Wardy. And it's nice to see that for once we could spend the night with a game of diplomacy without having to stab each other. I think that
absolutely. We could have been there. We could have been on the top board, but oh no.
Shut up! Come on, shut up! You fanboy with your 7. Yeah, please, let's stop right here. Don't get dry.
We should go for the victor, Katie. Do check out her new movie.
Yeah, please.
It's in cinemas very shortly. So
can we please cut right now? Maybe something. Stack, back to you. Thank you. Bye.
Well, thank you to Chris Ward and Robert Schupa for lending their ears and voices to the game. I think we can all agree they really gave some exciting context throughout the negotiations all game long. Really got us into the drama and the tension every step of the way. And so appreciate the work that they did. Ed, Chris, we're going to wrap up pretty soon here. But before we go, we have your 2022 Summer Classic champion, Katie Gray, backstage, bringing her in right now to talk about how she did it. Katie, hello. Welcome to the broadcast and congratulations, champion 2022.
Hi, thanks.
Katie, whose fault is it?
What? Yeah, I'm not going to answer questions like that, Zach. I think that's part of how I get in positions where people are helping me at the end. I don't like doing that.
How did you do it without Karthik's help? I mean, I don't know
I heard what you said. I heard what you said, Ed, and I was very offended. I don't know whose fault it was. The whole board was, I think at the end, Robert was saying there's a lot of drama, and I think he's right. There just were a lot of people just didn't want to, I don't know, people just didn't want to work with the people that, I mean, I shouldn't have won that board tactically, that's true. So it just came down to sort of, what people wanted, and it worked out for me. I don't say.
Why are you so likable?
I don't know. I think part of it is I was really patient. For a long time, I could have taken dots off of both Josh and Farron, and I kept thinking of how I played my last top board at DBNI, and I hated the way that I played that game, and so I wanted to play more patient and work with somebody, and maybe work with two people. I don't know. I think it was just patience today.
In that year where you fell behind, you were leading all game, and then all of a sudden you're behind to, I believe, Nikolai 8-7 late in the game. Did that affect your thinking about how you wanted to play at the end of the game? Was there any thought there that maybe I need to do something drastic and outside of what I had wanted to do?
Yep, definitely. But I think I got to a point where I had so many units in the north that couldn't do much except hold on. I didn't have the ability to make and keep progress in the south. So I was like, well, if I, try to take a dot here or there, I didn't think I could keep it and reinforce it. So I don't know. It didn't seem it seemed for a long time like I really thought I was out of it for a really long time. So honestly, Jason stabbing Nicola near the end there was pretty huge. I think Nicola just wanted to punish that. I mean, they had a lot of conversations about how if they stabbed each other, they would throw to me, and I think he wanted to show that he was, true to that.
Here's my question, legitimately. At the DBNI final this year, Nicola was Germany, you were France, and Brandon Fogel wrote an article about how frustrating it was to play with you both because it seemed like y'all were going back and forth the whole time, the three of you. And did you jujitsu Nicola in this game somehow, knowing that he's cautious, knowing he's not going to jump out a little bit? And it seemed like you had a really poor position and were overextended in the north. And if I were you, I'd be scared. At one point, I think you disbanded Liverpool, or maybe it was in Wales at that point. But yet you seemed to keep Nicola on side, and he seemed to keep, sparring with Jason. And that's the kind of player he is. And I kept wondering to myself silently, was the experience with him and how he plays these top boards helpful to you in this game? Or was that just me imagining it?
I don't know if that particularly was helpful, but I was pretty sure that Jason and Nicola, they're both going to go for the win at the end. One of them was probably going to stab the other if it came to be. I mean, at one point, Nicola told me that Jason said he was willing to draw when Nicola was topping the board. And I was like, well, that cannot be true. There's no way that's true. So I was trying to... I'd had a better relationship with Nicola. We had just talked more than Jason and I had. And so I felt like if I sort of waited it out, there would be a chance where one of them would stab and then I could try to pick up some pieces somewhere. And I don't think I ever fought Nicola. I was really, it's something that makes me uncomfortable, but it's the way that I prefer to play. I was really counting on diplomacy getting me to the end. I knew I wasn't asserting myself with my position either against Nicola or in the South. So he's a tough negotiator. He's like, I will work with you, but you give me 2 dots to do it. I was like, well, okay.
And then he won't work with you anymore.
Exactly. So
you give him 1, you give him 3.
Yeah, so we definitely came to some agreements, and I would do half of what we agreed to try to give him a little leeway without leaving myself too open. But he's fun to play with. I mean, he takes a lot of things in stride too, so it was okay.
JD, I think one of the defining moments of the game was that what was it, 1902, 1903 maybe, when you convoyed across Black Sea into Armenia and drove that. Drove that knife.
I thought you meant the one to England.
No, we'll never talk about that again.
No, we don't. Let's not talk about that. That was terrible.
Across the Black Sea to drive the knife into Farron. What was that decision-making process like for you? Because I can't imagine that was an easy order to write.
No.
Well, it wasn't a knife. It was like a paper clip. The knife went in 1910.
In certain settings, a paper clip is basically a knife. If it's the sharpest thing in the room, it's a knife.
Yeah. I felt that I could work with either Farron or Josh or maybe both, but I didn't think I could keep up working with both of them for very long. I thought that Josh would get impatient and choose Russ if I didn't sort of make a move and go after Farron. And part of it too is I really like working with Farron. I think she's a great ally. She's very trustworthy, but she is really sorry, Ed, I don't know my experience with Farron, but she is extremely capable, and she's always going to fight for what will get her ahead. And I respect that about her, but I knew that I would probably be a little bit more comfortable working with Josh than working with Farron. And so I felt like, well, I'm gonna sort of go for it, and I was pretty confident it would be there. And then later on, I was like, well, I probably shouldn't have pulled back. I probably should have actually stabbed later, and I don't know. I went back and forth a lot during this game on what I should have done, but
you never disbanded that fleet in the black. You had 2 chances to do it.
Yeah.
Keep that pressure on. Just show her who's boss.
But you did let Farron build. I was kind of surprised by that.
Well, yeah. So there was one turn where she wanted a 4th build to put a fleet in con, and I didn't think about it until 10 seconds before the turn. But I was like, why don't I just move black to con? This is silly. Like, what is happening here? And I think what was happening was that she wasn't janissarying for me until very late. She wanted to fight Russ, and I didn't have a problem letting her do that. And, it wasn't until the last year where, she was like, well, here, have some dots so that you can win. But she was not going to make it easy. She was not going to stay on 2 centers realistically. I mean, I I was hoping again that diplomatically in the end I could get them from her, but I knew that I wasn't going to be able to convince her to let me take dots behind her. I don't think, because that's just not the way that she plays.
Clearly, that was
I
the
think
right
she
call.
played a great game. I mean, you know, sometimes the dynamics aren't there for, but I thought Farron played a great game. I thought all the players, especially Karthik, played wonderful games.
Tactical genius from Bartik every step of the way, and you could
I
tell.
learned a lot. I learned. This is fantastic play.
Well, Katie, thank you for coming on and talking through your victory. Congratulations on another stellar weekend. Well, now 2 weekends of diplomacy and a Summer Classic championship. Have a good night, and we will see you probably at the winner's interview next tournament.
Thanks.
And you qualified for DBNI.
Oh, great. I can do that again.
Congratulations. February. Thanks, Katie.
Congratulations.
She didn't hear that. She was gone by the time you said that.
I did that intentionally. It's always, like I said, you want to do it, but have a little mystery.
Well, you are a man of mystery, Ed, and we appreciated every second.
Not enough mystery there.
Not enough left up to the imagination.
You know too much. Let's not talk about Cialis.
No, that was going to be my next question because you very quickly had those prescriptions ready in the preliminary round. But we'll
pull it out at any time.
We'll leave that for when you guest star on Countdown with me and Brian. Well, with that, we are out of here. Thank you to everybody who tuned in throughout the day and watched this stream, and for the chat, which was active and lively and rambunctious as always. Thank you, Chris Brand, who ran Dipcast behind the scenes, even as Ed continually asserted that it was me. Just want to make sure you do get credit for pushing the button.
That's what I expected from Ed anyway. Even if he knew, he would still have been crediting someone else.
Chris never gets credit.
Well, write down on your notepad, Chris, that credit has been given to you by myself.
You're a dude.
We muted him. It's fantastic.
Well, that's as good as any of a cue that it's not for us to go.
God knew when to stop it.
All right, that is the show. Stay safe, everybody. I'm not going to say Siobhan's thing, but have a great night.
Bye-bye, guys. Pleasure.
Night.